realm. What's going on? Talk to me. Let me know how the levels is. I know the screen is frozen. I know. That's gonna have to be worked out next week. Boy under the weapon. But let me know how the levels is going. See if I'm sounding all right. See if I turn myself up there just a little bit. 1 second. Not turn up. 1 second. 1 second. What's going on, Pop Now? What's up, man? Sound is good? All right, trying to get better. Better. Yeah, I know I got to turn up a little bit. Part of it is me, but we're going to turn up. What's going on? Oh, man, Robert Kellett, $2 super chat. It's going to be an interesting show. You know what I'm saying? Zach Riley, what's going on? Iron Mike, what's up? Danny Passion Official, what's up? Lydia Master, what's going on? Deliverex, what's going on? Ghost Fixer, y'all was in here early. Salute. Tim the Sorcerer. Gotta love Tim the Sorcerer. Gotta love that. Oh man, Gerald Mack, the OG. I saw the video, bro. Salute. Mason, what's going on? Fifth Horseman, what's going on? Yo, appreciate it. Turn up a bit, make sure volume is right. You know what I'm saying? We hold in court today. The line was thoroughly out. Robert Kellett, my feeling, but no, I'm not 100% still. I'm gonna have to address this thing a little bit more seriously. You know what I'm saying? But I will talk about that. How come Sony gave us a state of play? Oh man. Yo, messy. No doubt. We gonna talk about it. We got some cool announcements and things, some guests. We got a Patreon guest. We have some special guests. Asking everybody gonna come through. So again, good to see y'all. And yeah, I know there's gonna be some messiness. But yeah, I will be back, and we gonna get this thing going. All right, peace.
Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars, and I'm going places. Better tell a Uber, cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog thing, very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog thing, very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog thing, very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog thing, very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
super
that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me. That's understandable. I kill a beat in it. I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young whoop, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a knee bender? I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny, word to Cognito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stuntin', but really be Steve-O. You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
Switching over. Mics are hot. Let's do some mic checks right quick. See how we are doing. Lord Derek, let's just see how you sounding right now.
Check one, check two.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Solve. What's going on?
Hello. What's going on?
There we go. There's the smooth one, Addict, the young wolf. How we doing?
It says they're muted.
No. I had muted in the beginning because I didn't want to put Lord Darren business. He was talking some stuff, and I was like, I'm gonna wait until he finished that call.
I was
and
waiting
then,
for it.
Yeah, I was like,
you guys see King's not in the panel.
Yeah,
he had something come up. He couldn't make it. But we have some stuff that he made to give you guys. We do guys some.
We
stuff
have some special guests from King and potential appearances.
We got special guests from King, and we have actual special guests coming.
And we do have actual special guests. So
special guests from his multiple personalities.
Look, man. So don't give up on us just yet. I know it's the other dudes. Don't give up just yet. It's IOP's other dudes, B team or whatever they want to call it. You know what I'm saying? But we coming through. Sorry. So mic checks are good, no doubt. Hear ye, and we are live. Welcome to the Iron Lords Podcast, LLC, and also live on lordsofgaming.net. Episode number 306. It's another glorious Sunday. We're back at the round table on the Lord's Day. I'm extremely excited about our Patreon guest, and we've got the PlayStation Showcase Aftermath, Bungie's impact on LastOfUsFactions, and Alan Wake 2 Digital to discuss, so we're going to get right into it. I want to introduce a Lord whose passion for OG gaming and Teslas eventually drove his career into one of the most impressive self-made IT architects in the game. Introducing the creator and host of the Tesla Tidbits podcast and one of IOP's most loyal members of the realm, the Lord of InfoSec and hot sports takes, who properly reps that red and gold 49ers every football Sunday. Live from Ohio and making his debut into the realm of the Lords, my man, Lord DaringOne. How we doing, sir?
I'm doing great. Although you gave me the Niners cred, and then I'm wearing my Browns hat
Look,
right
look,
now.
we ain't gonna talk about that other team that you loyal to through proxy. We ain't gonna talk about that. But I'm just joking.
Yeah, I
Nah,
got to
so-
rep the home team, and then I got my other team because
Okay.
my home team ain't ever done anything.
Yeah,
So,
so we gotta talk about that real quick. How does that work? Like do the Browns fans accept you for this duality?
oh
that
no,
you-
so everyone knows in my crew it's Browns first.
No doubt.
But I grew up watching the Niners.
Yeah.
I grew up watching Montana and
Yeah.
Rice and Craig and Lott and those guys. And how could you not just gravitate to those guys? So that's where I got my 49ers influence and stuck with it even through the dark times here in the early 2000s there.
No doubt, I respect that. So we're talking in the pre-game, pre-show. What you've been playing. You got this? Seems like you got a shirt that might be indicated.
Well, I got two things I'm playing. First, I am playing Tears of My Childhood, otherwise known as Tears of the Kingdom.
Yo.
Because it ain't it for me.
Oh.
No, and I didn't like. So let me back it up. Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild are very good games, but for me, and I think Sav is with me on this. Objectively, the worst Zelda games.
Addict
that would be Addict.
Bro, you
Not
just
Addict.
made
Addict.
best friends with
No,
Addict.
I'm diametrically opposed to you.
You know what's funny?
Yeah,
Like,
Addict.
I'm playing a lot of Tears of Kingdom, and
He's
like
turned a corner.
it's coming down.
Oh!
The longer I play it, because it's like, look, it's a great game. Like, don't get me wrong, but it's the same thing I feel about Tears of the Kingdom, where it feels like I'm literally doing exactly what I did in Breath of the Wild. Go here, do a mission, get someone. Go here, do a mission, get someone.
Shores
Go
of-
here,
Shores
do a
of the
mission, get
Kingdom?
someone, and then everyone combines and fights the last boss. Like, it literally feels
can't find temples. There are no temples. Where they at?
Oh man! Oh, Forte, my man, boot this guy! Yo, they throwing tomatoes at the Patreon guest. Come on!
So here's the deal. Okay, we got some King clips. All right, guys. Now I promise King.
Snitch the whole thing.
No, but no. See, here's the thing. We doing this by likes. Okay.
Oh,
Like,
okay. I see what you're doing.
They don't get them unless the lights go up.
So if the lights don't go up, they don't get King.
Black
Me and King negotiated. He feels like you got to know you guys holding the line. So he wants to see them likes up to over to.
Well, what's the first one? So 200.
200, and the first King video clip will go live.
Okay.
When Call's ready.
Okay. So that's how we do it. So other than Zelda, sir, is there anything else you've been playing, sir?
Yeah, well, I did want to get one thing real quick. If I wanted to play Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts, I would go play Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts.
Wow.
That's my Tears of the Kingdom take.
Okay.
But yeah, my other Mr. Matty plays would be proud. I'm in my Persona 3 bag. I've been playing that for a while. Wife and 3 kids. I only get to play an hour or 2 at a time. I'm 64 hours deep in that. So
respect.
that's my 2 games right now.
Yo, Relsky coming at you. He said, "Oh hell no, Addict holding King clips for ransom. Stop holding the likes for hostage."
Nah. See, here's the thing. Okay, like it's on branding. King is the general. He wants to know his soldiers are ready.
Are
Okay?
y'all holding the line or not? What y'all doing?
Yeah, we got
Y'all want King?
130
Right
here. We
here,
only
right
got
here.
182 likes.
We only got 182. Y'all don't get the first clip.
Hold the line. Hold the line.
TL, shout out to the household. He said he supports the idea. Yo, Brick House, I said we should hold the line and not like. Yo, that was wild. Anyway, moving on. But I hear that's good to hear what you playing and stuff. We're gonna get into the show. You know what I'm saying? We already know we got we don't have the 4 horsemen, unfortunately. We have the 3 horsemen, but we got my co-host, the co-most, my brother of another mother, the difficult game conqueror, lord of his own world, and the how of the young wolf. Lord Addict of the Addict Show. How we doing, sir?
I'm doing pretty good. To clarify a little bit when it comes to Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom is still an amazing game, still a fun game. I still enjoy it a lot. But it's exactly how I felt about Breath of the Wild. Tears of the Kingdom is probably going to be my game of the year because the adventure they gave me, the bland canvas they give me, they feel like I could do anything I want. But at the same time, it's not the best Zelda game.
So you agree with Darren? You basically, you and Darren in the same pocket from OG stuff. Anything else, sir, that you've been playing?
That's about all. I've been playing a lot of Zelda. I popped on Destiny for like a whole 15 seconds to grab the auto rifle season thing, and then I popped right off.
Okay. All right. Salute for you for attempting. And of course, we have our most technical gaming lord, the solo gamer who lives for the single player selfish experience, and also the Sovstradamus, the Lord of Clarity and Lord Patron of the Iron Bank, my man, PC Master Race's own Lord Sovereign. How we doing, sir?
Downloading is going well this week.
Downloading games, but not playing them.
Downloading and patching is going quite well this week.
That's been it.
Still no Zelda. I heard there's a Zelda game out.
I heard, I heard
Allegedly.
See, the thing is, Solve is like, even though that I'm like, I think it's just the thing that stops me from jumping straight into the Zelda pool is like there'll be this massive scene, all this voice acting. And then literally right after that, it's like I'm reading 1999 dialogue. Like, it's just like, Nintendo, you're making a lot of money off these Zelda games now.
Man.
Pay some voice actors, please.
It's the Pokemon.
Man, I'm sure Saul
Well, they
can
still
take a
got
bad.
that tiny little cart they got to fit all that voice on.
Yeah, it could be restrictions and limitations.
There are limitations. Let's rectify that, Nintendo.
What they doing?
So it's super chat. It's a 200 down.
Give me my video.
Shout out to Hodge. You gonna get it. Yo, the super chats are crazy right now.
Yeah.
Continue, so.
Yeah, so that's pretty much. I did jump into a little bit of a Jedi Survivor. There's always some kind of patch going up for it, but it's running beautifully now. That when I finally got out to the open world sections, and it's like,
it's
pretty
hitting hard.
game.
That's what's
pretty
up.
game. So far, I'm rocking with classic single lightsaber. Dual wield lightsaber too. I'm not really the Darth Maul sort of.
You don't like the.
It's cool, but I like to rock with the two lightsabers separately and the solo, the classic.
Okay.
I like how they introduce all the lightsabers. Like they do a really good job at like, look, like you might want to use this for this particular moment.
No doubt. So that's
pretty
sir.
much it. Yeah, I didn't really get to mess with anything else. Oh, actually, since I can't play, I don't. Oh, I haven't got my TV yet.
Oh, I thought you had your joint. That's crazy.
Nah, man, they keep every time I call them, they're like, because the calibrator's name, he's a famous calibrator. He is because he's on YouTube, whatever.
Wait, you got Vincent Tao?
No, not Vincent Tao.
Damn.
I got the dude that goes on with FOMO sometimes. The older man.
Yes.
Like he owns a store called Value Electronics up in Scarsdale.
Okay, yes.
So they have their calibrator is a dude called D Nice.
You got D Nice?
D Nice.
The TR-808?
Yeah. So they they have a number of TVs to calibrate. So mine was whatever on the list, right?
Good.
My name is D Nice.
You got D. He got Boogie Down Productions for the calibration.
These people are ridiculous in the chat. They're saying they're King out for DLC.
Yo, the chats are on
here just looking at the chat scrolling
The super
by.
chats are so lit today.
Yeah,
but good.
Crazy. Yeah, so I'm waiting on my TV. I'm supposed to. I got a call tomorrow to make sure that D Nice is working on my TV, so I can have it by next week. But yeah, I thought I was gonna be playing around with the TV this weekend, but no.
Yo, the chat is.
I thought I was balling with my setup in the basement until I heard your stuff.
It was shady.
He said King is part of that new Iron Lords podcast.
Battle Pass. Yo, they said we doing battle passes. Yo.
I like that. Yeah,
I like that, sir.
King is exclusive content.
King's not DLC content.
DLC. Y'all gotta.
You know what's funny? Like, just
and they're
to give you
calling
guys
time on Sob to get to the clips.
Yeah, they ready.
Just to give you guys a little bit of like a backstory. What King told us, King's like, I'm gonna make videos. He made like 10 videos. It felt like he wanted to be part of the podcast
so bad.
Yo, he actually the first ones we couldn't use because of the whatchamacallit, the way that he recorded them. He did them again.
He did them again, but it is what it is. And yeah, we had to pick the best of King because he really, really wanted to make this show. And trust me, if you know King, You definitely want to beat it. Oh man, Kai Matsu. Oh, these super chats are crazy. So that's been it, Shaun?
That's it, sir. That's it. Let's move on. Let's move on.
Let's move on quickly.
I can't believe the Ghost of King.
The Ghost of King is coming. And of course, we have the gaming ninja himself, the Shinobi, LordCognito, spreading that realness in the realm of IOP, not telling you what you want to hear, but what you need to hear. Shout out to my man's Mr. Matty Plays, the final dude. Go check that out. We had our raw reactions to the PlayStation Showcase. You know, we get that in, talk about what's going on there. Shout out to the Last Word, Ebontis, Ty Guy Travis, talking about that Destiny, that new season of the Deep, what's going on there. A lot of interesting stuff. Obviously, Bungie's new IP Marathon and how they're doing. As far as me, shout out to everybody who sent me some love this week. Obviously, for about a week, so as my brothers know, I've been battling something. It's not been fun. You know what I mean? So I'm just trying to power through. But I appreciate the love that everyone sent me, on Twitter and behind the scenes. LSM community salute for real, y'all. Y'all held me down. Y'all made a brother feel good. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully I'm going to get some clarity on this situation soon. And once I get some definitive answers, I'll let y'all know. But yeah, I'm still kind of battling and working through it. But there was no way. We're gonna lose King and we're going to lose me this week. No. Kid, we're gonna definitely power through for the realm. But salute to y'all. Y'all made me feel good. As far as me, the few times I got to play while battling sickness, Planet of Lana, y'all, get on it. Get on that, man. Game Pass, the thing is absolutely beautiful, stunning.
I want to download. I didn't see it.
Yeah, just put a search. Yeah, just put a search. It is gorgeous. The art style is amazing. Cog loves his little inside kind of games, 2D scrolling. I mean, this thing is hand-drawn, beautiful art style, very dark and early. Like, it starts off playful and happy, and yeah, the alien race, but it gets dark quick, and these aliens is out here abducting people. They don't care about shit. They are harvesting humans, and that you better do something. So all I'll say is, you get to a point when you meet another character, which will be your companion character called Mui. This is the most adorable little thing I've ever seen. It is an amazing adventure where you guys work together with platforming, stuff like that. Not too long, maybe 4 or 5 hours tops, but I'm telling you, the music, the set pieces is absolutely amazing. Y'all on Game Pass, I don't want to hear it. Y'all better download this game. They support this. The love and care that they put into this game is amazing. Salute to them. I believe it's Wishful Games. I think it's them. Yeah. Switchfully, but yeah, go check them out, man. It is amazing.
You know what it is, man.
What is it?
You got to download that game and hold the line.
Hold the line, y'all talking all this. Ain't no games or whatever. Yo, there's games. Go play that Planet of Lana. So I've been doing that. Salute to my man Luke Bernard. I believe Colin had him on before. He made his little game that dropped this week called Light in the Darkness. And it's a good little story about a little boy, educational, about the Holocaust. It's real, y'all. It's real.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, he came out, like I said, it has some little issues here and there. I'm not going to say it's perfect, you know what I'm saying? But I will say, like, the way they're telling it from the perspective of a young boy and his family is really heartwarming to let people know how this time period was at what's going on before, after the whole bit. Go check that. And also, No Excuse PlayStation fan, free on PlayStation. Free. Wow. Currently right now. Free. So go check that. Support my man. It's called A Light in the Darkness. Go support my man on that. And then a little bit of Destiny when I have some chance. And so I think we got some things you need to take care of. Some super chats.
I'm gonna read the super chats first,
let's get
and
the
then
super
we'll
chats
jump
up.
into the other
To the other stuff.
Hey, Cog, that Light in the Darkness, that taking us on a fields trip?
No, it's not museum-like where it's like, hey,
No, feels trip.
Fields. I thought you said, okay, my bad. I thought you said field. Okay. No. It is, definitely feels. This is definitely feels. You could, first of all, the art style is just, it's hand-drawn, and you can even tell by the way they did the eyes. It's very saddening of the characters. You can tell they're going through stuff. So, yeah, it's definitely a feels trip. Not perfect, but definitely highly recommended.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Robert Kellett, $2 super chat. Hyper King to say how right he is.
You will hear from him.
You definitely hear from him. We have Robert Kellett once again, $5 super chat. So nice of Sony to show us quality Game Pass indies during the state of play.
Y'all starting early, I see. Okay.
And giving us Bungie Games 2 was a great bonus.
Yo, they going in early.
Then we got Zip Davis, $5 super chat. I held the line for over 4 hours and refused to call a doctor. Ooh-wee.
Yeah, don't do that.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Don't do that. Don't be cog. Go to the damn doctor.
Then we got Gerald Mack, member for 2 years, $5 super chat. All hail the IOP. Salute the Lord. Shout out to Lord Kingstradamus. 98% right is a real thing. Hashtag hold the line.
Hold the line.
This is probably the biggest thing I'll have to actually give him. We'll get into
this
it.
is greatest. He's becoming the face of Xbox. It's not even a question. Oh, Lydia Master, thank you. It's Thunderful Games that made Planet of Lana. Thank you.
Thunderful.
Continue.
And we have Marvin Ginyard, $2 super chat. Let's preserve the Jim Ryan dancing clownfish.
Okay.
No. I already thought of this up. What I was going to suggest is our animal of the day is the Peruvian honey badger. We're going to say the Peruvian honey badger.
He a fan. I like that. Jared is a member of the row. He know the little idiot. Okay, so the Peruvian.
Just listen. We might be saving another animal today.
Okay. There we go. Continue.
Then we have Masshole 1977, $2 super chat.
That's my man.
Celtics in 7.
Yo, y'all did that. I could never see y'all coming back from 3-0. Bro, Celtic Nation. Shout out to my man Dom. A lot of my Celtic fans that I know who rep them hard. Yo, y'all looking good.
Well,
Heat's in trouble.
Yeah, Heat's on the ropes. I don't know what happened. I don't know. I went to sleep after 3-0. I was like, yeah, it's gonna be over. And then I was like, what? It's tied up. Yeah, salute.
They would eclipse my Cavs coming back 3-1 on the dub.
Yeah, that would be
if they can pull this off.
They can pull it off. Absolutely.
Oh man, it's like Yankees Red Sox.
Yeah,
energy.
It's the type of energy going on in Boston. Salute.
And we got the man who got them horns. Member for 30 months, Lord Bronze, showing some love. Hashtag keep pushing that powder. Hashtag hold the line.
Powder, yo, go right now. There's a sale for 35% off. You know what I'm saying? I believe it's MEM35. But stay tuned. We got more Iron Lord sales too. If y'all want to wait, so don't even worry about that. If y'all want to wait,
Then we got Robert Kellett once again, $2 super chat. Damn. Can we kick Lord DaringOne out now?
Oh, yeah. They ain't like that Zelda slander.
I knew my Tears of the Kingdom slander was not going to be popular, but
Addict got your back.
I got to be me.
You're welcome here anytime.
Yup, Addict got your back.
If there's anything I'm an expert at, it's fighting this chat.
Salute.
Then
I think they'll like me more after the gaming history.
No doubt.
Corey Tidwell, $2 super chat. King is missing like factions. Damn.
Yo, that's wild.
And we got TSWS Gaming, member for 1 month, $2 super chat. 200 done. Give me my video. Hashtag fair game.
I got the first one. No doubt.
Then we got Nintendo the Otaku, $2 super chat. Missing content at launch. Delay the show.
we not launching complete? Oh, man.
Nintendo the Otaku once again, $2 super chat. And they're cutting content to sell for likes. Don't know what to talk about there.
Oh, man, they're killing us.
Then we got Tom from Toonami, $2 super chat. ILP turning into SIE with charging for content. Then we have the King of Chickens with the £2 super chat. I cut my internet cable while moving my. Oh no!
Wait, what is that?
I cut my internet cable while mowing the lawn today. Oh
no, bro.
Shout out to you for coming. I'm guessing you're on the phone.
Yeah, that's that. You don't wish that on nobody.
Ain't nothing some duct tape can't fix.
And then he getting that good internet after that duct tape though. Continue.
Then we have Lord Kaibatsu IOP member for 1 year, $5 super chat. And I thought I used to be the king of back alley deals, bro.
Which one
This is what we do. I guess you talk about all this shystiness we're doing with the King videos.
Oh yeah. Shout out to Kai. Shout out to Kai.
Kai was notorious for when we went to get our systems modified.
Oh yeah. Yes.
We would go into just this
Yo, Kai, you owe me, bro. You had us going into some wild projects. You had me in Queens one time with some wild projects. You had me in some shit. Yo, Kai could have got us killed a lot of times. But
many a time.
He's fearless. When it comes to tech and games and modifications and getting over, that man gonna find a plug and a connect and have you follow him somewhere.
Listen. I remember the drug deals going down while we're sitting there waiting for our consoles to be ready.
He said
some things ain't worth a modded PlayStation.
Yeah, shout out to Kai. He said, nah. He said, I'm talking about the D-Nice calibration. That's what he told me. That's what he told us. Okay. But Kai, we know about you, bro. You was in them streets a little too crazy with that.
Yeah, exactly.
All right,
we're lucky to be here.
Yes.
And we have called Weeb $2 super chat. You know why I'm here? Bring on King messiness. You will still get King.
You will still get some. Promise.
We have Robert Kellett $2 super chat. You need Game Pass Ultimate to get King content. Yes,
you ain't at the highest tier yet. Y'all just made the first tier.
Then we got Tim Purr, 21, member for 6 months. He gifted 10 ILP memberships. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Yeah. Put the crest in the chat for Tim Purr, 21. Appreciate that.
What's going off? I was like, what's going on?
Then we got Tyson Lewis as well. 1 year, member for 1 year, gifted 5 ILP memberships. Put the crest in the chat for Tyson Lewis. Thank you,
salute. Relsky, I ain't snitching because the statutes of limitations is over on the modded consoles. So stop. You're not doing that. Calling me no snitch. It's over now. Continue.
Then we have, let me see, Astro Parrot King, $2 super chat. King versus God of War Ragnarok. They are the same. DLC. King and Ragnarok are both DLC.
Damn.
Then we have Robert Kellett, $2 super chat. Mew joins 808 as Microsoft mascot, please.
Who?
I don't know.
Mui. M-U-I?
Mui.
Oh, yeah. Mui. Oh, yeah. That person played Pat Alana. Oh, Mui's the homie.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Salute.
I'm thinking you're talking about a Pokemon or something.
we got those 15 new members. Put some hold the lines and the IOP logos in the chat.
What other content we gonna hold from them until they get in there?
We just got two clips from King, man. Two clips from Clean. Okay, so we already met the first one.
Met the first.
You know what's funny? We'll give you both of them because at this point you guys hit that 200 pretty fast. I was gonna say 3, but by the time we hit that, we're gonna hit 3. So you'll see both of them.
You'll get both.
To be honest with you, I was just trolling some likes. You was gonna get them regardless.
Here we got Free R. Kelly, $5 super chat. King couldn't be on this episode because Sony washed Xbox with that showcase.
We said Sony washed Xbox with that.
I guess with their tears, with the tears.
Yeah, what they wash them with?
Maybe.
What they wash them with, Kels? I don't know where you going. I know. Well, let me be quiet. Everyone's.
Yeah, we'll get to that. Right?
We'll get to that.
There we are. Hold on a second. I gotta roll back a little bit. Let me see. Damn. Okay, hold on.
What was the last one we had?
Forza Legend, $2 super chat. Xbox Showcase is being shown in movie theaters. That is correct.
That is correct. Okay.
I got an email for tickets. That ain't happening. Tyson Lewis once again, $10 super chat. Xbox, please show something great at the show because we are out here holding the line like Spider-Man slowing down the train.
Slow down the line.
Oh yeah, speaking of that, Cog. Never mind. We'll talk about that after the show.
All right, no doubt.
And we got Nintendo the Otaku, $5 super chat. Remember I was saying the PlayStation show was going to be mid from the start. I apologize for being so wrong. Even I couldn't expect it would be pure trash.
Wow.
Okay.
I knew this chat was going to be special coming into this.
Oh, you know this. You
know our chat. You know how the room do.
Then we have Max Arthade, £2 super chat. Showcases without a live audience zaps the energy. Yeah, you're right. You're right. It's a different vibe when you're in there. Then we have Spartan661, $2 super chat. We are holding the line. Yes, you are.
Yeah, you guys definitely hold the line.
Oh, they definitely hold the
line. 2
more
of you need to join the line, but
definitely hold it. There's no
then
doubt.
we have Corey Tidwell, $10 super chat. IOP Studios, apologies to our IOP listeners. Unexpected circumstances prevented King from joining us today. We strive to provide quality content. We promise to do better. Stay tuned.
Yo, I know what you're doing.
Sounds like a certain statement that was put out this week.
I know what they're doing.
Then we got Hargeet Chini, $5 super chat. Yeah. Salute! The Pony Hay Station has no games? What happened? The pairs are lining up, but they're prancing around lost in the desert with no games.
Hargeet, you messy. See you soon, brother.
Very messy. Very messy.
Oh yeah, that's right. He's gonna be in LA with us.
Mhm.
Then we have Max Arthur again, £2 super chat. IOP selling a director's cut with King content.
Yes.
Then we have Robert Kelly, $2 super chat. Will King be DLC for Tekken?
He already in Tekken. He in Tekken. What's my man? The Grandmaster of Drip. What's his name?
King was in a fighting game, what kind of fight techniques would he use? Would he be a boxer? Would he
Definitely boxing.
What's that?
Yeah,
what's
he'd be a
that? What's
boxer.
that fighting thing where you dance? What's that called? Like
Drunken Master.
Capoeira.
Well, he
that used to be his
use
favorite
Tiger
character.
a lot,
He used to use Tiger and Eddie Gordo a lot.
Yeah, let it go. Yeah. Shout out to the Brian Fury video. I only saw it this morning, Cog. I didn't realize what you sent me. I was like,
Yeah, I was like, yo, they Tekken themselves messed up. The Tekken
they released it
Instagram
early?
leaked the damn trailer for Brian Fury ahead before they was ready. Harada was furious. You know, the fan snatched that up, recorded it, threw it all up on the internet. It's like, too late, we got it.
Too late, we got it. Yeah.
Yep.
Looking crazy, Brian
Oh,
Fury.
yeah, your
my
man
God.
look right. I ain't go front.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Then we got, let me see who we got. We got Jose Cuervo, 45. $5
drinking
super
tonight.
chat. Saludos para todos. Mantenga la línea from Cali. Hold the line from Cali.
Thank
the
God,
only
you,
thing
thank
I
God
knew
you
what
here.
he said is the only thing I knew is he said Cali.
All I know is thank God Saul was here to read
That's
that.
English. That's English.
Thank God Saul was here. Because that was not getting ready with that level of eloquence.
Nah, I would have butchered the hell out of that.
That would have been awful.
Then we
No
got
me
Robert
gusta.
Kelly.
So,
No me
hold on,
gusta.
here's how I probably would have said it. Saudulias
Oh, that's time on Attic on Spanish. Let's go.
Yeah, okay. Then we got Robert Kelly at $2 super chat. Insomniac holding the line for PlayStation.
Truth.
True. That's very
They're
you
holding
can
the building up.
Yo,
They're not
you
even
can make
holding
the
the
you
line.
can make the case now for sure.
And we got Nerdy Meathead, $5 super chat. Excuse me. Did anybody else hear Jim Ryan say at the end of the showcase, I want to surprise and delight our fans? Jim Ryan troll. Yes, he did.
Yo,
The classic
Dr.
line,
Jarrell
surprise
addicts,
and delight.
addicts speak Spanish like Bloomberg. Yo, they stupid.
Yo.
They stupid. Leave my man alone. He's having fun. Continue.
Then we got Voidlock, $5 super chat. Sony got the Dollar Tree soap using the bottle to clean one pot. Sony cut a controller in half and put it on a tablet. We look better.
Yeah, I ain't like that.
We
will discuss.
discuss.
Yeah, I ain't like that joint.
Then we have Max Arthur again, £2 super chat. Jim Lion crying, taking these earphones, Ryan.
Wow.
Jesus Christ.
We will discuss
Discuss
that.
that. So what else we got going on?
All right. Give me a moment here. Okay, so that's it for super chats. So I'm going to jump into the other business.
Yeah, what's going on? Everybody be quiet while this is going on too.
Yeah, I want to,
That's not being quiet.
Yeah, that's not being quiet. Go ahead, Addy. Go ahead.
Sorry, I just want to say something about Patreon before you read that. Like, I know I've been like lacking on the reactions for Patreon. I've just been going through a lot, but I did record like a giant amount of Demon Slayer reactions, and that will be going up tomorrow. I'll probably give you guys like 3 tomorrow, to be honest with you, to make up for the lack of content.
Solved it. I'm going to grab the 2 that just came through. I could grab those
Yes.
before. All right, shot. Oh, you got them?
I got them.
Okay,
Hold on
good.
a second.
Good.
Give me a second. We have
Doing multiple things.
X Don the Otaku, $5 super chat. In celebration of PlayStation giving Xbox a W and Xbox's upcoming showcase that will be amazing, I am now a bot.
Wow.
I'm confused if that's like the actual Don the Otaku, or is it like his ex?
Oh yeah, someone is clowning him. Yeah, we don't know if he's been.
It could be.
Yeah, if your account has been compromised or being mocked, impersonated.
Please let us know. Then we have AKW, £10 super chat. King got me in the doghouse with the wife. We had an argument about picking up the little one from school, and I told her to hold the line, and she told me to hold the line in the doghouse.
Listen, man, King, don't be trying to be king in the crib. And it don't work out
that.
for you.
Don't do that. It's not gonna go well. Then we got Stitch, member for 42 months, Lord Gold. IPL, just like IGN. IPL. ILP, just like IGN, will not let anyone talk bad about Sony. After the For the Street showcase, the general was going to tell the truth and shame the devil, but he is locked up right now. We're not letting King on the podcast.
Yeah, no, only King keeps it real, and no one else tells the truth.
No one, that's it.
Shout out to Stitch.
Damn, I forgot how to pronounce this. It's the Ginna or the Jinna, or I don't know. I'm going to say both. The Ginna or the Jinna. £2 super chat. Obsidian and Insomniac carrying
Facts.
this gen.
I would agree.
I would say Respawn is doing a really good job.
Oh, yes, as well.
Yeah.
That's a third-party thing. Absolutely.
No
Absolutely.
doubt.
Okay. Let's get into this.
What's going on, so? What's happening?
All right. What is happening? So, support for the Iron Lords podcast is brought to you by Manscaped, who is the best in men's below-the-waist grooming. Their products are precision-engineered tools for your family jewels. Manscaped's performance package, the ultimate men's hygiene bundle. Join over 8 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped with this exclusive offer for you, 20% off and free worldwide shipping with the code IRONLORDS with an S at manscaped.com. My math is correct. That's about 16 million balls. So, the acorns, the coin purse, D's nuts, the glizzy companions, okay, the family jewels, and the giggleberries. These are all colorful ways of saying balls. And for those of us who have balls, we know that maintaining that area down below can be a little challenging. Now, for me, and stop me if you've heard this before on this podcast, I work a lot of damn hours. And that means that sometimes I come onto this podcast looking like I jumped out of bed and immediately got hit by a freight train, kind of like today. So, if you can assume that I didn't have time to shave and coif myself for today's podcast, or scape myself, as it were, it's probably safe to assume that down below, things aren't looking too good either. And guess who that makes very, very unhappy? Lady Saab. So yeah, as I'm leaning my head back in embarrassment and shame, as my significant other is telling me, yeah, you have a little overgrowth coming out of your boxers, how are we, it's not a fun thing for when your significant other is telling you things like that. Like, oh, I can't find it. Where are they? It is one of those things that makes you stop and think for a moment and say, okay, I have to do something about this. And for me, I've tried going down below with a regular set of clippers. And what you quickly realize is that clippers that are made for your head aren't necessarily made for down below. And I've had a few accidents. So, again, as I'm enduring my wife's embarrassment, I think to myself, well, it's true. How else are we going to save the Puerto Rican tropical trouser snake and its two little connects on the side? If we haven't cleared out the underbrush, right? We have to clear out the underbrush so we can find the Puerto Rican trouser snake in order to be able to save them. So, like I said, I was about to do something that I was going to regret. And then out of the blue, out of nowhere, the Performance Package 4.0 arrived, and it is a game changer, and it saved my life. Let me tell you, inside this package, you will find the Lawnmower 4.0 trimmer, the Weed Whacker ear and nose hair trimmer for those of us that don't understand the concept of your mustache ends here and the rest of it should go. That would be me. The Crop Preserver ball deodorant for all those of us that have a swamp sack, which, again, I work a lot of hours. That's all I'll say about that. And the Crop Reviver toner, in addition to performance boxer briefs and a travel bag to hold all of these goodies. Now, first off, the Lawnmower 4.0 is the trimmer of the future, and dare I say, it is the greatest ball trimmer ever. As someone who's used a different product down there and then went on to the Lawnmower 4.0, I have to say that is quite true. It's A1. Their 4th generation trimmer features a cutting-edge ceramic blade to reduce grooming accidents thanks to their advanced skin-safe technology. The Lawnmower 4.0 is waterproof and also has 4,000 LED spotlights so that when you need more precision to shave. Just a word of advice, don't trim in the dark. Don't do that. Make sure you have a lot of light on you. It will save you. Because this trimmer is waterproof, you can say goodbye to the mess on the bathroom floor. You could do it in the shower. You thought that was good, but you want to take your grooming even further to the next level. The Performance Package 4.0 also includes the Weed Whacker nose hair and nose and ear hair trimmer, which I mentioned before. The Weed Whacker is also waterproof and provides proprietary skin-safe technology, which helps reduce nicks, snags, and tugs in those delicate nose holes. I definitely should know. Their Crop Preserver Ball Deodorant and Crop Reviver Ball Toner will change the way you approach your hygiene routine. Trust me when I say this, fellas, your balls will thank you. Yes, they have thanked me multiple times already. Trust me. So, Manscaped even threw in 2 free gifts to their Performance Package 4.0, the Manscaped Boxers and the Shed Travel Bag. Bring your comfort and boxers to another level. It's time to take care of yourself. So go to manscaped.com and get 20% off plus free shipping with code IronLords. That's 20% off and free shipping with the code IronLords at manscaped.com. That's 20% off with free shipping at manscaped.com and use code IronLords. Unlock your confidence and always use the right tools for the job with Manscaped.
Yeah, it feels so fresh and revived. Listen, man, you was in your bag.
I have. It's so funny. I mentioned it to my wife yesterday. She's like, "What are you going to be talking about?" I'm like, "Oh, nothing. Just general stuff. Nothing." She's like, "Don't be mentioning my name in these ads."
So she don't know about this one.
Luckily, she doesn't listen to the show.
I heard it, man.
That whole ad read, I'm like watching the chat for Let's Play with each other's joysticks, and I'm like,
bro,
where's he at?
They like where he at?
One thing that I do respect from the chat is like I know a lot of communities get upset with ad reads, but like our community, they get it. They get it. Like, and plus, we always gonna make it. We gonna make it make sense for us.
Yeah, we're gonna have fun. We're the only community that discusses the ad read after the ad read.
Yeah, bro, it's hilarious. But I ain't gonna front though. I did the also the nose hair trimmer.
Oh, bro!
Fire.
Listen,
did you get the performance package that come with the boxers and the shirt?
They sent the whole thing.
Those boxers.
Oh, the boxers!
Those are some of the best boxers I've ever had.
Yes.
Listen, you know us. Like again, obviously, we've been trying to get sponsors and stuff for forever. We're only gonna mess with things that we actually use and like. That's for sure. You know that about us. And for us, apart from Cog, we're a bunch of hairy dudes on this show. and this is no lie. I have had to relegate myself to using a regular set of clippers that you use for your head down below in an emergency situation.
Oh, that's crazy.
And no, it's not for that.
Yeah,
that's
not for that.
No, it's not.
Salute to you for that, doing the Lord's work. Make sure y'all get y'all master swords trimmed up. Do what y'all gotta do.
Don't be looking like that decayed master sword.
Old dusty master swords. Get your Manscaped.
Nice, shiny one.
Exactly. Go support us. Go get the 20% off code Iron Lords link in there. You know what I'm saying?
Spoiler alert, man. You might need that energy to use that.
We'll get to that. We're combining the triforces of ads into one situation.
Like I said, we got to save the Puerto Rican tropical trouser snake this week. We're gonna do that.
You with the so like your joystick is going to be in it. Get the quick super chat. Lord Daring has been very patient.
Cease and disorder from Nintendo. Stop talking about the master sword like that.
They're gonna block us. We have Corey Tidwell, $2 super chat. Manscaped is amazing. My balls got a taper fade. Yeah,
you got a taper fade. Yo.
Then we got King of Chickens, $2 super chat. Overgrowth coming out of the boxes. Damn. # footlong. I meant the thank you. I appreciate that, but I actually meant the hair overgrowth. Not.
Yeah, they was killing you when they was like you couldn't find it or something. They was like, oh man, they was killing you in the chat with that one.
Listen, man. Then Lord returned to us chat. Lady Sob, I see the Master Sword too. Ultra hand. Yeah. I'm just grateful that my wife doesn't listen to the show.
Yes.
There we have Robert Keller, $2 super chat. Sob needs joystick to escape him. No, we don't need to put that energy out there. I think we're caught up. I think that's good.
All right, no doubt.
You just got one in from Raiden Blade.
Oh, Raiden Blade came through.
Let me scroll down. Raiden Blade, £2 super chat. So ILP about that PS showcase. Lord Sob, what happened?
We're gonna get to it. Another one.
Gaming Forte, $5 super chat. Bungie are the pimps and first party are the hoes.
Whoa.
Get your assets right and make my money. And as always, hey, King, wait, where's my boo-boo?
Yeah, the tradition is broken. I know. We're going to make it up to y'all. So, look, we have got all the business. Thank you for being patient. We got a guest here, Lord Daring, man. He's been really patient with us, taking all our business and all that other good stuff. So now we finished with that. We got to switch our focus to him. You know, his video game system history, his journey into IT and Teslas, and, of course, what led him to joining the realm of the lords. So, Lord Daring, let's start from the very beginning. What were some of the first video game systems you had, and what got you into gaming?
Well, what got me into gaming, I got to shout out 3 people real quick before this whole mess gets started.
Let's go.
My mom, my dad, and my Aunt Glenna are the three people in my life that I'm not gaming the way I'm gaming today without them, whether they intended it or not.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Good.
No, this was a wilding of the breaking of protocols that I have to break for a quick second. Solve, you need to read the super chat.
Oh, no. Here we go.
I am so sorry, Darren.
Oh, there it is.
You will this dude. Joysticks, $5 super chat. Sob, you don't need Manscaped to save your Puerto Rican tropical trousers, mate. I'm not afraid to roam through the jungle. Come as you are.
Yo, he is on fire.
I did not disappoint.
One day we're gonna find out.
I love it.
One day we're gonna find out that's his wife.
Yo, his timing is impeccable. I never break protocol on a guest. That was wild crazy.
Hey, yo, bravo. Well done.
Back to apologies, Lord Derek. Back to you. So you said mom, dad. Who was the third?
My Aunt Glenna.
Aunt Glenna. Okay, let's go. How are they responsible for your gaming history, sir?
All right, so we started off. 2600 was in the house.
Let's go.
From the earliest days. Like my dad and I, we had 2 different football games for that system.
Which ones?
I actually had to look this up because I didn't. Like, I remember kind of what the cartridges looked like, but I just know I was a kid. I was like 4 at the time. It was like football. But one was the real sports football, and that one was okay.
Nice.
But the other one was, it kind of reminded me of the EA carts on the Genesis that had the yellow tabs because it's all angular and kind of weird. That was Super Challenge football, and that was great because like you could actually, like, you had your 4 guys that you could give them to play, and I think that was the only one that was 2-player if I remember right. But my dad and I, we spent some time on those games. One of the few things, my dad and I didn't have a super close relationship growing up, but that was one of the few things we got to hang out and do together.
Salute. That's what's up. So you started with the 26, you know what I'm saying, a classic. I think, Solve, you were more of a 2600 guy, right? You had the 26. I was a Coleco guy.
Yeah, I played all of those baseballs. I think it was real sports baseball and just straight up baseball, right? There was a couple of different iterations of that. It's funny you said real sports because immediately when he said real sports, my mind gravitated to sports talk baseball.
Oh yeah, I thought me too. I'm like, wait, we two in advance.
Yeah.
We two in advance.
Yeah, I had all of those carts because real sports was one of the carts that looked like a spaceship, right? It wasn't a flat cart. It was a cart that it was.
No,
like,
that was the Super Challenge one. That
Super Challenge,
like all
basically.
angular.
Yes. And Super Challenge is really
we
good.
actually got a guest that knows more about this stuff than Saul.
I remember less of it. Yeah.
So, oh my God! Hold up.
I had both baseballs though. You're right though. He's right.
No, I'm still.
Fix your face. So messy.
I can't leave out my mom though too, because I watched her like just own some Cubert. Like you want to talk about someone that was like a hardcore gamer. Like she had a grid that said what color everything turned to, like what level you were on. Like you had to change them this color, then you got to the next level, and it was 2 colors, and then they change them back. She had a grid of like 15 deep. That she was that good at it.
Shout out to Mom. So you talking like this is a house, a family of gamers. I'm not used to this. You know what I'm saying? Like that's dope.
Well, at least then. Okay. Like my mom and my dad, you know, after the 2600, they were done.
Okay. But I mean, they still, you know, engaged and played. That's dope. Gotta respect it. But continue.
But so we can get to my Aunt Glenna, because after the 2600, you know, my mom and I spent a lot of time over at my aunt's house, and she had a Commodore 64, and she had a ton of games. And look, she may have been sailing the high seas a little bit, getting a few of those games.
Shout out to Glenna.
There was a ton. She had like 40, 50 games. She had this the system of disc A2 contains these games. You had to flip through it. It was great. But she had a ton. But like, there's like 3 different Olympic games. This weird game called Congo Bongo that I like.
Congo Bongo. Let's go.
Love that, man.
I'm so glad they stopped.
You need that. You need Congo Bongo in your life. That's your problem.
But the Commodore 64, and I eventually got one as a kid, but the games I got a shout out from there, Jumpman,
yes.
Jumpman,
great game.
Just stick it on randomizer and do your best. That's what I always did. Impossible Mission was awesome. I never could figure out, because I didn't have any instructions, right? Like what you were exactly supposed to do. I assume you're supposed to put that map together, but to this day, I don't know what you were supposed to do.
Did you ever play it on the Impossible Mission 2 on the 7800?
No.
Yeah,
they never had a 7200.
Yeah, the 7800, they made it. It was much better. Like I remember looking at the commercials for that and being like, "Oh man, I need the 7800." Parents weren't having it, but
well, did they have the voice on the Atari? Because like at the beginning of the game, it would say, "I bid you welcome, visitors. Stay a while, stay forever."
I don't remember if it did. It was very crackly.
You could barely understand it on the C64, just to be clear.
That's true.
Sorry, they had they system refreshes, so to speak. But,
under $50. Under $50.
Under $50 now. Isn't that nice? Remember the commercial?
2600 from Atari.
Yo, I remember that commercial. Yo, the Atari 20. Wow, that's crazy. So you rock it there. Then you went to Commodore, you know what I'm saying, lane. Then from there, where you went from Commodore.
So from there, the weirdest thing happened. Like out of nowhere one day, my dad had to go. I think he had to meet with his insurance agent, and he had to have me with him. So I think he was trying to like sell it to me. Like, look, I don't want you acting up on this trip. Well, the insurance guy's daughter had an NES, and I at the time had never even heard of it. So, but you better believe by the time I left, I was hooked, because we even played Super Mario Brothers and Excite Bike for like 2 hours, and I was done. And it was so bad. Like, look, I was as nerdy a kid as I am now, but knowing full well my parents couldn't afford a NES, I made a cardboard box that kind of looked like a NES. And I made a little flip top, and I made little pieces of paper that I stuck them in there, and then me and my friends would like pretend that we were playing the games. That's how obsessed.
Salute to innovation during tough financial time. Yo, that's gangster. Good.
I remember I was playing like an old Pokemon Stadium game. I think it was like #1, and I was in Arizona. And I remember like my N64 controller broke. I remember watching like the intro over and over again. Just like, 'cause we had no cable, so it was like those cinematic battles that they did to get you hyped into playing the game. That's like all I had. So I used to literally would watch it over and over. And at the time, I didn't know like Mewtwo was in the game like that. He's like one of the legendary from Gen 1. I saw him in one of the trailers, and I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa! I never played against him. Why is he on here? Like,
yeah, man. Listen, man. The times are hard sometimes. You just had to be, you know, get a little inventive, so to speak. But continue, Darren.
But I got made good because that following Christmas, my parents hooked me up with the power set, had the zapper and the power pad.
Okay, you had that duck hunt. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, and the world-class track meet.
World-class track meet, no doubt.
That was the power pad game.
Oh, wait, so
And,
you had the power pad?
Yeah,
Oh,
she gave me the whole thing.
Oh, y'all down. You chill. You sounding very, very. I got a pocket watch a little bit. Sound very rich, sir. Sound very rich. Because a lot of kids ain't have that power. So usually we used to look at the kids that was rich that had the gyrobite one that had the robot.
Yeah, I never had that.
And then most of our friends had the basic one that come with the, you know, the Mario the Duck Hunt combo. But the power, they blessed you, sir, because that one, go ahead, continue.
That Christmas was the Christmas of dreams because there were two things I asked for that Christmas, and only two. Okay. I wanted a Nintendo, and I wanted a pair of Reebok pumps.
And let's go! Shout out to Dominique Wilkins. Pump that up. Continue.
I didn't think I was going to get either of those things, and I got both of them. And then that was the Christmas of dreams, no doubt.
That's fire. Shout out to Reebok pumps too. Those was fire. Continue.
Yeah.
Did they really? If you really think about it, did they really do anything? It was just the idea of pump. They didn't know. They probably hurt more ankles than anything. But shout out to Reebok pumps for the greatest marketing scheme for sneakers and everything. So you got that and on what you call it. Continue.
So, like I said, so we weren't rich. I have no idea how my parents put that together.
Somehow.
But not that long after that, talking about that, my mom was volunteered to taking you guys back to Toys R Us to get me a new game to go along with it. Because Mario Duck Hunt World Class Track Meet lasted me for a little while, but then it was kind of like, all right, what else do we got here?
No doubt.
So we're going into the store to buy what was then a $40 game, if I remember right. And that was nuts, like to just, hey, let's go buy a game. But we get there and there's the wall of tags.
Oh, yeah.
You remember that, right? You pick your little slip, they'll go get you your game. So I'm like sitting there being super indecisive because it's like the one game I'm going to get for like who knows how long. And I'll never forget this as long as I live. But my mom off the cuff goes, well, someone I work with says this Zelda game is supposed to be pretty good. And so, like the good little boy I was, I listened to my mama, and I wore that cartridge out.
Let's go. Who was that said that? That person was doing the Lord's work. Who was that said that to go? Who recommended that? Someone in the store? Who recommended that? For you to get the Zelda?
For me or something?
No, for you.
It was my mom.
Oh, it's mom. I'm sorry. I didn't hear that part. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
cut out.
She said someone I work with said that this Zelda.
That's what I meant to say. Like, who was the?
Good.
Oh, it's just someone she worked.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Yeah.
I had something similar, but it was the opposite. I remember when Oblivion came out, and I remember trying to get my Aunt Patty to buy it for me because it was rated M, so I couldn't buy it. And I remember her sitting there at the counter. And they're like, okay, let me buy it. I remember the dude just being so extra for no reason. Oh, you know it's rated M, right? And so it's rated M for this. And I'm sitting here thinking the whole
He's
time,
blocking you.
I'm like, shut your mouth up. Like, this has nothing, because at the time, I couldn't buy it. But my mom was doing something. She would have bought it. She wouldn't have cared. I remember thinking, this chick ain't gonna buy this shit. Like, I'm like, I want this game and she ain't gonna buy it. And she just looked at that. She's like, he ain't my kid. Like,
yo, I don't care what I subject him to.
You have any porn laying around I can buy for him too?
I'm gonna buy that too. But I want to paint the picture for Lord Darren too, because again, salute to your mom's friend, which now I understand the story. But like the way he's painting it, Attic, is from like Toys R Us was like the mecca for kids.
I've been to Toys R Us.
Oh, okay, so I didn't know
Toys
if they
R
had.
Us actually they hosted like a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments.
Oh, that's what's up. Okay, so you know about it. So basically, the whole thing about like the games not being in it, but the tag, and you take that, then you go to the caged area with the guy.
I remember going to Toys R Us to play Twilight Princess. We went and bought it from Toys R Us to play Twilight Princess.
Yeah, it was just a whole.
They used to guard those games like it was pharmaceuticals.
Oh,
Bro, it was literally. That's a good example. It was literally a gaming pharmacy.
Yeah.
See, like how it worked is like you would win a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament, and they would give you credit in the store. You didn't have to buy it on cards. I remember like winning a couple weeks and just saving up credit because like people hated when I did Yu-Gi-Oh. Like,
yeah, he was a beast.
To this day, my friend John is like, dude, you need to come back to Yu-Gi-Oh. It's like, do you know how many times I kicked you out of a top 4? Like, do you really want me back in that? And I remember like. One time some dude like tried to, I know this is off topic, but he would try to use a card that was fake. It was an Egyptian god card. You're not supposed to use them. They're just purely for show at the time. They eventually remade them to be realistic. And he's like, oh, this does this and this does that. I'm like, I was like, can I see your card? He's like, yeah, it doesn't say none of that, fam. Like, just because it's like that on the anime doesn't mean you can use like that in real life. I was like, because when you read the actual card, it just says it's a god. This has no effect, fam. Like, yo, that's hilarious. I remember like winning like 5 or 6 in a row just to buy like the next game that was coming out.
Salute to Toys R Us, legendary. Shout out to was it OCJ? He said, fun facts, you know that Toys R Us is still big in Canada. Okay, I didn't know that. But continue, Lord Daring. We went off track for a little bit. So yeah, get that Zelda. You like, oh man.
See, I was off and running then, but so that was the start of the era. But the end of the era, I never forget that when I found out they're making the Super Nintendo and being kind of like with it as a kid, I realized right away, oh no, I ain't getting no more games for this one. So I like felt like absolutely just betrayed that a new Nintendo was coming out.
Well, you was mad.
I was ticked. I was like, they ain't gonna make anything more for what I got, and I was lucky to get what I got. So there's like, how am I gonna get this next system, right?
Was it that you got it towards the end of the generation too, or just in general, just the fact that it was coming out?
I think I kind of got it mid-gen because we definitely didn't get it right away.
Okay.
Because again, I didn't even know it existed. 1 and 2, my family.
Yeah.
I cannot imagine what work my parents put in to make that Christmas happen.
I feel you, brother.
So I took matters into my own hands when it came to that Super Nintendo then. So I did what any self-motivated kid in the 80s would have done. I got myself a paper route.
Let's go.
And hustled.
Let's go.
It took me about 3-4 months, but I walked into Woolworths this time. And came out with my Super Nintendo with Super Mario World, and I was like amazing game. Like that game still holds up. Like
classic.
Just go play it. It's phenomenal.
So much Nintendo used it for hostage.
yeah, classic, man, classic. I love to hear it. Yeah, the grind and the story. So you want to give me some more Super Nintendo joys you was rocking with?
Yeah, in the Super Nintendo, the first game I got, because they didn't have much at the beginning, I got me some Sim City. Which,
classic.
What a dork I am, but I
love that
City.
game.
I'm a big supporter of Sim City.
Yeah, that got me into simulations. Continue.
Yeah, and that got me till Link to the Past came out, and that I got so much mileage out of that game. I love that game so much. We had a house fire when I was like 8 or 9 years old, and we had a TV that went through that house fire, and it didn't work right anymore. Like the picture would start out right, and then it would slowly like scooch down to like you had like 3 or 4 like inches of space. I play that game on that TV when the other ones were used because I love that game so much.
I respect it.
So yeah, clearly I'm the Nintendo kid, right? But like you guys have always said, everyone's got the friend in their life that's got the Sega.
That's right.
Or if you're the Sega kid, you're the other way around.
That's right. Who that?
And
good
for me,
friend?
that was my buddy Devin.
Let's go, Devin.
That was my buddy Devin.
Yeah. And
whenever we'd stay at each other's houses or whoever was going over, they're bringing that system to come with them so we can play whatever we wanted. It's you talked about sports talk baseball.
Yeah,
we were all about the Joe Montana sports talk
football. The halfback pass, the greatest pass ever in any game. The halfback pass.
Bro, I heard commentary in a sports game.
Commentary, and it would zoom in. It would zoom in on whoever had the ball. Oh my god!
Sprites and the graphics so large at the time.
weather.
The
It was the
weather.
first game
Weather.
I remember
I forgot
football
about
game that
that.
had the weather.
I forgot about that.
We
yes.
always wanted to play in the snow. We
Yes.
always wanted the snow games, even though it was terrible to play in.
Mm-hmm. Salute. Those are classics. Let's go.
The other classic too was when I would be over at Devin's house. His dad would he would just absolutely wipe us in Arnold Palmer Golf. Like that man didn't really play any games, but he loved that game, and he just put it on us like every time. We'd be playing something downstairs. He wandered down in the basement and be like, "Oh, let's play some golf." Kick our butts, and then just disappear back upstairs like a ninja.
Salute to
But
Dad.
in case I don't think we ever did beat him either, like, for years. But in case you're wondering, yeah, as time went on, Devin did go on to make the full Tower of Power too.
Ooh.
Nice.
He had the CD and the 32X. We didn't know how bad most of those CD games were. I think the only good game you probably ever have was Sonic
them-
CD.
To get the Master System power base converter. You do that.
Oh, yeah. That's that. That means he
I
was
didn't
really
have,
a
so you
kid.
didn't have that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was.
But we love Sewer Shark and Ground Zero Texas and Night Trap and Double Switch,
Night
even though they
Trap.
were hot garbage when you look back on them.
Data Plato.
I beat all of those
none of
games
this,
except for
clearly.
Ground Zero.
I ain't never played none of this, but you just every time you guys talk about these old games that was before I was born, you say these names. It seems like those info commercials, like when you're scrolling through it, like Midnight Trap. Like what? What are they trapping? Why are they trapping?
I ain't go
at
for it.
night?
Them
Like-
games addict. They see they was trash. The full motion choice, the full motion video
Is it
games
like
era
equivalent
was
to like this,
trash.
the demos in the Game Informers back in the day.
This is when they were so excited that the CD technology and you could have voice.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it
They were looking for a reason
Yeah,
to put stuff
to
on the
put
disc.
something on. So it was the
That's
first.
why Jake Solomon picked Marky Mark.
Yeah,
baby.
Marky Mark. But in a way, it worked because kids somehow was gravitating towards this fad of where it wasn't really gameplay. You're kind of just watching a movie, literally, like you're literally watching a movie with some of these things, and it had like some very minimal interaction, and it was making it seem like you were, into it. But it continues. So you had your
Like
Sega
Night
friend.
Trap, literally, you watched a video and pressed a button. That was
That's
the
it.
game.
That's it.
That's the game.
That's the game.
A button.
Yeah, and these movies were not good. But continue. So you got your friend there, and then Super Nintendo'd out. Whatever. Where else you went from that?
So up to N64, I was in high school when that came out, and I will never ever forget standing in Best Buy playing Mario 64 for the first time.
Oh,
that was
yes.
just like, I'm thinking then, like, how does it ever get any better than this?
Bro, that
But of
analog.
course.
Mhm.
But N64 had some great times for a different reason, because at that point, sadly, my parents had got divorced.
Okay.
So I didn't see Devin really at all anymore, or any of my friends from childhood.
Mhm.
But I made my core group of friends that I hang with to this day then.
Mm.
So what did we all play? The same thing y'all played.
Uh-oh.
GoldenEye and wrestling games.
Nice.
That's what 64 was gold
I
for
didn't
me.
like what during like the N64, like unless it was like Super Smash Bros. With like my cousin Sage and Storm.
Mhm.
Like I mainly played a lot of like solo games. Didn't really like my mom worked like 2-3 jobs, so I didn't really have cousins to be around like that.
Mhm.
So it was just like me watching the Pokemon intro over and over again.
No.
Like
remember playing
solo, I
Quest
was all about like
64.
Star Fox.
Mhm.
Ooh.
Yeah, I remember playing Quest 64.
Oh yeah.
Like you knew that game was going to be awesome if it had 64 in its name. I don't know why.
They all did.
They all did. No doubt. No doubt. And you had them
But
wrestling.
yeah, we got
fights.
together. It was all about WCW MWO World Tour and
My-
WWF No Mercy. Like that was
That's right.
many a day in my buddy Jim's basement playing those games. Just we didn't have the belt like King. That would have been pretty cool. But no. But I gotta give honorable mention to the game that caused friendships to be tested, heated arguments,
Uh-oh.
and that game was the original Mario Party. I remember
Ooh, that's
a
addict joint.
specific instance at one of my boy's girlfriend's house where she got so angry at everybody, she shut the game off and just kicked us all out. And he's been married to her for like 20 years now.
And Mario Party used to cause that beef. Yeah, for real. Shout out to Addy. He told some funny stories on that one as well. Yeah, shout out to 64. And then it was, I don't know if it was the first, but it was one of the early consoles to have the 4-player tap
Yeah.
built in, because the multiplayer
Yeah.
tap used to be an accessory for a lot of consoles, but this one
Yep.
was built right into the car, and it was so user friendly. You had that unique almost like a Batarang style controller, but they had the
the weird controller.
but you had the analog, which was the
Not
first.
the worst controller of all time.
Remember
but-
the red expansion that you had to put in the middle for certain games, like Majora's Mask.
Yep. You needed that for Majora's Mask and Donkey Kong, if I remember right.
I remember my dad bought me Majora's Mask, and he didn't buy the expansion because he sent my grandmother to buy it because he was on the railroad at the time, and then I'm trying to play this on like Christmas morning and it ain't working. It's like, and then like my grandma had to call my dad. He's like, I sent you the money to get the expansion. She's like, no, you didn't, Paul.
Jesus, thief. Anyway,
Throwing her under the bus.
No doubt.
So shout out to Sav here. That's when I built my first real PC gaming rig about that time. Remember being amazingly proud of that thing. Pentium 232 whole megabytes of RAM. I don't remember what the hard drive was.
Let's go.
But I was eating good. And for the low cost of like $2,000, I thought, why buy consoles anymore? This is
This
it.
is the future. This is the future. That's it.
And then I would later realize that, man, I don't have to lay out $2,000 every 3 years to keep a console current and play all the games I want to play. So I quickly abandoned the PC Master Race. Sorry, Sal.
I feel you.
I get it.
You know, things weren't as advanced in the gaming space just yet. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but salute. No, salute, man. I love to hear it. So you just continued on. You went from that era to 64-bit era. Along the way, you kind of stayed mainline. So I'm assuming like no TurboGrafx, no 3DOs, no Jaguars.
Nope.
Okay, stayed. But you still...
No, because those were like...
those are way out
range,
the range.
right?
So pretty much... Okay. I'll let you continue.
But I'll hit your heart right now.
What's up?
So I was a Nintendo kid, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I was burnt that PlayStation started getting the games that the N64 wasn't because of the disc versus cartridge thing. I never did own an original PlayStation, but I did get to play it. Okay. So when Dreamcast was announced, and knowing it was Sega, and I liked Sega as a kid, but never got to own one, I was on it. I was in for 4 of the worst ergonomic controllers of all time. 2 VMUs.
You had that VMU though.
Sonic Adventure, Crazy Taxi, and NFL 2K.
And that NFL 2K, they couldn't see your plays. You had your VMU, and no, it was no cheating going on over on Dreamcast with the VMU situation.
Well, and so that was one of the first times I was really playing online because me and my buddy Kev got together and we'd do the 2-on-2 over online.
Fire.
And we'd go whoop some people.
Fire.
That was some good fun for as long as it lasted because like you guys, I think said on a earlier episode, it was like grand opening, grand
close. I know. It's
on the Dreamcast.
So what a launch.
And knowing I had a ton of what was about to be worthless gear on my hands I didn't want to be stuck with. I sold that all on eBay as soon as I could, so I got everything I could out of it.
Okay, at least you smart. You bailed early. You know, I mean, I bailed right on time. Like you said, it was a shame because such a powerful console, such an amazing. Yeah. It was like everything came together for them, and that was the one that was supposed to last longer. You know what I mean? Like it's just a very tragic story.
And I had read somewhere that basically the incoming president of Sega was always against them being in the console market, and he got to come in, and he's like, done, we're out of here. And that's why, I mean, that whole thing was like 2 years, I think is all it lasted.
It was,
that was
it was on the Japan side. They really, a lot of us fail to realize as Sega fans is that Sega did not have the capital to be able to compete with a PlayStation coming. Like they were always going to fall out of the console space because they can't compete because Sony had, the Sony brand behind it, the PlayStation had the Sony brand. Sega was just about games, really. And the arcade market had died. Yeah. So it was just them. And another thing that the Sega of Japan did not like at all was taking losses. They never wanted to sell the console at a loss, whereas the American arm of Sega was like, no, we have to sell at a loss to get it out there, and then we'll worry about making money on the software. And just Sega of Japan did not think that way whatsoever. So I think a year, months before the console actually came out here, And it was a worldwide release. So months before the console actually came out, I think the then president of Sega Japan said something to the effect of like, "This is our last console." Something that you do not want to say on the cusp of you launching a console.
Yeah.
So it was just a lot of like, it was so much. But ultimately, the economics would have played out as such, even if they had the greatest launch, which they did. If they had been able to maintain that, even if they had a DVD player in the machine to sort of stave off what the PlayStation 2 was going to do, the economics did not play in their favor.
Yeah.
They just did it. They just did it.
No doubt. No, definitely all true words spoken. So you got up out of that Dreamcast. And then from there,
Got up out of the
got up out of there, burning ship, you know, salute to the homies. But
parlayed that into a PS2 secondhand. Then.
Okay,
Nice.
Off of
nice.
eBay.
No doubt, no doubt.
So I don't remember a whole lot about that era because it was a big transition era in my life. I had my first real girlfriend that I dated for like 3 years, moved out of my parents' house in my first apartment, kind of balanced all of that with a full-time job working at the local ISP. I gamed for sure, but what I played on that PS2, like really only a couple games stood out. One was Shadow of Colossus, was an amazing game for me.
Yes.
What it did for its time was just mind-blowing for me. I couldn't get enough of that game. And while I know a lot of people aren't really fans of it, I really dug Final Fantasy X. I got into 7 on PC, and I also liked what I thought was an underrated Final Fantasy 8 on PC as well. So when 10 came to PS2, I was in for that. We won't talk about 10-2 though, because that was hot garbage in my opinion. One of the
move on.
Yeah. I'll skip ahead a little bit here because we're going to be here all day. But I picked up that blue GameCube with the Spice controller.
Nice.
Jumped into the PS3 era by managing to work one of those sites. You remember those sites that be like, get a free PlayStation, get a free, whatever. And basically, you got to sign up for Columbia House and get like 8 other people to sign up for Columbia House.
Yo, them Columbia House record music CDs, scam joints.
Get like 12 CDs for 1 penny or something like
Yeah,
that.
yo,
And
bro.
And then they're like,
You had to tape the penny to the back of the thing.
Oh my Lord, I forgot about that. Yo, that's real right there. Salute. Okay.
but
so
yeah,
then-
when PS3 was coming out at $600, I was not the kid or the guy at that point that was going to go get a second job for it. I already had a full-time job, so I had to work that hustle
I feel
to
you.
get that $600 George Foreman.
Got that Foreman grill. Salute.
So finally, I hit the Xbox side then. Had a buddy that had the OG Xbox, and I liked it when I went over there, but not enough to buy one because as I saw Microsoft was new to the space, and I didn't want to get Dreamcasted again. So I had to sit there for a minute. But yeah, finally, good old Circuit City going bankrupt is what got me into the 360 era. I was in Circuit City and I copped a 360 with the 60 gig hard drive for half price. And that's what got me in.
I saw someone on TikTok. He was like, because I don't remember Circuit City.
Right, that's before your
He's like an older dude. He's like, let me tell you about the drift on Circuit City. He's like, me and my friends had dead-end jobs. So you know what we did when Circuit City went out of business? You was a floor manager at Circuit City. Who they gonna talk to? Like,
Circuit City was a spot, man. That was the Best Buy before the Best Buy in a way. Like Circuit City was that spot.
Yep.
Continue. Yep. So you got that hustle
Gears
on.
was my game on the 360. Yeah, Gears is awesome.
Gears, let's go.
And Gears to this day, that my aforementioned buddy Kev that we hung out and did NFL 2K with, like we Gears together. We came in later on when Diablo 3 came out on Xbox and whatnot. Like we co-op that game together and cannot wait for 4 to be coming out. We'll co-op that together too.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I was down for the couch co-op games. Like me and Kev really have some gaming nights.
Those are the best, man. Those are the absolute best.
And then later I updated that 360 to an S, and then I gave that original one to my brother-in-law so he and his family could enjoy it. And I know y'all are going to ask, it never red ringed.
You was one of the lucky ones. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think by the time the S came around, they fixed it, right? It wasn't.
One would hope.
Yeah, but that was like a year or two after I got the original one that I got the F. So, but yeah, that original one, like to this day, is my brother-in-law. I don't think he ever told me it Red Ring.
Nice.
No doubt, no doubt. So you stayed up in there. That's what's up, man. Love that. Then from there, every subsequent, you went Xbox One, PlayStation.
Pretty much, yeah. It was like, so from that generation, I've had every console, and in the kind of that Wii U era, that's when my kids started happening. And that was kind of interesting because my oldest is now 13 and he doesn't understand why I'm not a fan of new Switch Zeldas, even though I introduced him to the old school ones. I'm pretty sure he actually beat the original one on Virtual Console. And he may even beaten Zelda 2 as well, which is saying something. But yeah, he's 13 now and he just doesn't get it. But he's made me many an impossible Mario Maker level, but great memories there.
Nice. Fire, brother. Love to hear, man. Love to hear these stories. Your gaming history certified, though. You got a lot of gems in there, man. I love this. Very specific games, too, from each era, which is very cool. I wanted to ask you a new question that we asked those in the realm. Where did you first hear about ILP, and what was the moment that made you join the realm?
You on LSM.
Oh,
that's how I got introduced, and I heard you and your energy and your just the goodness of you, basically.
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
And I'm like, I got to follow this guy over. I told you all the pre-show, like all the podcasts I listened to. And I'm like, I don't care. I got to make room for this. And all I needed was one episode of hearing you guys on here.
Making room for our show is a lot.
There's a lot of room you made. Set aside in your life.
It's a life.
You sure you was ready for this when you found out?
I know people that watch us every week, but they're like 5 episodes behind.
Yeah. They be like, yes.
I was telling Cog that too. I'm like, I got to catch up on you guys because I'm 2 episodes back before I get on the show. But yeah, I had to make time because once I got over here and like I was talking about my crew earlier when we were getting together with the wrestling games and stuff like that, and I hear you guys telling the stories. I'm like, your crew and my crew would have got along so good. I felt kinship there. So yeah, I could not be listening to this show every week now.
Super humbling, man. Much appreciated. And it's interesting to hear when we have guests and you hear the stories and you see so many groups of people in all different parts of the world kind of doing the same things unbeknownst to each other. That's the part that's dope. You know what I mean? And thank you for the comment. That was super dope.
Because you always assume it's just your group that does
that
stuff.
Like
bringing TVs over.
Yeah, like we're the pioneers and no one else was doing this except us kind of energy. But it's dope to hear, man. And then what made you join the realm? Was there any particular moment, as far as joining the realm itself?
So the joining the realm came. So I always kind of hang around the show for a little while. Like I'm a Patreon member for LSM as well.
Absolutely.
I've been Patreon member. Your boy Ryan McCaffrey on the Tesla side. I was a Patreon member of him as well. Like anything that. There's another show that I was a Patreon member of called Cord Killers. They're a show just kind of about watching TV and movies and stuff. And they had a great saying. They said, "We're a value for value model. If we give you guys some value each week, we ask you guys to kind of, if you can find it, give us some value back from your side, whatever value you think we're bringing you." And that's kind of stuck with me. Like the shows that I am like constantly listen to, I gotta support. So that's what made me join, because I was with you guys long enough. I'm like, I know I gotta give these guys something back.
That's love, brother. Appreciate you, man. That's dope. Super humbling. You listen to me, Attic, and Solve, listening to, and obviously King. We forget sometimes how much sometimes we affect people sometimes. And it's cool to see, what I'm saying? This is the beautiful thing about the hard work and trying to keep it the way we keep it with the positivity most of the time. What I'm saying? But
that's why we try to keep like the drama stuff, because I've been attacked by other communities and it's not fun. So we try to keep that like no drama stuff, because I don't want to send the posse over there. I will.
But it is, Attic, is easy to do beef. It's easy, to create problems. And we get it, but it's like, I'm not going to just come to to me, the stuff that Lord Daring is saying just now resonate and it provides more value than that. It made it worth it. You know what I'm saying? Because if we have more stories like this, Like that to me, you can't. There's no monetary thing that you can quantify that with. You know what I'm saying? Like that's love. So salute to you there. That's fire.
Well, and I'll
bro.
say about the positivity too. Like for me, like sometimes there's in the past there's been some shows that I've listened to that like end up having beef with each other, and they'll bring it on the show, and I'm like, guys, I ain't here to hear my best friends fight. Like,
Yeah.
I don't need to hear y'all's dirty laundry. Like, take care of that in the background. You know?
And then it's video games, dude. How you grown men really serious beef over video games? Like, it's bro. Like, come on. Like, what we doing? You know what I'm saying? It's real stuff going on in life. Now, I do gotta quickly move on because I know we get behind time, but I do have to ask the question that we ask all the guests here in the realm. I need that top 5. You know what time it is. I need that top 5 video game and franchises of all time. Lord Daring.
So I put some thought into this list. Like you heard that length of history there, and I had to put some thought into this. But coming in number 5 is Battlefield Bad Company 2. For me, that is the GOAT. Talk about the dork that I am. I literally at one point, so me and my crew would get together every Friday night once, when we're in kind of our early 30s at that point, and we'd get on there, and it got so good. Like I keep track of all of our stats and figure out who's doing the best of all of us and everything. That was the dork in me that had to keep track of that. But that game was amazing. Like I'll never forget like strapping some C4 to a Jeep and firing that Jeep somewhere and then remote detonating that C4 to cause the building to collapse or whatever. Great times there.
Salute. No doubt. That's
number 4 is SimCity 2000.
SimCity.
That was the GOAT SimCity for me. Those arcologies were where it was at.
No doubt.
Here you go. For the fighting game community out there, number 3 is Street Fighter 2 Champion Edition. My man was either Sagat. That was
Tiger.
That was my boy.
I'm loving it. Tiger.
And I'm trying to think who was my Sagat was my main, and then I kind of flipped. I gotta give a shout out to Zangief.
Oh, of course.
Oh my God, hold up.
Yo, you too.
It's you know what's funny, right? Because I was always a Ken main, right?
Yeah. And
then once you got Championship Edition, you could play as the bosses. I went to Sagat as well because I'm like, oh, he's got the same kind of moveset, you know what I'm saying, as Ken and Ryu. And he has this upper and lower thing where if
the upper lower was the stuff.
Nobody could get past you. And then this was me. This is my hubris right here. I was like, I'm so good with these 2 characters. I'm gonna mess with the character that everybody thinks is whack.
Yup.
And I started messing with Zangief, right? And that's where my love of the grapple characters came from.
Oh yeah, that should transition you to King the Tech. Okay, I see it now.
In the original, pulling off the spinning power driver Zangief.
Oh jeez, that thing was so hard.
It's a full circle move. I mastered that. And I started, and I would call him the Geef. He's just the Geef. Not Zangief.
He said the Geef is like the Gooch.
He was like the Gooch.
In the arcade, I could never get that thing to go.
And it should be easier. It should be easier in the arcade.
Yes. But I could never get that thing to go in the arcade. When I got it onto the Super NES, I could get it because you could kind of cheese it and go full circle bottom, or half circle bottom and go back.
Yes.
And that's how I would get it at home. But
God.
The original Street Fighter before the Champions Edition, Zangief was my guy. I didn't know any better because I was like, hey, the big hulking dude, I love him.
Yeah, no doubt. So we got that Street Fighter 3. What else we got?
Number 2 is Super Mario World. To this day, like it's just like I said earlier. And what can you say about that game? It's amazing. I put so much time into that. I got all the secret exits on all the levels. Like I finished that game 100%.
Fire.
And then number 1, I'd be remiss if I did not. Legend of Zelda.
Which one?
Link to the Past.
Oh, Link to the Past.
Is the GOAT.
Woo!
I play that game at least, if not every year, every other year. I jump back into that and play it and finish it again. Love it to death. What can you say? You know, they kind of fool you at the beginning. You 3 temples and it's done. No. You got 9 more coming after that.
Clapping emojis. You do it. Salute the attic. I love it. Bro, tremendous list. Final question. Favorite console of all time and why?
I think it was that Super NES, and I gotta say, it was because I bought it with my own money the first time, and bringing that thing home and having that satisfaction of putting in that work to get that console.
Self-made, self-paid. Let's go. You know what time? Self-taught. I ain't gonna put your business out, but me, you know. I see the vision. I know what you're doing. Yo, that's fire. Lord DaringOne, an absolute legend in the game, brother. Yo, you was right. You called it. You said, Carl, when you hear my story, watch. And I was like, all right, we're gonna see what he. Nah, salute to you, brother. Super humbling. You know what I'm saying? We love to try to do more of this, and again, the support that you give us is extremely humbling, and I love to hear stories like this, brother. Lord, you still hanging out though, right? Because we got a show.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look, when you guys have guests that come on and they're like, I'm bouncing after that. Like I'm like, you guys are missing out on the best part. Like after that,
I know.
Especially
it's like
today.
Yeah, it's like you got to get them. You know, sometimes you got to get them their little vegetables and the stuff they need, and then you give them. You know what I'm saying? You know, the main course or the fast food or whatever it is they want, kind of thing. But no doubt.
Because I gotta say, like, you know, so I'm not here for the console arguments, like that type of thing. So I got, you know, I own them all, and I kind of lean Xbox a little bit. But today is going to be real interesting because I love my Sony stuff, but man, I know we'll get to it, but it was that showcase was not it for me, and I think a lot of people agreed.
Save some of them thoughts. We got topics, we got things. I see people joining as tough. We got the Long Island Viper, the highly requested Long Island Viper in the building. How we doing, sir?
Oh, hey, I was muted. Hey,
okay.
Good to see you guys.
Good to see you. Good to see you. Just hang out. We got to
What's up,
pay a little bills and stuff. Apologies for our tardiness because we were supposed to have you earlier. You know,
no, it's all good. I was just playing drums for a while. So.
Oh, no doubt. Salute. No doubt. So, you want to do the super chats and then
Yeah, I got a couple.
and then I got to take care of some business for us.
Absolutely. All right. We got Slow Mo Backslap, member for 2 years, $5 super chat. Bungie ruining more than just the Destiny community now. Pretty soon, the entire Sony community will get to enjoy the pleasure of never being satisfied.
Oh, you mean Bungie, the highest, what is it, a live service acquisition from Sony? That one? Bessie.
Then we have Ninja Buckles, $5 super chat. Come on, Baldur's Gate 3. Bring that Inspector Gadget energy. Hold the line.
Okay, we holding it. It. No doubt. What else we got?
Raiden Blade, member for 2 years, £5 super chat. PlayStation Soft Brains POS. Why are you not asking for Jim to get fired?
Wow.
Here are some home truths. £5.
Okay.
Here are some home truths for you. All them games you've been enjoying are from Shaun Layden's work.
Oh, wow. We taking credit early. Okay, I see what you're doing.
Then we have JD Gamer, member for 2 years, $10 super chat. Pre-Dreamcast, there was no losing money on the console model that was forced on Sega after the Sony declaration that they'd always win because they made their own hardware. Sony was the big money bully. Yeah, that's right. They did jump in and sort of change the entire paradigm, and Sega could not hang, amongst other reasons why they couldn't hang. Then we got Hollywood Rules, member for 16 months, Lord Silver. Came to see Michael and got Jermaine, Tito, and Randy.
Oh, don't do that. Don't do us like the other Jackson 5s. Mike is king. You call him Michael Jackson. Don't do us like that, man.
I kid. Best pod in gaming, period. Watching Happy Sunday. Have a great show. # hold the line.
Salute. You already know. We holding it.
We just got the Jacksons. You know, when they were just the Jacksons without Michael.
Facts. He did us dirty. Continue.
Then we have Raiden Blade once again, member for 2 years, £5 super chat. Shaun Layden versus Jim Lion Ryan. Jim is a thief. Jeez. Living off next person, hardworking. Shaun had a plan. Jim doesn't. Only how to lie and steal your hard earned. Oh my God, I love you. Punctuation, please.
Punctuation, please. Let's go.
Okay, hold on a second. That was the last one I copy pasted. Then we have Astro Parrot King, $2 super chat. Oh my, they did it. Y'all some real ones. Yes.
Come on, man. You know we got to get the PlayStation community. You know we got to get some real representation.
That's it. I think we're caught up.
All right, no doubt. Real quick
before.
No, please.
Astro Parrot King again, $2 super chat. Just like Pete Alonso, IOP stays winning.
You already know. Let's go Mets. Salute. You already know. I know he's a Florida Gator. I know Astro Parrot. Good to see you. Good to see
The
you.
one bright spot.
And real quick before I pay the bill, just want to do a quick mic check right quick. We have the legendary Big Cloud Gaming, Lords of Gaming.net's own, and of course RGT Podcast. Let's do a quick mic check, sir.
Yes, sir. What's up?
How we doing? Ooh,
we got
LOGNET in the building. Salute. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you all. And of course, my man, happy to see him. The Bad Bit, Mr. Bad Bit, PlayStation trophy cases own. How we doing, man?
Ooh, how are you? How are you? I don't have any, I don't have a nice little mug, but I got this little chibi link.
You got a little chibi link? All right.
There you go.
Ooh,
I love chibi link,
I
man.
love it, man. We got some good PlayStation representation in the building. Got to pay the bills really quick, so just need everybody to mute their mic for a second because we got time for some sweet talk. It's sweet talk time. So today's episode is sponsored by PayPal Honey, the easy way to save when shopping on your iPhone and computer. Have you been feeling the impact of inflation? What's the craziest price hike that you've noticed? With high prices, how do you feel whenever you do find a deal? Is it exciting? Is it a relief? Thanks to Honey, manually searching for coupon codes is a thing of the past. Honey is the free shopping tool that scours the internet for promo codes and applies the best one to find to your cart. Here's how it works. Imagine you're shopping at one of your favorite sites. When you check out, the Honey button appears and all you have to do is click apply coupons. Wait a few seconds as Honey searches for coupons it can find for that site. If Honey finds a working coupon, you'll watch the prices drop. Inside and outside your realm, your boy LordCognito uses Honey all the time when searching for my tech, my clothes, and even hotel bookings. Recently, I was price comparing different hotels for my upcoming LA trip. I was definitely surprised to see the Honey app browser extension pop up, give me a notification in the window. Click that link, saved about $30 on a hotel room for my trip. It was that easy. Did you know Honey doesn't just work on desktop? It works on iPhone too. Just activate it on Safari on your phone and save on the go. If you don't already have Honey, you could be straight up missing out. And by getting it, you'll be doing yourself a solid and supporting this show. Get PayPal Honey for free at joinhoney.com/ironlords. That's joinhoney.com/ironlords. I'm gonna be real with y'all. I do like it, and I use it all the time. This is no cap. Like, it is really good. Like, I what I like is that you don't think
It's
about
nice
it.
to have something when you're in checkout. They're like, "Yo,
They be
save
like,
money."
yeah. They be like, yo, don't you good? You know what I'm saying? You can get this for cheap or
It's like,
somewhere
you
else,
good,
or
but you could be good.
or they'll hit you with the you use this discount code to get the saving on the checkout. So that's the joints. We paid the bills in the realms, the tithes and everything. But we got to get into this thing, man. Actually, hold on, one last thing. We do have a poll results. I forgot. Last week's poll results are in, and the people have spoken. With the European Commission now approving the Microsoft Activision Blizzard deal, how confident are you that Xbox can still move forward with this acquisition? The winner of the three-way ILP poll at 46% of the vote was Xbox beats FTC in court or figures out a way to carve out the UK group. Coming in at second place had 36% of the vote was I don't care. We rep King David. We held the line. And in last place at 17% of the vote was not confident. FTC and CMA are still blocking the deal group. Lord Sov, your thoughts? They feel that this is going to go through, man.
Yeah, I mean, like I said before, it's unrealistic to think that Xbox is going to pull their business out of the UK. So, seeing as it would be wholly illegal to move forward in that space, it's going to be difficult for it to move forward as is, especially if the FTC continues to try to, sort of strong arm and not and kind of hold the line, even with kind of arguments that I don't think are even remotely as strong as what the CMA did talked about. So I don't know. Like I said, there were remedies put on the table that could allow this to move through with with Activision breaking up parts of its business, Call of Duty, stuff like that, stuff that they said would not happen, but. If they really want this to happen, it kind of looks like that would be a path forward, maybe. Yeah. But as is, it's still going to be a tough going. If the FTC folds, then maybe we see something unprecedented with the CMA, but I don't know.
All right, so you heard it here from Saul. Let's get a couple of ones that Super Chat said rolled in, and then we do got to move.
We got Robert Kellett, $2 Super Chat. Yo, you got Colin in the Realm, LSM XILP. Yes,
Already
yes.
know.
Yo.
Oh, DaringOne.
Shout out to Honey, by the way. I used it like 10 minutes before I signed on to buy a T-shirt.
See, look.
Nice.
By
Shout out to
Long
Honey.
Island Viper himself. Look, there we go. LS7 in the building. Oh, real quick, Darren, being that you're a Patreon guest, I wanted you to say the shout out because you are not only a Patreon of the Iron Lord, you are a patron of the LSM family.
Absolutely. Hearing Colin was coming on here, I'm dead.
You're alive, Brent. Wake up, man. It's all right. You're still here with us. You're rocking with the best.
I am too. I have a bong sitting next to me, so
One thing I forgot for my number one, I was supposed to bust this out.
Oh,
the real steel Master Sword.
Nice.
Love it.
Nice.
oh, you was
Bad
official.
Bit reminded me when he showed the chibi link.
No, salute. Let's get the rest of these super chats.
There we
Got 'em all.
got JD Gamer, $2 super chat. There needs to be Sony smoke. It's coming.
Trust me, there's stuff coming for you guys. You will be appeased.
Then we have the Black Harry Potter. $10 super chat.
Salute to him.
Mr. Badbit in the building. We're missing Kyle, but that's okay. One half of the PS trophy room is good enough to have a great show, fellas.
Shit, we don't call him Kyle. We call him Who That Ninja.
Who dat?
That's right. That's right. Thank you, my
That's
man.
his real name. Real ones know that was there from the beginning. Continue.
Then we have Hargeet Chani, $5 super chat.
salute.
Oh, snap. Colin in the house. Just watched your Jaffe video on Game Pass. Is this PlayStation Showcase what we should expect going forward from the gym era? You want to answer now, Colin? I know it's probably going to be
save your bars
save
for
your
when the
bars.
topic is.
Yeah,
man,
you
I
don't
don't-
wanna
it's too.
say
This is
that
way.
word.
How deep do you want to get? I mean, Jesus, I don't know.
Let's save the bars for when we
Let's save
get.
the
Let's save the bars.
This community's been acting. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Then we got Robert Kellett, $2 super chat. Sorry for clowning on you. Great work, Lord Daring. No, whatever. You know it's all fun.
Appreciate
here.
No doubt. We won them over.
We are good.
All right, no doubt. So before sorry.
You missed
Captain
one.
Chats, £5 super chat. Great to see Mr. Badbit on today's podcast. Great PS podcast. My favorite. Happy Sunday all. Thank you,
Mr.
sir.
Babbitt, yeah.
So,
Thank you so much for the praise. Everybody, first off, real fast. The ILP community, the past 24 hours, y'all are too kind. Thank you. Thank you for all the kind
yeah,
words.
what's funny is when I because we were like, well, who we're gonna have for a PlayStation representative? I was like, I'm just gonna let the community pick. I don't care.
The community picked all who are here.
That's
for the
right.
most
We
part.
picked the
Yeah,
best ones.
absolutely.
Look at
They
us.
picked the best ones. So,
Salute to the, salute to the
How
chat.
do you want to handle the king thing? You
I
wanna
got
do
it
the
right
intro
now.
then?
I got
Okay.
it.
All right, so real quick, JD Gamer, $2 super chat. I'm on the line. Where's the general? En route.
As soon as you ask and you shall receive.
Shall
So look,
receive.
we're right on topic. I know what we're here for, the PlayStation Showcase Aftermath. Obviously, Lord King couldn't be present, but some special guests are. So we're
I
gonna.
didn't know that, by the way. I'm a little disappointed about that.
I know.
I expected him to go off.
Oh, but trust me,
and-
you're gonna get a lot of
I was
him.
disappointed.
Y'all all
You'll
gonna
get-
get a lot of. If y'all watch, turn on to the stream. Go to the stream right now, Colin. If you go to Iron Lord Podcast YouTube channel and go to the stream, watch it right now. So the king has thoughts.
Okay,
fair
cadets, I want y'all to get ready. Iron Lord's podcast fatigue gear is in session. Now, sit down and let's assess what just happened. The opposition has just foobarred themselves. That's right, you heard me right. Foobarred themselves. We have seen a terrible show. We were preparing for the worst. And what we got absolutely nothing. It was a light drizzle. So I want everyone to hold the line and prepare for June. Oh, June can't come too soon. Pause. So remember, people, hold the line and do not foolbar yourselves like the opposition did. That was absolutely disgusting. You thought Spider-Man could save the day? I say no way. Did you see what happened when the opposition tried to do games of a service? Smelled like poo. Absolute poo. So all you spineless jellyfish that left the ranks, stay where you are. Enjoy that. You are foobar. Yeah. Well, how'd you like that show? It's definitely fantastic. Now, I know a lot of guys is out there complaining, but come on, man. I gave you Spider-Man. Don't you buck up on me. Do not buck up on me. I gave you some games of a service. I showed you some trailers. You got Bubble 2, the remix. Fantastic stuff. And from what everybody says, IGN told us it was a near perfect show. Ha, IBM is on program. Everybody needs to be on program. If you're not on program, I need you to go to our brainwashing camps so you can see exactly what I want you to see. Now, I want you to see a perfect 10. And I want you to know and love Spider-Man. And I showed you a handheld. Now, I don't want nobody complaining about the battery life. You're home. When it dies, plug it back in and get back in the game an hour later. 3-4 hours, you shouldn't be gaming that hard anyway. We know that y'all need your Twitter time. So I made sure there was 3 to 4 hours in intensive games so you can get back to Twitter, playing Twitter like you like the most. And I'm going to tell you, we're making big bucks here. You guys pre-order Spider-Man at an alarming rate. You guys, I appreciate every last one of you. Stay brainwashed. And I heard the opposition telling people to hold the line. Well, I'm going to tell you to hold the lie. Hold the lie alive. Ha ha. Don't you buck up on me. Don't you buck up on me.
So yeah. Yeah, King made his presence known. Obviously he has his thoughts and his opinions. And we got to get into the rest of this panel. You know what I'm saying?
The lie.
But yeah, definitely hold something.
What the PlayStation is, you're not supposed to hold the line. You're supposed to hold the line.
Salute the King for always letting us know how he feels.
What does he call the second one?
Buck.
That's
Buck.
Yeah.
That's the Buck character. That's the rich
Buck, yeah.
the rich tycoon PlayStation owner who doesn't care about gamers' feelings, so to speak. Anyway, moving on. We got some esteemed guests. Let's get right into it. It's Addict's topic, but I'll set it up for him. So yeah, obviously the PlayStation Showcase aftermath. We've had time to assess, and I want to actually start off with Bad Bit because I haven't talked to him in a while. I haven't talked to Bad Bit in a while. I need some trophy room assessment right quick. You know, now that it has time to settle, you know, what are your thoughts on the PlayStation Showcase?
Man, it's been a crazy few days of just me kind of coming to grips with what I saw. Because on one hand, you know, I said this on the trophy room this week. If this show was a Jeff Keighley joint, this was a great show. There's like a lot of games that I'm interested to play. Like, you know, Alan Wake 2 looks fantastic, right? Like Assassin's Creed looks phenomenal. Can't wait to play both of those. But when it comes down to how do I feel as a PlayStation show, I can't help but feel like this felt like an obligation to partners rather than them wanting to put out a good show. Like there was a lot of third-party representation. Again, a lot of games I'm really, really into. But when it comes to the question I feel like we all had walking into this event, which is what's after Spider-Man, we still walk out of this going, what's after Spider-Man, right? Like Fair Games, the logo aside, seems interesting. I hate that I have to read it through a blog post. I would have loved to hear like Jade or someone on that team like talk about what this game is, because when you hear it or read it, it sounds interesting. I have no idea what Concord is. Helldivers, okay, looks like a fun time, but other than that, like, what is PlayStation's 2024 looking like? And is it them having to rely on third-party partners or second-party partners to push it through? I don't know. So as a fan, I can't help being let down by a 600 plus weight of what's the next PlayStation thing to get excited for. So to me, I just felt like as a PlayStation show, this was like the second best state of play I've ever seen. Right? Like I feel like the state of play in September was fantastic. Like Rise of Ronin, where was that game? Stellar Blade, where is that game?
Amazing game, yeah.
Right? And so to me, I'm just left as a PlayStation fan, disappointed. As a gamer who's going to be probably playing all these games that they showed, I thought it was a great showcase. But again, not a PlayStation one. So at the end of the day, I can't help but be kind of let down.
Okay, so just really quickly, if we're doing 1 to 10 scale, like what would you give it currently?
as a showcase itself of games that I'm interested in, a 7. If I'm thinking about this as a PlayStation showcase, thing that's supposed to represent the future 1+2 years of PlayStation. I mean, I saw that Spider-Man stuff and I loved it. And if y'all know me, I'm very biased when it comes to Spider-Man.
Of course.
So I give it about like a, I know, right? I give it about like a 5 or 6 on the PlayStation front.
Got you.
Now Days divorced from it. So again, good showcase is not a good PlayStation one.
Okay. No, fair enough. I hear where you're coming from. All right, let's get the Viper. Let's get Cobra Commander himself. Got stuck in a little secret, but I don't know if his thoughts have changed since then. So now that you had a couple more days to settle, like, what's your thoughts on the PlayStation Showcase right now?
Yeah, well, it was fun. Well, I guess it's not even fun. It just is what it is. Like, the advantage of doing a show like ours, where we don't do live streams, I'm no longer in media, so I don't have to write anything, is that we kind of just get to react and then we get to back off. Right. And it's actually one of the reasons I'm not really on Twitter anymore. I just promote things. So people don't really tweet at me very much anymore, but I noticed a lot of people were tweeting at me. So I clicked on it. That's when people were asking me to be on the show. So we talked to each other via text, and I was happy to do that. But I actually got to kind of just assess it in a vacuum. I sat on my recliner. My fiance was next to me. We watched it on TV. I was taking notes. We were going to go right into sacred symbols afterwards. And I was a little surprised by how negative people were about it. And the more I think about it, the more it really encapsulates. It's like what happened to Redfall, kind of.
Okay.
Like, is Redfall the worst game of all time? I highly doubt that.
No.
You know? And I just feel like everything's either the best or the worst.
Right.
Like, you either want it to be all for you, or you can't really see any perspective of what the company was trying to do. So as I actually agree in that, for me, I kind of play strange games, right? Like, I like my shooters, I like my first party games and all of that, but I play a lot of turn-based games, a lot of role-playing games, a lot of Japanese games. There really wasn't anything there for me whatsoever. But in like kind of a vacuum, when I was watching it, I'm like, oh, I bet you the audience is going to be pretty stoked that we see what Haven's working on. I bet you the audience is going to be pretty stoked that we see what Firewalk's working on, et cetera, and so on. And so when I go on to our Discord or I go on to Patreon, and then we're recording, so I'm going on, and then as we're going, I'm going on PlayStation blog, right? And I'm looking up things. I'm like, all right, so what is this PvP? Go into the comments. Everyone hates everything, right? Yeah. Go to the Discord. Everyone hates everything. Go to the Twitter feed. Everyone hates everything. And I'm like, I don't think it was that bad. Like, it wasn't great. I think you can argue it wasn't even good, depending on your perspective. But I do think that there's like a space between. You know, I feel like I wanted to say this because I feel like this was part of the strategy, and I don't know, but maybe you guys can tell me if you think I'm onto something.
Let's go.
They released a 38-page document for their fiscal year 2022. So Sony split into 6 sections, as I'm sure a lot of people know, and PlayStation is one of those silos.
Yep.
It's called Games and Network Services. They released a 38-page document on this, and here's what they said. And I mean, they said a lot of things, but there's just certain things where in fiscal year 19, 12% of their revenue, or I'm sorry, 12% of their investment was in games as a service. Fiscal year 23, so the one we're in now, 55% of their investment will be in games as a service. Fiscal year 25, so that's 2 years from now, 60% of their investment will be in games as a service. Investments by new IP versus old IP in fiscal year 19, only $1 in $5 that Sony spent on development was spent on new IP. That's now 50-50 and moving upwards. And so what I say by that is I look at it and I'm like, I kind of see what I think they were trying to do, or what they thought that they were trying to do. Certainly, as I said earlier, there are a lot of third-party things in here and deals. Foam Stars looks
amazing.
Such a blatant ripoff. I can't even believe it.
It looks phenomenal.
It is Splatoon.
Nintendo's lawyers will be at the ready.
And I gotta say, that particular game made me want to talk about Square Enix much more than I even wanted to talk about Sony, because you would wonder how much of a glutton for punishment this company can possibly be by making games as a service, whether it's Babylon's, publishing Babylon's Fall, Avengers, Outriders, which I love. Outriders was arguably my game of the year when it came out. I fucking love that game.
Great.
But it's so that was weird. But I think overall it was fine. And I wrote down some stats that I thought were interesting. 34 games in 70 minutes. Certainly, big complaints were lots of CG, not a lot of gameplay. I think the biggest problem was the lack of a Spider-Man date. Although my kind of
Tony Ty kind of broke the news on it, Colin. He said it starts in August. The marking for that, heavy,
And my personal theory on this is that they're going to bundle it with the new PlayStation and the new model, and they don't know when that's going to be ready. I also think that They don't want to there's so much velocity in the old sales right now. I think they're kind of afraid. So I think they were between a rock and a hard place. It would have been cool to get a date for Helldivers 2. But I personally, I went to Fair Games' and I'm going on and on, I'm sorry, but I went to Fair Games' YouTube, and people hated it, right? Like, everyone hates that game. I'm like, it definitely has that Ubisoft stench, which makes sense because it's a Ubisoft game, essentially. That team is basically a Ubisoft team. Concord, we don't really know what that is. 70s vibe, very cool.
I don't let us know anything about it. They literally just showed like the thing in the burger. I was like, what is this about?
Yeah. So for me, it's like, but then I went to Spider-Man, and Spider-Man was brought up earlier. Spider-Man 2, and actually Push Square just wrote about this, and I went and looked. So on PlayStation, they have 7.5 million views on that trailer already, with 374,000 thumbs up and 9,000 thumbs down. 9.2 million on Marble's YouTube channel, 388,000 thumbs up, 7.6 thousand thumbs down. Phantom Blade was a huge thing too. 1.7 million views, 84,000 thumbs up, 1.6 thousand. So like when people say it's like, that was the fucking, I'm sorry, you guys don't curse here. That was the worst thing ever. Sorry about that. That was the worst thing ever. I'm like, I don't know about that. I've been in the industry for a long time. There were worse E3 conferences than that. There were worse, I don't know. So I just feel like it's somewhere probably in the middle. I've heard from people that I know, and I think it's fairly obvious that there will be another showcase later in the year. I assume it will be more focused on some of these games that are rattling around, but
like a future game showcase, like they branded it the first time around.
Yeah, something like this, and maybe just even market it as first. And they don't like using the term second party; they just like to pretend everything is first party. But really, like mature and get those games out of there. But there are a lot of things that I was reading into it where I'm like, where is the room for the middle? When I was watching this, I'm like, I just don't see it this way. My audience really sees it this way. It seems like the hardcore PlayStation audience really sees it this way. But as I kick it back to you guys, I ask you, what's this going to change? Nothing. Well, PlayStation 5 is still going to sell enormous amounts of units. Spider-Man 2 is still going to sell 10 million copies in a few days. Like all these. So it's like, to me, it's just, it's very
it's
online.
It's a small blemish on like a record they've been on.
What I will push back on, Colin, and I want to ask you this, is that what about the fact that the wait, right? We've had the 2 years, so to speak, and the fact that there hasn't been, it's been pretty, we have State of Plays, things like that. But the fact that there really hasn't been any significant, and then obviously the moniker of Showcase. And historically, PlayStation, let's be clear, like they have put on amazing showcase, like the showcase of dreams, grown men crying, announcements of games that you couldn't even.
Yeah, I was there in person. It was a very interesting thing. Yeah.
So,
but I'll also remind people of that last E3, what was pretty bad.
True.
Anyway, go on.
But it's just like the standard has been set so high, right? So do you internalize that as us, the gamer, putting too much pressure or based on what we're used to them, or just, hey, that it was okay, but it wasn't as bad as people say? But I think a lot of the main discourse I'm saying is that people waited for so long and they felt disappointed in conjunction with not only that, a lot of CGI, no actual gameplay, no actual release dates.
One first party game that actually had gameplay.
Right. So I think it's a combination of those things, but I'm curious to see specifically about the 2 years. My question for you is really about the, being that they've been away for a while and then come back. If you see, maybe you can understand on that side why the base is so kind of like virally upset with this.
I definitely understand that. Dude, trust me. I kind of never fall into the hardcore PlayStation camp of what people feel. For instance, I thought God of War was great, but I didn't think it was like the best thing I've ever played. I thought Horizon was way better than God of War personally, right?
Yeah,
like I'm always in like kind of a weird space, right? I've been in the PlayStation space for a long time, but I'm not quite your Mark, where it's like you can be like, this is the guy, right? And that plays everything and does everything. I'm like, I don't know about that. I have kind of a weird taste, so I do try to take that into account, which is why I try to look at things more objectively. I think I look at things from Sony's perspective, and they probably are a little surprised. In fact, I think that they definitely are surprised by the feedback. I've talked to some people at the various studios. I congratulated some of my friends at Insomniac for Spider-Man 2, which looks absolutely insane. I mean, insane.
Absolutely.
That the presence of that game alone, I think, makes it can't possibly be bad, and especially when it's 70 minutes long, and so it's like that's literally 1/7 of what they showed. So I don't know. I think Sony. I think Sony's perspective right now, and I think this is why the Activision deal, like why they're so engaged in it, is that according to the documents I was reading, they only plan on releasing 2 first-party games a year.
That's what it looks like.
They say that straight up. That's all they want to do. They say at least 2 first-party games a year. So that's 2 first-party games a year. So when you look at things, it's like, okay, they don't really want to have this release schedule. I think they're much more, frankly, focused on getting like Honkai Railstar, or whatever the hell that game is called, that Genshin Impact thing over to PlayStation, where they make hand over fist money on it over and over and over again. It's the same reason why they're so concerned about Activision leaving. So I think they just look at it and they say, like, people are going to freak out. They have a right to freak out. You're absolutely right. From a hardcore PlayStation fan, dude, I want to know what all these guys are working on too. I want them to talk. I heard some interesting rumors and things. It was cool to see Helldivers and Arrowhead reemerge after 8 years, and all of those kinds of things. But at the same time, I just think we have to explore the middle ground. And it really does remind me of what Xbox just recently went through with Redfall, where it's like, dude, it's just looking at it, it's not the worst game of all time. Like, there's no way that the way you're talking about this is actually realistic for what the game actually is, whether people like it or not. And so this falls somewhere in the middle. I think, I just think, based on the data I was telling you, people have to get used to PlayStation saying this kind of stuff. They are interested in being in this space.
Save that thought for our next topic, because I got some very distinct questions to ask you next time. But I'll jump in, and I want to open it up to our guest, though.
I think that's where it is. Like, there has to be room for the middle ground. It's right. Like, we cannot go at Sony for the stuff that we've been seeing Microsoft do forever, right? Where it's like, Game Pass, you have a lot of those smaller games on Game Pass. They do make their way into big showcases in ways that I personally don't necessarily like. But I do think it is something that you said in the past as well, Colin. I think it kind of holds true on the PlayStation side, but for different reasons, where you say Game Pass has taught Xbox players not to buy games, right? And I think the expectation on the PlayStation side has kind of taught some of the PlayStation base, right? Maybe perhaps the loudest ones in the PlayStation base, that anything that doesn't look like a Horizon, that doesn't look like a God of War, anything that doesn't look like a Last of Us is inferior. And that, being that has been kind of the company line all the way from the PS4, it's difficult for them to sort of accept that this is a new reality. I absolutely think this is a new reality. I was just surprised that they didn't make an attempt to hide it as much as I thought they would, with, interspersing more of these sort of, PvP games and service games with their bigger titles. For me, it's a narrative thing, and how true that is, and how true, narratives are created and die every single day. But at the end of the day, it just feels like the narrative that a PlayStation hardcore player that loves what PlayStation became in the PS4 generation, this is completely opposite to that. Yeah. And there's that fear that this is what they are moving forward. And I think it's more than a fear. Like you said, it's the truth. And we're going to see more and more of it trickle its way. They're telling you. I just sort of think that it's weird, because in the past we've accused Jim Ryan of saying things that weren't true or whatever, or not understanding the business, just caring about the business side of it and not, the face that you have to put to fans and whatever. But it's funny, because he has sort of been on that line where he knows the pop that the big bangers get. And here it sort of seems like they went into this and didn't read the room and realized that too much of this, without the bangers around it, was gonna get this reaction. And in a way, I can't say I kind of commend them, because they sort of jumped in feet first, and they're telling you what it is, and they're telling you you're going to see more of this, and you may be disappointed with future showcases, because there's going to be more of this. Again, at the end of the day, if all those games are great, then all those worries go out the window. But it does change the perception of what it means to be a PlayStation first party game.
And what I would say to that too, Sov, is it's like, Colin, you were wondering, like, I'm interested in what Haven's working on. I'm interested in what Firewalk's working on. At the same exact time, I feel like a lot of people would have been a little bit at ease if there was something else that looked more familiar. It's kind of like, it was kind of a shock to the system. If I'm a hardcore PlayStation fan, I know for the past, 6-7 years that this is what PlayStation does. And now suddenly they're starting to turn somewhere else. And now something looks foreign and weird to me. So it's kind of like a culture shock moment. So like, if there was a moment where it's like, and here is Ghost of Tsushima 2, I think even if it was just CG trailer, it would have softened that blow.
Exactly.
Because it's not like CG trailers are the worst thing in the world. I love the Xbox showcase a few years back where we got to look at like Avowed, we got to look at what like Fable looks like Hellblade looks stunning. Like all those games, we didn't mind it like they're CG or in game or in engine games, because we trust those developers. We know who Ninja Theory is. We know that Playground hits. We know that Obsidian doesn't miss. So like when we see those games, even though they're CG, we know and understand the pedigree. The problem with Haven, the problem with Firewalk is though we hear names behind the studio, we don't fully know the studio yet. So it's hard to put our faith in it. If I am
and even if it's a known studio, if it's not a known IP, like what are we looking at, right? Like you have nothing to go on. So it's really hard to know, should I be excited for this? Because that's like with Fair Games, again, I know a new studio and new IP. I'm like, wow, this concept looks really cool, but what the heck is this game? I mean, I'm gonna make an assumption based on
like
what
Watch Dogs,
what it showed, that it's gonna be a third-person kind of squad shooter, but we don't know that.
Yeah,
Are there gonna be like powers or like what's the actual game?
I think the biggest issue that people had is not only the
Big Cloud. I got you after
the lack of showing stuff. I think another big issue people had is like the stuff you did show us, and you like obviously they opened up with Haven's game. I'm pretty sure that was Haven's game, but it's like when you look at that, you kind of get a concept of what that might be, but we still have no realistic idea of what that game is. Right. So it's just like even if that is that
I think
game
that's
coming
by
out,
design, by the way, just to tell you. Like I think that they're. I was interesting that Sav was saying earlier that he thought they would hide more. I'm like, I think they hid everything.
Well, they still kind of did. Well, you know what was funny though? They did hide everything because we didn't get gameplay, right? But what I did get from it that I personally don't like. I don't know how people who play these type of games react to it, but I got this just overwhelming sort of we're gonna take a little bit of Fortnite. We're going to take a little bit of
as
Apex.
King would say, here's our take on, here's our take on.
And I got a whole bunch of like weird, like, and I just kind of feel like looking at like the stuff that Ubisoft been doing as well. And you talk about the Ubisoft stink on it. I looked at it and I was like, are they making Watch Dogs? Like, I looked at it.
The art director of the game.
So it looked like
the creative director was the art director of Watch Dogs.
Right.
I do have a question for Colin real quick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt you, by the way.
No, you're good.
it's fine.
It's free flowing right now.
So when you look at it, like obviously, I didn't know the percentage was been increasing for games as a service in Sony. I think like I'm sensing some of the concern on some PlayStation people, and I've voiced concern with this in the past. Like we love these newer IPs, we love the sequels to like God of War. To me, if they start having a couple of these hit out the market and they're making a lot more money. Do you see a realm where Sony pulls back on these other IPs because they're making more money in the games as a service and start pushing that field more?
I don't know if they can ever get away with doing that fully, but I think that they're going to try to have the best of both worlds, right? Because they need that revenue. Like God of War made all of its money back and basically twice or 2.5 times its money back in a day and a half. It's they need that kind of cash. And we'll get into it. I think it was what Cog was saying later about why I think they're being deliberate, why I think they're shutting games down and all of this. I think it's actually ties into that, which is that they realize they need to release PlayStation quality games. They cannot afford to release bad games because they don't have the money to do that, and they can't afford for their reputation, which is their really their major advantage is their reputation.
Yep.
So I think you want to hear something depressing here, which is for people is that by fiscal year 2025, so 2 years from now, for every 10 games PlayStation releases, 5 of them will be PS5 games, 4 of them will be PC games, 1 of them will be a mobile game. So for every 10 so this is a new world. We have to just figure out what it looks like. But with revenue going up, with the velocity of PlayStation 5 so high, their net income is so much higher now than it was during the PS4 era. I think they realize that they could just have it all if they tried. But I think that they realize, we were talking about Redfall before. Right. So Microsoft can afford Redfall, and they can afford a failure or in quotes, a failure like Redfall. A middling game like Redfall would really hurt Sony, not only reputationally, but because they just don't have the cash. Right, so they have to be more deliberate. But anyway, I'm going on. I'm sorry.
No doubt. Let me get on Big Cloud. He's been really patient. RGT podcast. Make sure you get on that. I think dusted on. Hopefully soon. My man Chris Ray going to answer the call, bro. Get on that. Maybe one day, Long Island. And of course, my man.
I thought Chris. I gotta get Colin on one of these days.
One of these days. Good podcast, brother. I love what you're doing, and of course, LordsOfGaming.net. But now that you've got a couple days to settle, where are you at with the showcase?
I mean, first of all, great point, Samir, by y'all. are definitely hitting a lot of the points here. But for me, so I look at it like this, man. We've had state of plays, 30-minute shows that felt like they have 5 times more energy and excitement put into them than what this show had altogether. This show is over an hour and 30 minutes. So when you have that anticipation, that build up from great state of plays, not all of them hit, but you have these great state of plays building up towards it. And we hadn't had one in over 600 days. Now's the time for a lot of people to go, you know what? Hey, we might see Wolverine. We might get that factions reveal. We might see look into what Blue Point's working on. Babbel was hoping for Bloodborne again. Everybody's
poor Babbel. Well, my condolences, bro. I thought you was gonna get your Bloodborne, bro.
The dreams never happen. It never.
What's the day count? What's the count? What's the day count, real quick, Babbel? What's the day count on
My
Bloodborne?
heart's too broken.
9,700.
Usually you got that ticker running. I need that ticker.
The ticker's broken after the show.
I think at this point we need to understand that.
I'm talking everywhere I went on Twitter. I'm seeing some of these circles, and guess who's retweeting or co-tweeting it? This guy, Babbel.
Yeah. I think at this point we need to realize that that's probably not happening.
Sometimes some people like myself are just addicted to the pain.
But when they have Blue Point, I was gonna say when they have Blue Points in there that just killed the Demon Souls remake. Like, why wouldn't you throw them at Bloodborne? Like, it just seems to be the most
projects that they're working on.
Well, think about it.
Probably their new IP as well.
I was just going to say, we actually just went into this recently about Bloodborne because we were trying to Occam's razor it. Like, I always say this to people. They know. Yeah, they know.
They gotta know.
Like, they know. They're not. You think that Jim Ryan and all these guys are walking around with their hands in their pockets, not being like, well, Bloodborne, just throw that in the garbage. We were trying to think of why hasn't anything happened? And actually, my Occam's razor answer, and I don't know if it's true or not, but we were just trying to figure out what is the most logical explanation of this. And it's could it be that there is some sort of second party contractual obligation that they are the ones that have to work on it?
That's what I was thinking.
It can't be done by anyone else. That might be one of that's the only thing that makes sense. Even just from a 60 frames perspective.
But don't they own the IP though?
No, they do own the IP, but it could, and they also own 14% of Katakawa, which owns FromSoft. So they do, but it could be an unusual second party relationship. Remember, Sony let this get away. They could have had this from the very beginning.
Yep.
When they went to Bandai Namco, the game was up. Demon Souls should have been published by Sony instead of Atlas in the West. They had no idea what they had. So I think From Software, that just seems to be the most logical explanation. Because you would think it would have gotten a PS4 Pro patch even. So that's what I put out there, is that maybe it's something unusual like that.
It'd be crazy if they holding that on that for the next gen release. It's like a launch title, Bloodborne remake, like they did with Demon Souls.
And I'll be first online, my friend. But yeah, I think what Colin is alluding to, I think is probably the case. I mean, even with the Demon Souls thing, they made it sound like they kind of asked for From's blessing to do this, and so I kind of think that's the case. But every time I put that out there on Twitter, I am playing. The day that happens, I will be deceased. But I'm never expecting it at this point.
No.
I agree.
Continue, Big
to go back to this again, over 600 days we had to wait for this showcase, and it's not really the third party. Like the third party, like you guys said, there's a lot of third party games that I saw that I would definitely pick up day one. I think I already told you, Cog, I was kind of gone with the Assassin's Creed, and I saw Mirage. You know what?
Yeah,
that hitting a little different. I don't know. I might have to get that.
Classic sensibilities for me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, Phantom Blade was a nice surprise. Love Sekiro, love the Soul series, platinum pretty much every last one of them except for the last two of the Demon Souls, Dark Souls, sorry. But going even further into this, we had, there were some okay surprises here. The rumored Metal Gear Solid, that started to set the tone to go even higher. And that's usually how they go. They show you the indies, they show you a few games here, a few little updates on third parties you've seen, and then they'll show you the reveals. And usually it will go up. But instead it kind of just went up and then it just declined. And then it got to the point where I was like, okay, I hope to God, this being a showcase. I even said this on stream. I was like, I hope to God we don't get no hardware reveal.
You gonna get that hardware. You gonna get that hardware, sir.
Don't give me no hardware reveal after the show or during the showcase. And here it is. Jim Ryan gets on stage. He's like, hey, about that Q. it's real. And I'm like,
shout out to
okay.
Tom Henderson, who's in the chat right now, who actually broke the news. You know what I'm saying,
Yeah,
with
shout
us.
out to Tom.
Shout out to Tom. He
And
was
I'm
dead,
like-
dead right on that one.
And I'm like, okay, you know, usually when Sony shows stuff like this off, it at least looks attractive. This has got to be the ugliest handheld device.
Okay, I'm glad
I've
you
ever
said it
seen.
because I thought I was just me.
Like,
Okay.
I'm in that
there's
boat
no-
as
They
well.
Okay.
slap handles badly onto a like an
Yeah.
iPad Mini.
They
That's what it
ripped
looked like.
A dual, they
like-
ripped the DualSense in half and
literally
attached
just took
it
the-
to a
the-
Switch screen.
Right.
Yeah,
It's
I don't
like-
like
basically
it.
the
It's like a
tablet is
controller.
touchscreen.
It's like a
That's-
controller fell off the table and it split, and they're like, "Yo, that's it!" Right?
Yeah, I didn't like it.
That
I gotta say
contraption.
though,
I heard
it probably
so
feels
much
really great
about
to
it.
play though. It probably feels great to
Exactly.
play.
So
That's what
many
we're
reports-
losing. That's what we're losing here, y'all.
There was
All
so
right.
many
Here's the thing,
reports
like-
in regards to it though, like when it was gonna have the DualSense functionality. I remember I said to myself, I was like, dude, it'd be a nightmare if they just took a tablet and put put it between the DualSense. And literally, to
Exactly
my
what they
shock,
did.
it's exactly what I got.
It's
I was
literally
like,
what they did.
But real talk, like we've been covering it for a minute on the trophy room. When you see the blueprints, listen, we got an upgrade because originally it was like two dual shots like, attached inside.
Yeah.
I'm the only one on the internet, and I'll stand on this hill and proudly die on it. I love that thing's design. I love how
You're not the only
weird
one. There's
and
another
silly
person in
it
the
is.
panel.
Another person here that likes
There's
to-
another person.
God bless. God bless.
If he gonna
It's
speak,
us.
I want to know if he gonna speak on it. Colin, I'm teasing you. I'm
Oh,
teasing you,
okay,
Colin.
I just wanted to interrupt you. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I'm amped up about it. I love the backbone.
Because you own this. You
Yeah,
own this.
Yeah, but
why
it's-
do you need that?
I mean, I think you're hold it up again.
Hold it
I
up,
mean,
hold it up,
it's so-
Darren.
like, it's so-
Hold on, let me. I'm
I
gonna
think
pin the
it's-
screen
I
on
think it's
Darren one for a
awesome.
second. Mhm.
But I don't have any interest in it like playing that if I can play something more natively. I'm actually, because I play turn-based, I play a lot of turn-based games and slower games. I wouldn't play it. They're actually showing it, I think, with God of War or something. I'd never play a
That's
game
the
like that
last
with that
game
thing.
I'd play.
But my turn-based games, my role-playing games, my Trails of Cold Steel, my whatever, Slay the Spire, it's perfect. And
and see, you have use out of it. There's a lot of
I'm all
games
about it.
I don't really see. I don't really
So
think it benefits as much because it's remote play.
Yeah,
PS5
well,
still has to be on.
Well,
for
and-
those.
And I'll
Real
say,
quick.
you guys mentioned that, but I played most of the original God of War on that backbone right there, and it was great. If you're local on your network, it's really good.
Attic, you was gonna say something?
I want to go around the panel real quick. Actually, what's funny is Lord Tom and King have a bet going on with that price. What do you guys think the price is going to be? We're going to start with BitCloud.
For
What do
the
you think
cube?
the price
cube?
for
cube?
whatever that thing is. The
Oh,
play
I
on
mean-
your bed with your feet up thing. Like
I can see that easily being $200 to $300
Okay.
easily.
We got 2 to 3. Anybody taking any bets? Who else?
Yeah,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I think 250.
250.
You're gonna get that PlayStation tax just like
Yep.
the Apple tax.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Remember, PlayStation's now all about premium.
Yes, sir.
This is the Apple.
There
This is
it
the
is.
this is the Apple.
Colin,
tax, so.
the single
$70
fan
for
of
a
this device.
DualSense.
What are we doing?
Yeah, I think 199 would probably be the lowest it would be.
Okay.
I think that would be a steal though for me. Again, like I think I'm excited about this thing. It goes into like when I was watching it in a vacuum, and then I'm like, this is awesome.
Oh, you would love it this conference then.
Well, I was just confused because we've known about this thing for months. No one
We have.
complained about it. What the hell did you think it was going to be?
Oh, no question,
You know,
no question,
I
no
just-
question.
Like that's the whole. That's like
I
my
think-
whole confusion.
You know what
about
it was?
Just
I
like,
think what it was.
It wasn't the
Colin.
fact that it was just shown. It was just the fact that it was shown during this time, because before we got to the other stuff, we got like Jim Ryan was like, okay, before I show my first announcement, I want to show you guys a game. And then he cuts to the Gran Turismo movie.
Oh,
and then
don't get me
and I was like, what did he just do?
Yeah,
And
I think
then
that's the
cube
biggest.
comes out.
I think that's the biggest disconnect. It's like I don't think people cared about the hardware announcement. People cared about they've been waiting 2 years to see what these bigger studios. And I've always said, like, look, you guys keep forgetting these games as a service. They've been cooking for a minute. They're going to have to show these games now too. And like when you go here going into the future when it comes to these showcases, you're going to see both, not just one, not just the other. Like they're just not going to not promote the games as a service games. Like so, I think people just like really expected like them to end with something big, not a game that has been seen already and we've been known. I think that's the biggest. It's like just the disconnect. I do feel like the expectations for this was kind of lacking. Microsoft has a lot of issues in certain way when it comes to like promoting stuff. I remember they had like a fiasco with gameplay once, but I have seen them when they see those expectations go a little too high. Aaron jump on Twitter. No, let's roll you back a little bit. And it's just like, I feel like PlayStation was just, oh, Metal Gear Solid, Castlevania. And then, you know, apparently some of the developers were hyping it up too, like the actual studios that PlayStation owns. Like, I think that's the biggest thing. People just, they're looking into the future of PlayStation, you know, especially coming up to this event. We had some, you know, studios that they've been working with had massive layoffs. Obviously the Last of Us thing that happened after the show. And I think people just looked at this as like, I want this show to show me that they're going to have consistency like they did the PS4.
I understand that.
But then when it happened and they didn't really get those big titles that they were, you know, looking forward to, I think that is what hit them the most. Because, like, to me, if that show would have had a little bit more of a variety of stuff that people like, people would have been all over the weird looking handheld thing. But the fact that it was there, people saw that. And he said, we got one more game, but let's show you this. And they're like, we ain't seen Spider-Man, so we know that's the next game.
We
so we don't care about anything you showing us now.
It became the known quantity at that point, and not the surprise.
It was collateral damage.
No doubt. Okay, finish Black Cloud. I got to get the rest of it.
Yeah, it didn't even stop at that, though. You know, we saw the new earbuds that they were hyping up. So you got this, which is probably going to be 2 to 3, you know, in that range. Then you got these new earbuds that he's hyping up as this new high tier thing. That's probably going to be like, what, the max 150, 180? I don't know, something around that price range. If you guys remember, there was reports going around that once the Q was shown or revealed, there was going to be a PS5 Pro the following year. That's what was going around. That was a rumor that was going around. Now, I don't know if it's going to happen next year, but if it does happen and we get a PS5 Pro next year, after all this, you know what I'm saying? Like, I already feel weird going into just leaving the show. Because I'm like,
Tom has been on the money. He's in the chat. I don't know if he's still in there. But Tom, if you want to comment on said reporting, feel free to leave a comment.
I think it was very disconnected.
If they would have had like because I personally did not really, I thought Spider-Man 2018 was good, but I thought people blew that game way out of proportion. But when I saw this, I actually was more looking forward to this Spider-Man because it looked like more of, you know, variety of gameplay. You know, it looked like the bosses have been fleshed out a little bit more. But it's just like when you hit that end date and they're like, we ain't gonna show you a release date. And I get it.
I was surprised by that.
There's marketing stuff going into that, but it's just like, you mean to tell me that we about to hit June and you still ain't gonna tell me this game coming out this year?
No, I think Tony Todd released all the info on that, and he had to backtrack, but he said it starts in August. I don't know. If then
they should have moved this whole thing to August.
That's true. That's true at this point. But I'm like, I don't know if they're doing like another state of play. I don't know.
That's another PR beat.
Yeah, I don't know at that point. But they said a big PR thing is going to go for Spider-Man. That's going to be a big thing. I'm pretty sure black custom plates are going to be sold by PlayStation to go with your PS5 or something.
Tom Henderson responded, said the Pro is real, gents. He's still standing on it.
So again, if that drops next year and you got this, and keep in mind next year, well, even though it's not Insomniac's kind of hoping for 2024 to be Wolverine's-esque, right? Like you get something in regards to it. I don't know. I just feel weird about it. And what's even more crazy about it, too,
I think 2025 is a more realistic date for.
Yeah, I think that's the real release date. But, you know, something you'll see about it will be in 2024.
Maybe even 2026, because they still working on Spider-Man. Like, the whole studio ain't even working on that game right now.
I ain't worried about Spider-Man. That's what I saw. I ain't worried
about it. I'm just saying, like, they're dividing their resources on 2 games right now. One's most likely about the end development, but they're still doing both games.
Yep. And then there was one particular thing that I thought would be here. You know, this is something that I had a lot of people, Bad, that you can attest to this because I made a video in regards to this. You were with me on this. I flat out said, listen, why is it that the Last of Us remake doesn't have factions included and you're charging me $70 for this? And do you say, oh, but you're getting accessibility features? Accessibility features should be there to include others. It shouldn't be hidden behind a higher paywall, especially when you're cutting out features and core mechanics that was in prior. In this particular case, makes no sense. You throw in a new workbench mechanic in this, but you can't give me a dodge and pro mechanic.
Interesting.
You see what I'm saying? So the factions is not included. It was not there. And I had to say, oh, you're going to get factions this year, as if they knew it was going to launch this year. No, that's not what Neil Druckmann said. You will hear something about factions in 2023. That's
we
what
heard about something, all right?
And we heard
We'll
something.
save that
But
one
it's
for the
not
next
what you
show.
want to hear. Not what you
Got
want to
you.
hear.
Mhm.
So when we got to the show and it wasn't here, I'm sitting there going,
Good point.
okay, there's no Blue Point games, there's no factions, there's no real, there's nothing that tells me anything about Concord. There's nothing that really tells me anything about fair games aside from these CGI trailers. Don't get me wrong, CGI trailers are cool for the eye candy, I guess you can say, but it doesn't do anything in terms of telling you what you're actually going to be doing in said games. How many CGI trailers have we seen of Assassin's Creed when they're doing this unbelievable parkour stuff, and when you get to the game, it's not even close to that? You see what I'm saying? CGI trailers do nothing for me. It's cool to build anticipation, kind of like how the Order 1886 did it. Remember how like it was like that little title screen, it was moving with the water,
Right.
and you heard like werewolf noise, and you're like, okay, this is gonna be dark, gritty.
Right.
And then you get the actual physical, you get the reveal the next year type of thing. That's how I went into it. I was not impressed by a lot of the stuff here in terms of the first part, and it was just underwhelming in my opinion. Like, and when you had these dudes on here telling you, hey, you guys gonna have to change your diapers, there's a game that's gonna steal Spider-Man's thunder, they're gonna be revealed. I'm like, boy, here we go. So
When are people going to learn that most of these people that say things have no idea what they're talking about?
exactly.
I don't know if you know. I don't know if you know this.
Yeah.
But,
I'm getting some people putting in my Discord, Colin. You
Yeah.
should see my Discord. Some people posting in my Discord, like, yo, dude, Big Cloud, this is gonna happen. I'm like, when has this person ever been right?
CD Projekt Red is about to get bought.
Exactly.
Some
Yeah,
random
GTA.
person.
I heard GTA 6
Yo,
was
he's
going to
going
be there.
to.
Let's
Let's
go.
go.
I ain't gonna lie,
My
see, I
personal
used to have,
favorite. GTA
I
is
ain't gonna
gonna
lie.
get bought by PlayStation. It's
Yes,
gonna
I
I've
did
happen.
hear
been
that.
I've been taking like my personal YouTube channel more seriously, and I used to have like this hard, I'm not talking about rumors, but now I'm like, who cares? like, because to me, even though that most likely 9 times out of 10 Sony's not going to buy CD Projekt Red, but it's a nice discussion we can have. Like,
No, for real. I'm sorry, Babbitt, and then I want to get Darren. He's been patient.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, Sony. My uncle that works there. Oops, my inside source. Yeah.
Oh.
That's it. That's the next one.
Don't rat him out.
That's the
Don't
next
rat
one.
him out. Keep it in the family, brother. Lord DaringOne, PlayStation Showcase Aftermath. Your thoughts, sir?
I mean, so obviously don't have the pedigree of the rest of the folks on this panel, but as a fan of PlayStation, I mean, tell me, like, outside of Spidey 2 and Metal Gear Delta, like, what and of course Final Fantasy that we've seen 752 times, taking up another like 10 minutes of the showcase when it's releasing next month, right? I think. What in there really got you hyped? Because I think Phantom Blade was about it for me.
Phantom Blade was
And I couldn't, like, I mean, it looked like gameplay, but again, you can't really tell for sure. So, are we going to get the bait and switch there? Same thing with, oh shoot, what was that second game that they had with the, like magic and you saw the hands on there?
Oh, I think it was the EA original.
Avium, Immortals of
yeah.
Avium.
Yeah, Immortals of
That
Avium.
game
That's what it was. Yeah.
I like that game.
That game looked great, but
Game looks awesome.
how much of that is really the gameplay
That's not
versus
gameplay, though. That's
because
not
you really didn't see any. I mean, I assume it is, but
That
you
is.
didn't really
They
see
showed a lot of
any
gameplay.
elements.
That game
That's-
comes
that's
out in a couple
gameplay.
months.
Yeah.
Okay. Excellent. But yeah, I mean, like there wasn't, what did you say, Colin? I think 34 games on there. And
Yeah,
like
34
maybe
games.
like personally, maybe 4 of them I was really like looking for. And to your point, Colin, I guess I could see about like what's in there for, 5, because Cat Quest. I got to put a shout out to Cat Quest.
You're going to go off of Cat Quest.
I love, I got to see it in person, the original one in person at PAX. PAX East a bunch of years ago, and I've always had a soft spot. I love cats too, but yeah. Other than those 5, I know that's a rough one, but I'm kind of missing like the what everyone. I'm trying to be objective and see what everyone else could have been excited for. But to your point, and I think everyone's in agreement. Like, no, it wasn't bad, but it certainly wasn't great either. You asked for a rating earlier, Cog. I think I'd give it a 6 of 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, shout out to and I don't know why I
gotta
almost
get
forgot, but
solved.
Marathon.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
yeah,
Oh,
I was
well,
very-
I
I was
would-
very
when
bring
it
that
was
up.
my turn, I'm gonna get that off.
Okay, yeah. When do we start that
Because Bungie
podcast?
announced they're going to create your final DLC for Destiny, and then Marathon's going to be their.
Hey, we're not
main,
doing that.
goal.
We're not doing that, sir.
Well,
we're not
let's
doing.
be
We're not
serious.
killing off Destiny, sir.
It's done. It's done. It's
You,
done.
you can
And then-
try to wish it into existence all you
no
want.
mention of
I will say this though. When we got to the Spider-Man stuff,
Yeah.
again, that right there is everything that I've been wanting in terms of the upgrades to the game.
Yeah.
The traversal was fantastic. I'm glad you can now glide in
Oh,
this
yeah,
game.
yeah.
It
Phenomenal.
looks top tier. I like what they've done.
That
here.
game looks amazing.
It looks
Yeah,
amazing.
that looks crazy. And it's crazy because I've seen PlayStation dudes try to talk down Insomniac saying, it looks downgraded. So I'm like, really? Come on.
Yeah,
stop.
maybe
Like,
if you're
this is-
blind, it looks down.
Exactly. I'm like,
I have to say, I
I'm
need
like,
someone
are
what
you
they're
out your
smoking.
mind?
Mhm.
And it's crazy because I said Insomniac's literally like their best studio right now. Like, and don't get me wrong, Naughty Dog is insane with quality, but if we're talking about in terms of like keeping PlayStation really in the light in terms of excitement, it's been Insomniac. That's been their go-to studio. You got
Yeah.
Wolverine still
Definitely.
to come, and you have Spider-Man 2 here. So it's like,
Strong argument can be made for sure. I
Yeah.
want to get quickly Saul and myself before because we got to get these other topics in. And so Saul, I don't know if you got all your bars off because I know you were kind of jumping in and out, but your thoughts on the PlayStation Showcase.
Yeah, I had to sort of, separate the thoughts on the showcase right like immediately afterwards. And then afterwards just sitting down and just looking at the actual games and thinking about how many of these games are actually interesting to me and that I would play. And the fact of the matter is there's a decent amount of games here that I am interested in playing. I just, when it comes to a showcase, right? A showcase in the vein of what you expect coming, out of PlayStation in the sort of E3 time frame. Same thing, for Nintendo with a direct at E3 or an Xbox at E3. You expect big reveals to be the main thing that you're going to see during a showcase. I am admittedly a showcase.
Solve it was that word showcase that got them.
And that's the thing. I admittedly, I am a showcase bigot. Straight up. I don't. Nope. I don't. Unless you are an indie of the status of an Inside, a Journey, a Sifu, or even a Stray, I don't want to see you here.
Oh, you slandering the little guy?
There
no
are
little guy.
Listen, this is my water fountain. This is your water
Oh,
fountain.
fair enough. I'm just saying, solve all of a sudden. Mr. Indy don't want to see Indy. Wow.
Bigotry when it comes to this.
Fair enough. You run that bigot showcase. You go ahead. You do that.
There are state of plays for you.
Damn, they can't even get in the club.
No shine.
Dodge
Wow.
wanted them to kill them. He wanted
Wow,
all the
Solve
games. He wanted all
living,
the
Solve
big ones.
moving different out
And,
here.
and I love all of those games.
Okay.
I just don't need to see them here.
Okay.
That's
Yo,
all.
Tom
Solve's
Henderson.
walking
Tom
into a
Henderson.
Target. It's just like, is this Cult of the Lamb? Why is this here?
Indie
Henderson had
bigotry.
to-
What he said?
Tom Henderson
God.
said something really good. He said it was a good showcase for gaming, bad showcase only for PlayStation.
I mean,
Yeah.
only one game had gameplay. I have all the PlayStation games shown.
Yeah.
Only one game.
Continue, Solve, Mr.
Yeah, so-
Indie bigot. Solve. Continue.
So again, like the only stuff that so that's that, right?
Yeah.
So of those indies, the ones that really sort of stood out to me, it was like Never, right? That stood out.
Remember that one?
The Plucky Squire, just because of how pretty that game looks. And that's pretty much it. The one that kind of looks like Breath of the Wild, Towers of a God's
Oh,
Book.
guys,
But
but
again,
yeah.
I don't really know, what we're getting in terms of sort of exclusivity there. And that's another big thing that when you come to showcases, there's been historically, there's been a lot of exclusive this, exclusive that, or whatever
Yeah.
the case may be. We didn't get a lot of that, right?
Very true.
So it makes you wonder.
It's so messy. Should have
Nah,
just called it a Summer Game Fest pre-show.
But again,
Relax.
it was funny. You see Xbox's cheekiness afterwards to come out with the list of games that are coming to Xbox, right? I'm assuming day and date, right? It didn't say anything to the contrary.
Did you see
So-
the rumors, Solve, where it said that PlayStation was intentionally holding stuff back?
I mean, that could be. I mean,
I'm sure that is to a point.
That is true. That is true, right? There's certain things they decided they're not going to show. Obviously, Sucker Punch is working on something else. Like, obviously, Bend is probably working on something else. Like, those games are in the pipeline. They just why they chose not to talk about them. And
at
this time when historically they haven't cared about. I give them this. They don't care about talking about a game 5 years down the road. But I guarantee you that game comes out and it's good, right? And Xbox hasn't really had the same sort of, they haven't had that courage to necessarily do that. And I don't blame them necessarily. But PlayStation, when they talk about a game, I don't care when they talk about it, years down the line, that game comes out and it's usually pretty damn good. So that was interesting, kind of surprising not to see that. So then we get into the stuff, the service game stuff. And the service game stuff for me is stuff that just does not appeal to me, right? And the fact that they are, just as an observer, it is interesting that the realities we've been talking about and hearing about is finally coming to fruition now. It's happening. And this shift.
Colin been preaching for a long time.
Right.
I got to give Colin his flowers on this. He told
100%, 100%.
this was going to happen. Yeah.
This is going to happen. For me, I was a little shocked at how overt it was here. Granted, they didn't show much of anything, but they showed you that this is the type of game that's coming to PlayStation and there's more to come.
Right.
So I was just kind of shocked by that. And
I mean, I kind of wasn't because the fan base has kind of been acting like Nintendrons lately.
Yeah,
Everything they've done.
The fan base sucks right now. Not because people don't have a right to be upset, but it's like it's not within the context of the reality. You would think that it was like we were starving and PlayStation 5 was just doing horrible. PlayStation 5 is selling more now than it was 2 years ago.
I do agree.
That is
which is going to embolden this
Them
new
to do
direction.
this.
to continue to do this, to continue.
I will agree with Colin on the fact that is there reasons that people can be upset? Yeah, I think it was more of an expectation thing. But if you're an actual PlayStation gamer and you like the games that they deliver, they have delivered them.
Yeah.
You know, just because these particular games didn't entice you a whole lot,
Right.
doesn't mean that, it's the end of the world. But at the same time, it's like, got to be better on that. On that, keep it.
But we talk about like narrative and expectation.
Right.
The expectation was more of what they've gotten in the past. It just
they don't really care about that to begin with. Oh, you're fine, but they don't care about that. They just care more about Twitter. They just use these games for bragging rights. That's
Of course. Colin, you want to jump in real quick?
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, I made my bones as a PlayStation reporter at IGN during the early to mid PS3 era. And I often remark on Sacred Symbols that was truly a dark era. And in fact, probably my favorite era of covering PlayStation because it was so funny how bad it was. And it was so dark. Like, people were so defeatist. I remember people printed shirts that said PS3 2006 to 2006 on them and, and all that sort of thing. That was the PlayStation 3 where I guess I just have context from as a reporter, and I think a lot of us do as players, where I'm like, guys, it was pretty bad.
It was bad.
And like the consoles were expensive, the games weren't there. They were shutting studios down. Remember, Factor 5 got shut down.
Yep.
Not Sony did, but Layer shut that. There's Haze, all these horrible games, right? And I'm
only
like,
one big game at launch, which is Resistance.
I just think PlayStation's in a real, like, as a player of PlayStation games, a prolific player of them. I play a lot of them, as you guys do as well. I'm like, I'm pretty satisfied. I don't always need first and second party games. I don't even play half the first and second party games that come out anyway. I didn't play Demon Souls. I didn't play, Destruction All Stars. I didn't play all these. I don't care about these games. And I think that's one of the things that I walked away from disappointed in the showcase was, who cares if a game's exclusive or not? I don't know why people are so obsessed with this. There were 34 games. There were 34 games that, like I said,
I'm with you on that. But
people are like, oh, who cares about Marathon if it's going to be on Xbox? Who cares about Assassin's Creed Mirage? Who cares about Alan Wake 2? Who cares about Dragon's Dogma 2? I don't really care who makes. I don't understand what this obsession is where the game only matters if it comes from first or second party. And while I understand people being disappointed in it, I'm sorry, Kaga.
No, I can finish.
You're good. We good.
While I understand people being disappointed in that, Sony, and maybe it's just because I'm in the weeds and and I do this professionally, and so I have this stuff going through my head all the time. They are telling you what they're going to do, and then they do it. And then
you have people on the internet telling you the opposite, like, it's not going to happen.
I will push back though, Colin. I gotta push back though, because gotta understand you're right to what you're saying as far as no one should care about that. But the fan base has been cultivated to believe we are special here. We are VRP. This is PlayStation, only on PlayStation. This is part of the market, right? Prior. So
That's kind of been faded though.
But it has become
The fan base
it has
that's
been
upset
cultured
is the people
behavior
that it
to
was done
say
with.
that a money had it exclusive is something to expect. It is. You know how funny it's become? That's what I know. You watch a trailer and everybody waits to the end. And they look at the verbiage and they look for 12 months only exclusive one thing. And to your point, Colin, and Big Cloud, you're on fire with this. It's to say that of the fans, you got to come here to play this. And the people, PlayStation knows that their base cares about this. This country club thing is real. So the fact that they're not seeing it now, and you're seeing, these new IPs, and let's give credit to Xbox a little bit for being a little petty. For them to quickly respond back and say, oh, by the way, all the stuff that you just saw, we got that too on us, because they are used to being omitted from by Sony money having those third-party exclusives. A lot of the ones that I feel are like they have their finger, because give credit to Sony, they have their finger on the pulse of pop culture, what they feel might be the next big thing if it's not made by them, and somehow find a way to associate with them. And I think this was a reality check, to your point, Colin, of this new direction that Sony's going, that the base ain't 100% ready to hear just yet. What do you say to that?
Yeah, I think that I think we just have to accept reality, right? Like God of War was awesome. I liked it a lot. Again, I think it was probably overrated. Horizon, Forbidden West. I'm wearing my Astra Corporation shirt today for Returnal. And all the rest, like we get these games, and they're the interstitials, and it's good stuff for me. I enjoy the exclusive games as much as anyone. That is the identity of PlayStation, but it can't be all of PlayStation.
Good point.
Some of the stuff, like people, as an example, Crash Bandicoot wasn't a first-party game. A lot of people think it was, but it wasn't.
You had Jason Rubin on.
Sometimes things just become associated with consoles. Sometimes, and I think that. So you have to look here. Let me give you an example, right, Cog? I'm really bad at Elden Ring. I'm just not a very good player of video games, generally speaking. And so I get really mad at it. I'm like, this game sucks. I hate this game. I tried to give it a chance. I'm like, how can anyone like this game? I don't get it. And then it sells 20 million copies, right? And with a 15% platinum rate.
Facts.
So not only am I wrong in terms of the minority of like the inclination towards the market, but I'm in the minority of people that can even play the game. And sometimes things aren't made for me.
Facts.
I think sometimes people forget about that particular component of it. And so I see value in third-party games. I own a third-party indie developer. We publish on all platforms, right? Like, I want. So when I see like people are poo-pooing Dragon's Dogma or people poo-pooing Alan Wake or something, I'm like, I don't know why these games. I understand why this isn't a Naughty Dog game. I understand why this isn't a Sucker Punch game, and we want to see those, and we're excited about those. But they're telling you they're only going to release. They're telling you they're only going to release 2 a year. Let's call it 2.5 a year. They just showed you 4, right? And people are not seeing it for what it is. And you were right earlier when you said like people are just not ready to hear it. But I think Sacred Symbols audience well knows.
Because, I've been on it.
You've been shouting that from the rooftops.
Yeah, you've been on it for a minute with that.
But I don't think people have to understand, and this is what I was saying about revenue and why it matters before, because net income and revenue are going up substantially, orders of magnitude in some ways. Like we were talking about accessories before, they're making a killing on accessories right now. And what it means is that if they play their cards right, they could have the best of both worlds, where they could have the single player games we expect, a clip of 1, 2, maybe 3 a year, and then they can have games as a service. But what I think people are forgetting is that they really want, as I said earlier, hit that quality bar. And I think people are making assumptions that these games are going to be free to play. And I think that that's a mistake. Because we know from their own documentation that they consider one of their 12 games as a service in development MLB The Show.
Yeah, I saw that on the actual,
Right. So, and they consider Destiny one of those games, right? So there's 2 different types of games, and there's going to be all sorts of different things. So I think their lone singular advantage is quality, and as long as they can communicate that to the audience through whatever they put out, I think the audience will get it. But I guess what I was saying about Elden Ring is you have to defer to the market ultimately. And that's kind of where I'm at now with this. If this was truly as calamitous as a lot of very loud people are saying, then it's certainly going to be reflected in the console sales.
We'll see.
And there's truth to that. I mean, people forget.
And I got to get solved after Babbel.
Yeah, no, please
finish.
Yeah, and we forget, like, the PlayStation E3 of 2006 happened, and like for me, I became a mainstream, like this is my main console, PlayStation 3, during the PlayStation blackout. Like the worst time to be to fall in love with PlayStation was that. So yeah, sometimes Twitter's loud, it's not necessarily real. I definitely agree with you there. And when it comes to those AAA games that are shown, or third-party games that are shown, as a PlayStation fan, you kind of get some type of comfort going, well, okay, all the cool little gimmicks that I like out of my DualSense and all the like the Tempest sound, all that crap, that's going to be utilized there. So there is like some silver linings to be had, even though this showcase was not stellar. So I agree there.
I feel you. So I'll finish your thoughts, and I'll definitely got to get into it.
I think at the end of the day, like I said, narratives, are born and die every single day. And this narrative is just going to, like, the loudest people are going to express their displeasure with it. But the reality is that is what the reality is moving forward. And you're going to stay and you're going to play because you're still going to get the games that you expect and want from them. It's just that, now their library is sort of evolving. It's going to be more of another thing as well. And that's just what it is. I think, at the end of the day, you're always going to have people yelling and screaming at the top of their lungs about how this is the worst.
To add on what you're saying, remember how the narrative, remember how it was like, oh, they're 8-year-old games, I don't care. Then it went from they're 5-year-old games, I don't care. Then it's like, well, at least it's 2-year-old games.
Exactly. Now I don't care. Right. Like, exactly. And it's gonna
get to it. Yeah, it'll get to that.
Exactly. That people got over the PC stuff. People got over we believe in generations. They got over all of that.
Exactly.
And they will get
they still here on Twitter defending all that stuff. It's like they don't know when to put their foot down because they don't have no ground. They have no voice. They just want to just hide behind the box.
Yeah. So and they will get over this. So at the end of the day, the PlayStation will still sell like gangbusters. It's just none of that is changing. But I do want to see how, again, narratives to me are just funny because they can carry, they don't even have to carry a whole lot of truth for them to affect things in a negative way, right? And for me, you get enough of this, what does that do to Xbox, right? What does that allow Xbox to come back and do? If Xbox has been put into this, space of negativity by the last few things, whatever, Redfall and stuff like that, does this embolden them to be able to sort of take back, quote unquote, the narrative and run with that in a positive way that actually translates into, hey, more console sales or whatever the case may be, more Game Pass subscriptions, whatever the case may be. So I just want to see how the reaction to this trickles down into the rest of the industry and affects it, if at all. But for me, just quickly about the games that remained, I was saddened by the marathon thing, especially because I'm like, Bungie's coming back. They're bringing it back. It has a narrative element. And they're like, nah, we don't want to do that.
your PvE sensibilities.
We're gonna nix this completely. So Bungie is just turned into a company that doesn't make games for me, and that's fine. I gotta accept that. It is what it is. Yeah.
So what do we all think? Is Marathon matter or is matter something else entirely?
No, from what
it's matter. It's matter.
From what I'm hearing, it is.
That was matter.
That was matter.
I'm gonna be real with you. That trailer did absolutely nothing.
Shut your slanderous.
I mean, you don't know what it is. You don't know what it's
Did you see that it has 18 million views?
Exactly. Yeah. Did you see it was the #1 out of all?
Yeah.
Did you see that, Colin? I just want
God bless.
make sure.
I just couldn't
absolutely. It was the #1 most useless statistic that
I'm so glad that the rest of the community does not agree.
I couldn't believe that.
I don't play games for them. I play games for me.
Colin, I'm with you. Real talk, and I'm a fanboy of them. Like I couldn't believe it. It had that.
I wonder if they spoofed those numbers in some sense. I'd actually be interested. No, seriously.
Don't do it, Colin. You're killing me now. I was with you, then you did the spoofing on me. Damn.
I was like, well, I'm always skeptical of every business and what they do, and I was looking at it, and I was like, this doesn't have nearly enough likes or comments to have 18 million views.
That's so.
Yeah.
We're gonna move on, though. We're gonna move on.
So, all right. For my last point, and this is where, again, this is where I found it to be kind of egregious, and it was PSVR. PSVR. What I saw from my expectations for PSVR were stronger. Okay. And the things that we saw here, I mean, obviously, Resident Evil 4 remake.
I say Resident Evil 4, we
mode.
saw the upgrades. You can now
Right.
see more than just the hand. You see the arm.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, again, the rest of the stuff, it just doesn't pop in a way to me. And Synapse look pretty good.
Yeah.
But I still think, and I don't know how far-fetched this is, they really
got
do
Beat
need
Saber.
that Half-Life. Yeah, you got
Yeah,
Beat Saber.
they got Beat Saber. They got the number
Saber
one.
now.
Yeah, they got the number one game. But I'm with you,
Yeah.
Saw that Half-Life Alex.
Oh, it was big.
They should have
Half-Life
figured out a
Alyx
way.
and something, and to me, some more stuff with their own IP. I'm not saying just shoehorn it in there, but really dedicate the resources and the time to making another game. You know, Horizon Call of the Mountain was cool, but it's very surface level.
It's
not-
pretty.
And
I
that's-
was pretty disappointed. In it.
Yeah.
Right. Ultimately, you're wowed initially, right? Because it's
Yeah.
pretty, and then you play more, and you're like, yeah, this is
Boring.
It's
a
Climbing
pond.
Simulator 2023.
Right.
Right.
And it is. And if you want to play that, just play the Climb. And the Climb
with
is much.
The Climb is
better.
excellent,
Is
yeah.
a terrifying game.
And to your point, Saul, where my disappointment, I don't know if you're going here, but my also disappointment is the reason why, obviously I have a bias towards VR, but the reason why I was excited for Sony's entry into the space was because I thought they were going to leverage those classic IPs that they're known for and really put in Jin Sakai and really your Alloy or really, you know what I'm saying, Nathan Drake, and leverage it that way. And I didn't see as much there. I'm like, oh, they're still not there with it. But continue.
It just creates, because again, when you start looking at, you know, the competitors out there, and it's not a lot, right? You're just looking at the Quest 2. It really, you want them to be able to differentiate themselves in a way instead of just like, we got the higher resolution version of X game coming here, and yeah, that's great, that's cool, but it's probably going to cost more than it would cost me on this on said other sort of ecosystem, and the differences aren't so vast that it requires me to buy a $550 piece of equipment. So I really would like them to see the dedication from them with their sort of first party IP in the VR space. And we haven't seen it yet. So disappointing, because I haven't played a whole lot of VR.
Me neither.
I'm
Mine's
excited,
been sitting
collecting dust.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't use it at all.
Although
So-
I heard, and I haven't played it yet on the Quest, so Red Matter 2 I heard is beautiful.
Get on that.
And I heard it's beautiful, and on the PSVR 2 is absolutely amazing. And another one that's coming, I don't know if it's out yet, it's called Hubris, that they said is super great. So there are some
That
things
one they
there.
had called Synapse look good though. The one where
Synapse
you move.
looks pretty good, yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, overall disappointment in that, because again, you ask people to spend $550 on this piece of equipment, and I'm not seeing enough of stuff that I really want to see. So that's it for me. Overall, a bad PlayStation show for what I expect from a showcase out of PlayStation. But as they've made clear, the realities of what that is has to start evolving in our minds, and whether we like it or not, it is.
Well,
what
if
it
it
is.
weren't for the third parties, how many games would they have had to show?
Not a
That's
whole
the
bunch.
thing.
Yeah, the
30
first party
had-
presence
they only
was
had
minimal.
They had 30 third-party games, I think. So.
Wow. It was 30?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let me jump
because
in.
it was-
Party.
Yeah, so
That would have been
I-
a short showcase.
Yeah.
yeah, I think at the end of the day, games matter more than anything. It doesn't matter. Like games are everything.
Yep.
But I just think that look, I love The Last of Us more than probably anyone in the world. You know, I love a lot of these games, but
You like
other
part
games
two?
do matter too. You know,
Facts.
like I just wish that like having the games, I don't care who's making the game. The game can come from some mystery alien source for all I care. If it's on my console and I can play it, I'm going to be down with that. I think that in some way, not so much Nintendo, but maybe Xbox fans already inherently know this because of the recent lack of first and second party production. You understand inherently this, the very thing that PlayStation fans, I think, need to understand more as time moves forward, especially with higher production costs.
Yes.
Again, there's 2 or 3 games a year, different types of games. I just don't know. I don't know. I see something here and I'm like, this is fine.
No, I get you.
Yeah.
I get you. I want to jump in because I didn't get a chance to. But
Very last thing, Cog.
Sorry.
Phantom Blade Zero.
Oh, God, yes. Oh, God,
Most excited about that. I just want to make sure that's a real game.
Yeah,
You're gonna be
everybody's,
waiting for-
everybody's a little skeptic. That's interesting.
You're gonna be
I was-
waiting a while for that. They just started production.
They just started
on that?
production.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, I get what everybody's saying. You know, to your point, Solve, I get that. Well, I didn't have that trepidation with that one for some reason. For some reason, I think that one is. But we'll see. We'll see. Look, you know, at the end of the day, some solid content. but this showcase was just not for me. It just wasn't. And I'm the guy that likes the diverse stuff and the VR and the indies and I'm not saying that and I'm team live service, so I'm not shout out to the cops. They're excited. Ooh. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, look, the thing about it, from what you said it best, from a PlayStation showcase, from what I expect from them, it was jarring for me. And I am part of that. Maybe I'm part of the problem because I always come to expect a certain thing and obviously a format, so to speak, and this wasn't there. So I'll start with the good. Obviously, Phantom Blade for me was amazing. Bungie's presence to me really elevated the show. Elevated the show because, again, I knew about Matter. I predicted that they would have a presence. I said the timing was right. And then you saw all of Destiny's quote-unquote A-team on that project, Christopher Barrett, the whole squad. That game is going to be phenomenal. Like, they're going to figure out a way to make an extraction shooter something special. So really keep your eyes on that. And it actually does look like it has decent lore, but I don't know if they're going to have any PvE component. Obviously, I'm a big Destiny stan. Seeing Cade reveal on that stage, they know what they're doing. That's going to do monster for them, the final shape.
Yeah,
so
I was trying to tell people that aren't Destiny fans how big that trailer is.
Huge. And you know, I get it. Miles Morales, come on. Do we really, you know what I'm saying? Like, this thing is spectacular. This thing is going to sell like wildfire. I love the symbiote. I like Dark Peter. I like the symbiote. I like what was going on there. The new abilities. They show gameplay to me. Yeah, of course they're going to have the set pieces and stuff. But any New York fan, you saw the Queensboro Bridge. You saw where they was at. I was like, okay, let's go. Queens is in the building. I'm happy. The bad, let's get it right out. Way too much CGI. No actual gameplay. Very few release dates. You know, again, I don't care about the diversity. I'm not knocking the diversity, but it's just other showcases are not going to be able to get away with that. You know what I'm saying? Like, where some of them don't even give you context, like the Concord one, as great as the studio, and I want to know what Firewalk's working on. I love the talent assembled there. I didn't get any sense, again, based on the showcase. Now, if you want to talk about like after the fact and you go and research, that's different. But if I'm going in there, I can't tell you what's going on besides the burger was shaking and then, you know what I'm saying, they flew out.
These could have been quick posts on Twitter.
Right.
Little CGI trailers.
I got to be honest, Spider-Man having a just fall release was surprising to me. It was surprising to me. It was intriguing because it was just like, okay, is it maybe now that, you know, because I assumed September based on the rumors that we heard, the voice actor leaked, whatever, you know what I mean? So, you know, my assumption was, okay, it's going to be a big competitive spot in September. Does that change things now that Starfield and Mortal Kombat are in the month of September? And is Sony being a little coy, playing little games? Because again, I'm going to assume that game looked really, you know, finished. One of my major issues with the show, pacing. Did not like the pacing. My thing is, I love indies and I love VR, but we got to be real. The hardcore PlayStation gamer,
the VR should have been
like you gotta sneak. It's like a kid. You gotta sneak the vegetables in somewhere. So it's like when you put all that towards the end, based on the history of Sony that I'm used to, that one more thing, that thing that you didn't expect. When you put VR, and Jim comes out and is like, now we're going to, you know, the VR section, so to speak. I love VR, but to me, that has to be placed towards the front of the show. You see what I'm saying?
Right, it has to be built up, anticipation.
Exactly.
That's how they did it before, and that's why it just was weird.
That's why it didn't hit for me, because it was uncharacteristic. So to me, Sony is the best at presenting, whether it's their music, movie experience, that presentation, that showmanship, that flair. Like, that was missing. That was my main issue with it. The indies, I love indies, but again, there was a section where it was like 4 or 5 of them in a row, and then here come, you know, foam, whatever, soapy soap, whatever the choice was. You know what I'm saying? Like, it wasn't for me. You know what I'm saying? But I understand. I'm not saying these games are going to be bad. I'm just saying the pacing. And then what really exemplifies it is when Jim says that we got one more game. Not that Spider-Man was terrible. We know Spider-Man was amazing. But because people are used to one more thing, and now Spider-Man is the known quantity, stole the thunder out the way. Everybody's like, oh, the whole last thing's going to be Spider-Man. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
So it stole a thunder. Again, not saying the games are bad. just your presentation. Obviously, surprisingly, not
It
enough.
just wasn't enough for a wow factor. Spider-Man was a good moment, but it's not like
There
there's
was-
like
Yeah.
Death
For
Stranding
showcase-
2 could have been
For a
here, but we know
showcase,
that's a
you
Keighley
expect
show.
some form of drop the mic.
Yeah, drop the mic
something
from
like
them.
that.
Surprisingly, not enough. Sony first party, presence as far as obviously Blue Point factions, which we're gonna get into the next topic. We know why now it's not there, but I was really hurt by that. I was like, man, where it's factions? I thought I put money like that was definitely gonna be there. We get that. Housemark, Santa Monica. We didn't really know what was going on with them. I got the sense of it, and I think Colin alluded to this earlier, which is that. I'm just going to be honest with you. These games are taking long to make on both sides. I think they're very expensive, and they're taking long. I'm not doing the COVID thing, even though I know that had a part of it, but I just think this is the way this generation of development is seemed to be trending, that even then when they do hit the 4-year mark, that sweet spot where we're used to, now games are coming out, they got to be patched. They got to be, you get the statement, we're working on it kind of thing. I think the development cycle has gotten longer, but that's just me. The other thing is the third party side. Again, what Solve alluded to, I'm just so used to Sony kind of money hatting that whatever, like, even if it's the marketing with Hogwarts was a thing, but they had the exclusive mission. Right, you know what I'm saying? Like
They made sure that you knew they
yeah, like Sony always has this ingenious way of like putting their finger and pulse on it, and it's like you could only get this here. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's why I was surprised with the Xbox tweet with Shaun, whatever. I gotta be honest. The thing that I knew they was in trouble though, Shaw, was Final Fantasy 16, surprisingly, because to me, as great as that game is,
They showed enough of it.
you're overexposing this thing.
yeah.
Like, bro, I know it's great. Stop showing me. Like, you showed
How are
me.
you going to show this at a showcase when it's already had its own dedicated state of
Yeah,
play?
I'm
That's
like,
I don't get that
I'm like,
either.
that's
kinda,
when I knew.
To be honest with you, it kind of
Yeah.
felt like that was like shoehorned at the last minute in there. Like
That's when I knew that whether it be from the first party side, the cupboard was bare to show at this showcase. Because third party, they had everything in spades, no doubt.
Also, Street Fighter. That's right. Yeah. Street
Yeah,
Fighter
it was
shown
like,
there.
we know about this, and there's no demo for it. Like, you didn't give us any additional information that we really didn't know, and I'm already convinced that game is amazing. You don't need to show me anymore. And in a way, you could make a slight argument for Spider-Man, but I'll save it because Spider-Man saved the show. But it was one of those kind of like they're really showing us a lot of this kind of thing. And I gotta be honest, bad bit. The death blow, bro. I get it. The movie looks like it's gonna be great. It's an adaptation.
It's that TV.
They
movie has
figured
to
out
go.
a way to make Gran Turismo instant. I'm gonna see it. Make no mistake.
I'm not seeing that.
That looks absolutely garbage.
I'm in on
the
it.
only person that's like,
Okay, fair enough. I'm in on it
Terrible.
because I thought I would never be interested to watch a Gran Turismo movie. But fam, do not show me no movie trailer at a game conference ever again. Do
And
not
also,
do that.
Don't get it mixed up with a game because he said after you shown it, I'm gonna show you guys our
Like,
last
I
game.
don't want to be watching Sony song conferences and now I get Last of Us Season 2 in the mid. Like, bro, like this is that you're playing a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the part where I don't want to say complacency, but I do think that when you are successful, right, that you could kind of, everything you're doing is working. You know what I'm saying? Like, you kind of could get into that mindset. And I was a little concerned from that because I don't think that is the place for, put that on another
That's where you
stage.
get TV.
Yeah, I don't want to see that energy on a game showcase. And yeah, last thing is obviously the Q Light. We kind of spoke on our feelings on it. My main thing, even though I wasn't impressed with the design, was no information provided. Is it remote
no
play?
release date,
Is it
no
Wi-Fi?
price
Is it
tag.
price? Can I go out the house with
He
this?
did say you
Talking
could
about it,
stream it,
Carl?
but I don't.
Right.
I don't know how far it's gonna go.
After you like really voicing some of these, like, it really felt like this was thrown together at the last minute. It's like they had no info, no street dates, no release information.
Well,
they
if
don't know when Spider-Man's coming out. Like,
If that's the case, then don't do this. Like, that's just my personal feeling. You just don't, because my thing is this.
Do you think they did this event just because they wanted to be present with all this news about to come out with, like, the E3 season? Obviously, it's not E3 anymore, but Xbox doing stuff, Nintendo most likely doing stuff next week. That they felt like they had to be part of that because this seems out of place. This seems like Like it's just so, like ironically before they do it, and it's one of the worst showcases they've ever done.
On one hand, I'm always going to be appreciative if a company does something for the base. So I want to be respectful there. Like, I don't want to be totally disrespectful.
That's definitely fair.
So, we love showcases. We love when Sony does showcases specifically as well. You know what I mean? But again, it's what we talked about earlier. The major key for me is we waited almost 2 years for this.
Yep.
This felt like glorified state of play energy extended. That's just me. You know what I mean? Is it terrible? Will these games be great? They could all be. You know what I'm saying? They could all end up being great. I got to rate you on how you presented it, though. That's my issue. And that's it.
They needed a better editor is what it boils down to. Saab's not wrong. Like half those games didn't probably belong in there. If we could have got more time on other games that needed to be seen, then maybe this comes off as better.
I'll push back on Saul on that part with Indy because I love Indies. I just feel that you're going. He's Mr. Bigot Indy over here, but I feel like they're going to be there. It's just like, again, hardcore gamers. You got to find a way to put it in. You got to put it next to Metal Gear. 1, 2 of them here. You got to put this. You got to find a way to mix it in. So this way it does, and it keeps the flow. But look, that's where it is overall.
That's how it was in the previous showcases. Indies were first, then you had third party, and then they closed it out with all their first party offerings.
And the reason why my rating is low at a 5 is just that the known quantities, you know what I'm saying, is what kind of took a little of the luster, even as great as they were. You know what I mean? It just took a little bit of luster because I kind of knew what it was. Again, not saying the games are not going to be great, but that's just where I'm at. I do want to move on. Let's say sorry, Colin, please. Please.
I was just gonna say 2 things to consider about why they might have done the showcase when they did it. Number 1 is they might have owed some of this stuff in marketing to people.
Yeah, fair.
I don't think that they intended to go this long without doing a showcase, and I think that they were probably up against it. Like, and personally, people were writing in the Sacred, and we talked about it. They're like, they better not show Final Fantasy 16. I'm like, you better settle in, dude. They're definitely going to show Final Fantasy 16. And I wanted to read this from our audience at Sacred Symbols. Someone wrote in and said, it was enlightening talking on the phone with my brother today. He isn't on top of gaming news and leaks, and he called me freaking out, saying, did you see they are remaking Metal Gear, and have you seen the new Final Fantasy? When you put it into context, there were a lot of games at the showcase, and I'll be excited to play. So I just wanted to bring that perspective in about this isn't necessarily only for us. And the second thing is that I can't help but think that there is some. First of all, I think there's an issue in Sony's first party with quality and games that are coming out, games that are getting canceled. They're clearly going through a review. Yeah, kind of like a new GM cleaning up an old GM's problems. In sports. And so we obviously talk about that, but. I also can't help but wonder if the Activision thing has anything to do with them just being quiet.
I think it does.
I think they probably need to say something. And I don't want to say they're trying to make themselves look weak, but I think if you kind of take all of the different, we owe this in marketing, we need to say something, the audience expects something, it's E3 time, and we have all of these things lined up. What can we do without making ourselves look dumb by by outlining 3 more, third-party exclusives that are going to make us look like hypocrites when we inevitably go and deal with this FTC thing. So I don't think you can underplay that either. I always try to look at the perspective of they know.
Yeah, I mean, look,
there's always reasons. I guess that's what I'm saying.
No, I get where you're going. I think, in fairness, I think it applies to both sides. I think that both sides currently right now are under intense scrutiny by regulators. They're being looked at, and they're all both feigning strength. You know what I'm saying? On some level, they have to not make themselves look big. And my curiousness is that how each is handling that, and when that whole saga is eventually over, we get the truth on what was going on during these periods. If these factors, kind of made into these decisions, so we'll see. But I want to get anyone else real quick, and then because I do want to move on.
I have a question for Colin. What do you think for 2024 that they could possibly show to probably clean the slate here for what we just got here?
Well, I think they'll show more later this year, but I would assume Ghost of Tsushima's sequel will be released next year. We're in some sort of time warp, and I was in with COVID too, where it's actually been longer than we think since a lot of teams have gone. Bend is ready to go, right? Even though they took a year and there was a civil war at that studio and John Garvin was removed and all that, they're probably going to be ready to go fairly soon. And you look at other studios, I haven't written down like London.
Some very bad news for you.
What happened?
What'd you say?
There was a Ben studio person in a Spaces like a couple of days ago. And he just pretty much like he was acting like they just started a project.
I've heard that I don't want to get into it because I
Oh,
don't.
Kyle got the exclusive. Let's go. Let's go. Break it.
It's like people aren't talking to me on background even, so I don't.
Okay, you don't want to.
People talk to you
fair
on the
enough.
record,
Fair
people
enough.
talk
Fair
to you
enough.
off the record. People talk
Fair
to you on
enough. Fair
background.
enough.
I want to respect that.
We're gonna respect it. We're gonna respect it.
But Gorilla. My bigger concern, frankly, about the future is an over reliance on IP. Like, we make fun of Sony on Sacred Symbols all the time for making what seems like, I'm pretty sure there are 5 Horizon games in development right now. 5.
Yeah.
And like they're making an MMO, an online game, Horizon 3, the remake, plus the TV show. It's like, I don't think so, guys. That seems ridiculous.
We just got the VR. Yeah.
Yeah. So you kind of hope that like random things come out of nowhere, but I would imagine that the next studios that would be ready to go are Guerrilla's second team. Probably isn't going to be ready to go. They just released that DLC, so you assume that's something like in a combination of Sucker Punch and maybe one of the new teams like Twisted Metal out of Fire Sprite or something of that nature. But it's going to look pretty meager for the next few years, I think, compared to the past.
It's going to be a culture shock for people. Real quick, Paris Lily in the chat, salute. My score for the showcase was 6 out of 10. There were good games presented, but not enough from first party. Good to see you, brother. We got to move on. So if you want to do some chats, handle the business, what you want to do?
So are we going to combine this next PlayStation? Or is this
we probably should combine. Yeah, you're right.
All right, so let's just combine. Then I'll do all super chats, and I'll
you're right.
and then we'll do the last one.
Yeah, let's do that. So look, let me set this.
And I want to clarify. Someone just sent me a DM on Twitter. He said that they weren't ready to show something right now. So they have corrected what was said.
Okay, no, fair enough. So look, we're gonna transition. Good call, Saul. Last of Us, man. Factions. Let's get right to it. So, initially, I want to shout out Bloomberg, Jason Schreier. He had put out a tweet. This was, I believe, Friday, in reference to Naughty Dog has significantly scaled down the team on its Last of Us multiplayer project, sources say, as it reassesses the game following Bloomberg's request for comment. The company put out a Twitter statement today saying the game was delayed. So that statement is officially from the Naughty Dog Twitter account. The Last of Us fans, we know many of you have been looking forward to hearing more about The Last of Us multiplayer game. We're incredibly proud of the job our studio has done thus far, but as development has continued, we realize what is best for the game is to give it more time. Our team will continue to work on the project as well as other games in development, including a brand new single-player experience. We look forward to sharing more soon. We're grateful to our fantastic community for our support. Thank you for your passion, fans, for our games. It continues to drive us. And I did wanted to go into the actual Bloomberg article that gave a little bit more context on what is going on from Jason's reporting. So it says, Last of Us multiplayer video game faces setback at Sony. Weaknesses were found in the game even as the HBO series became a hit. Sony Corp has slowed down development on the upcoming multiplayer game and its long-running Last of Us video game series as the creators reassess its quality and long-term viability, according to 4 people familiar with the project. The team working on the game was scaled back after a recent evaluation, said them. A small group remains on the project while the company reevaluates the direction. While the game has not been canceled, many of its developers have been moved to other projects. Naughty Dog has been developing the multiplayer title for at least 4 years. It started as a complementary mode to Last of Us Part 2, the single-player game released in 2020, but the creators grew ambitious and decided to make it into its own game. Sony has invested heavily in games as a service. As part of that push, Sony has asked video game studio Bungie to evaluate the games across its portfolio. Bungie raised questions about The Last of Us multiplayer's project's ability to keep players engaged for a long period of time, which led to the reassessment. So they go on to say that single and multiplayer games generally require different skill sets. Although Naughty Dog has found success with multiplayer games in some of its titles, the company is primarily known for developing its great single-player hits. Still, fans were excited for the project and raised questions after it was not present at the recent showcase. So this is where we are, gentlemen. You know, this is big news that broke Friday, right around the news cycle. I want to start with Colin on this because this broke outside your normal sacred window, and I'm very curious, to get your thoughts on this. Obviously the delay, the announcement, your thoughts, and then obviously Bungie's involvement with the direction.
Yeah, it's concerning, and also maybe what you would expect. So I'll explain that. From Naughty Dog's perspective, it's concerning because you don't want Naughty Dog to turn into some sort of BioWare shell, or something where you take your best team and then you make them make something that is unnatural to them. I don't want to say they don't want to make that, because that's not true. They obviously do want to make the game, but that you kind of try to pigeonhole and they don't really come up, and then you waste all this time and then they lose their magic and their mojo. I mean, this is exactly it's like why when people talk about BioWare, I roll my eyes. I'm like, who cares? Like, no offense, but I need to see another game before I care about what you have to release. And you don't want Naughty Dog, which is widely looked at as Sony's crown jewel, to waste too much time churning. They have over 300 people working there. There are more, what I was surprised that people didn't read into that is that they basically said they have 3 games in development.
Yes.
So you have to assume one of them is The Last of Us Part 3. I think that's absolutely necessary and something that they would be foolish not to do. And then you probably have a new IP. You have obviously Uncharted being developed outside, and it seems like those guys might have actually been hit by something recently too. Who knows if that has to do with the visual art studio in San Diego apparently had some layoffs, but that might have to do with The Last of Us and not with Uncharted, so we don't really know. But so from that perspective, you really want to shepherd your studio to let them do the best things they can possibly do, and it might not simply be possible for them to make think about it, it's a lot of pressure to make a Naughty Dog online game that reaches expectations, right? Like, you have to have a quality expectation. But Bungie came in. See, I don't think it makes sense for Sony to buy any studios. I've long said that, and publishers. I don't want them to buy any. I don't care if they buy any. It's just not. There's not really any sensical targets anymore. Maybe like something like Ballistic Moon would be a target. So when they went and bought Bungie, I was like, this is very strange. You want to obviously have their expertise and all of that, but what's clear is that they put them outside of PlayStation Studios, and they were inherently going to be multi-platform from the beginning, which was why I was so surprised when people were so upset about Marathon. It's like, what are you not listening to what they're saying?
They've been consistent.
But clearly they brought them in and are empowering them. And I think that's probably important. Sony doesn't know what they're doing.
Yeah. They need a committee to oversee it. Yeah.
Right, exactly. Like, they don't know. Think about the last online games that they made, right? Like, really, you're talking about Drawn to Death, Kill Strain, Guns Up. If you want to go back a little further, you're talking about SOCOM 4 and MAG. It's been Killzone, Shadowfall 3-2, Resistance 3-2. It's been a long time, and they have no idea what they're doing. And so I think it's probably wise for them, and this is what I was saying early, is for them to dispatch Bungie and say, help, save us from ourselves, because we don't have the money and the capital to afford many of these bad releases. We'd rather eat. I can't imagine the write-down on this game would be anything less than $100 million if you canceled it at this point, and probably significantly more than that, you would assume. So they've been working on it for years. This was supposed to originally, this suite was built out of what was supposed to be attached to The Last of Us Part 2. That game came out in 2020. Right. So when you think about all of the people that have been working on this all of the time, then Bungie working on it, if they write it down and cancel it, which is possible that they might outright cancel it, it sounds like that might happen. Then
I gotta interrupt. One quick second. If that happens, I gotta ask you the question now. Now we gonna be fair. No, I shouldn't say that's wrong. But if it happens, the talk social media between both Xbox and PlayStation is mismanagement.
Yeah, definitely.
So would you consider that mismanagement if this game is canceled?
Yeah, but this is where we get into the muddiness, because definitely. Yes.
Okay. Fair enough. I respect you for saying that.
Isn't it obvious? The problem would be, like, if you were, dude, it doesn't stop here. Deviation's game got canceled.
You right?
Yep.
You right?
And they laid off 90 employees.
Right, exactly. And it's weird because someone told me that 2 weeks before it happened. And I didn't report it because I was like, I couldn't vet it, and it's still very strange. But at the time, the person told me that the game's done, and you could see that they ingested Firewalk, they ingested Haven. The third studio that they were dealing with at that time was Deviation, and they clearly during that review kicked Deviation out. This is when Dreams was canceled and all of the rest, which should have been happening a long time ago. Media Molecule just hired a new creative director. They're probably not going to get a game out for years. So clearly, Dreams itself is if you want to talk about Sony's mismanagement, first party, Dreams, and letting Media Molecule self-immolate for years, making this thing that no one cares about, wasting their time. The mismanagement is really serious and really severe. But the problem is this, and I don't know how many sports fans we have in here, but I know, Cog, this will make sense to you, and it's what I said earlier about GM. A new GM comes in, right? Joe Douglas came into the Jets. And he actually came in after the draft that year. So Mike McCagnon had already made all the picks. You kind of have to deal with it and then kind of purge things away.
Yep.
It's hard to say if it's like, is this Sean Layden greenlit a lot of these games? Or all of them?
Yep. Good point.
So is it him or is it Herman Holst? we kind of look at Guerrilla as being an incubator of some good talent, because even Angie Smets has been promoted out of Guerrilla now and into the PlayStation studio. She was leading Guerrilla in Herman Hulst's wake. So there might be something there where you assume that they're trying to turn things around and take back mistakes that were made under the previous general manager, as it was. You're just not really able to say that. You kind of have to take the heat. It's kind of your fault.
Right.
And
it's not your child. You inherited, but you got.
And by the way, does it not say, because I'm sure a lot of your audience knows that, you know, games go through review, they go through all these processes. There's you know, they check in and they have to really, you know, reach this and this. It could be that Herman Hulst came in when this was already starting to fail behind the scenes, because these things move in slow motion, you know. So and they're very silent about that. Shuhei Yoshida also left that position in a silent and weird way, you know. And he was the person that greenlit The Last of Us. He was the person that greenlit Ghost of Tsushima, and so on and so forth. So I just look at it and it's like, yeah, there is a mismanagement problem, and that mismanagement problem will come to a head if Naughty Dog does indeed cancel a game, because that's a big write-down. They probably haven't canceled a game that big since the Santa Monica game, which I think was an $80 million write-down, and that was during the PS4 era. So games are just much more expensive to make these days. So I think it's, if you're going to spend all that money on Bungie, and by the way, spend so much money on retention, because half the money for Bungie was for retention, which is incredible. So they made probably hundreds of those guys millionaires.
Oh yeah,
right. And so, which is an incredibly wealthy studio, loyal to the cause, and you say, like, we're giving you the keys, we need your help, then you have to kind of accept that they're going to maybe come in and say, like, you're not hitting right, and what you're doing is wrong. And that would make some sense, considering I would argue that Sony has never truly shown a capability of making something unique and interesting in multiplayer, probably since the PS2 era.
Right.
You know, when you're talking about SOCOM and Twisted Metal Black and games like that specifically, it, like, really think about it.
No, you're right.
SOCOM died a slow death. No one cared about MAG. Killzone had a hardcore but small audience. No one cared about Drawn to Death, unfortunately, which I thought was a pretty cool idea. Killstrain was a stupid idea, but to try to make a MOBA and all these kinds of things. They have no idea what they're doing, and so maybe we shouldn't be surprised. But this is, I think, why people say focus on the single player stuff that you're good at. And they're saying we cannot survive doing that. You know, like, we can't survive because they see, this is what I'm saying with Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail and those kind of games. They're dead serious about these games. You know, they know that they can't compete in these spaces, but this is why I don't think Sony should expand at all, because they're already clearly not able to manage the studios they have with some of the cancellations.
Sony wants that next Rocket League, man. That next big online.
I do have to interrupt everyone because I did forget on some key thing that Attic is probably gonna kill me for. I know people don't see King, but we have his thoughts on said topic.
Oh no.
Iron Lords is brought to you today by our new sponsor, Sony's Mismanagement. Have you ever had a project mismanaged so bad that they've been promising it for years? Well, hey, we're here to call a spade a spade. And Naughty Dog has mismanaged Fractions. It was supposed to be here. That's why that show was piss poor. Brought to you by your friend Jim, Dance Moves Ryan. Now, I know everyone thinks that Sony does an incredible job, but Bungie didn't think so. Bungie walked in and said, "Show me your build." And guess what Naughty Dog did? They showed it. And Sony said, that's not it. So now Fractions is not there. And what would have been a great show, maybe, gave it a 4. If they would have showed it, it was definitely a 3. So hey guys, enjoy your mismanagement, and remember, today's sponsor is brought to you by Sony's Mismanagement Team. Hopefully, we'll do better.
So he got his thoughts on Fractions. Last of Us Fractions. The King has spoken. See, we gave y'all some thoughts for the King. You know he wouldn't want to be here. He had to do something very important. But we got his thoughts on Fractions. Let's get Bad Bit, who's been actually let's get Big Cloud. Let's get Big Cloud this time. Let's change it up order. Your thoughts on this whole Last of Us Factions situation?
Ooh, where do I begin? So again, it all started with a video. I was like, it's more like a rant over the fact that we had to pay $70 again for the remake of Last of Us. There was no factions included, period. no new mechanics. And, you know, a lot of people come at me saying, you know, it's not needed because we're going to get it this year. I flat out say, you know, it's best we have it. So that way there's no pressure, you know what I mean, on Naughty Dog to have to rush this thing. It's best we have it to fall back on and, you know, build even more anticipation, because a lot of people who are getting into this, you know, they can play this at a better frame rate, better, you know, new mechanics, you know, you can change it up a bit. But then we got the tweet, and ironically, they put the tweet out after the showcase, the day after the showcase. It said the reason why it wasn't there. And, you know, a part of me was just like, you know, I wanted to laugh somewhat. Just because of how all the ignorant replies I got leading up to that particular tweet. But real talking, how I feel about it, I mean, it's just like, I don't even know how to feel, because they said it, people saying it's delayed. I mean, we never got a release date to begin with. Basically, the window is, just say that it has a bigger window of you waiting.
That's a good point. I don't think there was a
It's like, you ain't hearing this for a minute.
Yeah, they never gave us a release date. What Neo said, if y'all remember, he said you'll be hearing more about it in this year. He didn't say it's going to flat out release this year. So he could have had a gameplay, you know, they could have had something revealed at us, but, you know, with Bungie now overseeing it, you know, in a weird way, I'm happy they got that, because that guarantees that whatever they do come up with, it will, you know what I mean, it will work in a sense. But at the same time, it's like, this isn't something that Naughty Dog has really done proper at all. If you look at all the Uncharted games, the multiplayer, they never really had this like, you know, they never really had anything like this. That where the industry is heading. They tried it with some play. They even tried it with loot boxes. I don't know if you remember Uncharted 4. But the multiplayer for that, they tried it with that. They didn't really hit those strides. So the fact that it's delayed, it's just like, well, okay, what's next? You know, and that's when you go back to the showcase, and it's like, yeah, not much shown after Spider-Man.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Mr. Bad Bit, I need your thoughts, sir. How are you feeling
after this?
Yeah,
I do have to
you
head
gotta
out.
run. And for everyone who's staying extended time, if you gotta leave, please let me know, because I really appreciate y'all for rocking. You know, but if you gotta
we're here.
And first and foremost, thank you for having me.
No doubt, of course. Trophy room.
You know, my thoughts on this is, my only thing that I'm upset by this news, first off, I was excited for factions, right? Or fractions. Right? I'm a big fan. I'm a big like.
I also call it fresh.
I know it's like LastOfUsFactions.
Has a fraction of a chance.
Oh my god! Oh my god! You're messy. Continue.
Like I feel like, listen, Naughty Dog makes some good multiplayer experiences that I've really enjoyed, right? Like Fractions, the Uncharted multiplayer is pretty darn good. I loved Uncharted 2's multiplayer. It's a lot of fun. But they're not like the great multiplayer experiences. And the thing that I have regrets on is that they spent 4 years making this game, where they could have been out here making something else. Right. So when people go, oh, look at how can Bungie have that much sway or that much power? I think that's the wrong question to ask. There's a reason why they axed this game. Right. They saw something that was a fundamental issue. We just don't know what the issue was. This game was 4+ years in development. This game was supposed to be an add-on to Last of Us Part 2. It's easy to say that this thing had at least been restarted once or twice. Right. So this thing had some problems, and you have someone like Bungie step in and go, okay, whoa, we have issues in these areas of said game. And now you're seeing, you know, the repercussions of that. I don't know if it's going to be outright canceled. I would think that for how much time they've put into it, there's maybe something you could put together in a Last of Us Part 3, but at the same exact time, it's disappointing as a Naughty Dog fan to know that, first off, it's exciting that they got other projects, right? That's awesome. That's great to hear. But it's also damage control, because those projects aren't coming anytime soon.
Quick, I got to ask you this because you're going to leave. Do you think that the new IP project, do you consider that new IP, or do you consider Last of Us 3 also like a new IP based on version?
It's probably that game with the torch. Remember they saw in that live action game reveal where the girl was in the cave with the little torch? Like, they showed it briefly. And then like it should switch. I mean,
I mean, if it was a new IP, they'd probably say new IP. When they're like new experience, I'm like, that's probably The Last of Us Part 3.
Oh, so you feel new IP?
Yeah.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify. I wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, for me, this news really sucks. And when I heard it first, I was like, all right, this. I was thinking, all right, we won't see it for a good year or two. But then after the Jason report, it's a bummer. But I'd rather have no game than a bad game. So as long as they get it out of the way now, they make something special with The Last of Us Part 3. I don't much mind.
No doubt. Well, look, before me give you the proper exit, you know what I'm saying? My man, Mr. Babbel, always coming through some of the best takes and one of the most loyal members of the PlayStation Nation. Very informative. Tell the fine people where they can find that trophy room and more of your commentary, sir.
Of course, you can find me on the Trophy Room, a PlayStation podcast made by the players for the players, where me and my best friend Kyle talk about the latest, the greatest in all things PlayStation each and every Thursday. And we record live on Wednesday nights at 8 p.m. Find us on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, wherever you get your podcast services, and the video version on YouTube at PS Trophy Room. Guys, thank you all so much for having me.
The legend, Mr. Babbel. Put your links in the description, brother. Great contact. So always fun when I am invited. Say what's up to the ninja for me, the fellow ninja for me, fellow man.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, everybody give Kyle some love, man. He's had a real terrible week. So make sure at Mr. K-Step on Twitter, show him some love.
Yeah, show him some love. Good dude, really man. And what I love about you guys are actually on the floor talking to the devs. You actually do interviews.
And actually, real talk, I almost forgot. This week we are interviewing Ben Starr, the voice actor of Clive from Final Fantasy 16.
Nice.
49-minute interview. It's one of our favorites. The man's one of us. The man's a gamer. The man is on his way of platting Resident Evil 4 remake. It was such a fun interview. So yeah, make sure to tune in this week on the Trophy Room.
And before you go, 3-Bit says you're the other best bit. Just
3-Bit is the better bit than me.
Shout out to 3-Bit, man. Fellow developer out there. Salute to him. Yo, bad boy, have a good one, brother. Again, thank you for coming through on a cameo last minute. Appreciate y'all, man. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate you in the Trophy Room. Salute. No doubt. Let's get in the daring one, sir. Your thoughts on the Last of Us Factions.
I'm not going to be able to get over fractions. That's
King's ridiculous.
So, I mean, maybe Colin can help tag team me on this one because he's going to have a little more industry experience. When they say pause. When they say
that was hilarious. Continue.
When they say that they're pulling resources from this project, I mean, isn't that kind of a death knell that this is pretty done at this point?
Yeah, I would assume so. I mean, I think it's interesting because they have multiple options. I don't think Bungie came in and said it was bad, right? So Bungie is saying that this can't work as a long-term.
Correct.
And so now I think Sony has to think about, well, do we want to put a bow on this thing and get it out? Do we want to throw it away? Do we want to attach it to a future Last of Us product or whatever? I think that they just have to figure that out at this point, but you don't move people onto other projects if they're in active development. It might be in some sort of review now, and maybe they'll bring everyone back to it when they figure that out. But this is what I was saying earlier about, I don't think Sony needs to get any bigger than they are right now in terms of their first parties, because they've always given Naughty Dog a ton of rope. And in fact, Naughty Dog didn't even have producers until The Last of Us, I want to say, or maybe even Uncharted 4, which is crazy. If you know anything about game development, that is nuts to make games without producers. Nuts. And they somehow just did it. And so I think they've just been given a lot of leeway, and this might really have Sony rein them in internally, which is interesting to think about. But yeah, that basically does mean that, I would think.
No doubt.
And to your point about the options, I can't imagine they're going to put a bow on it and ship it, because I think you end up redfalling yourself if you do that. Because I kind of feel that that's a little bit of what happened with Redfall, is that Microsoft, I don't think, wanted to take another L for having another one of those games they promised in 12 months slipping again. And they're like, out, let's go. It's out the door. I think Sony would far rather cancel it and eat that thing rather than ship something that's not up to Naughty Dog quality. Because, I mean, when have we seen Naughty Dog miss? When have we seen Insomniac miss? We don't see the big, flagship studios from Sony miss. And
you, but
they would rather...
That's a lot of money to just, it's good.
But you got to keep up that PlayStation...
I hear you, but there's
prestige.
sometimes, and I'm sure Kala can speak, there's sometimes in this industry, unfortunately, where that bottom dollar is more important than something else.
Yep.
Well, the important component here is... I'm sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, I was just about to say, you can't have say that you're the premium experience and have one of your flagship studios put a turd out there. And I think Sony is much more willing to eat that than I think Microsoft was. I think they wanted to get Arcane Austin onto the next project because I don't think they felt like they could save that. And I think Cog, by you and Maddie and Tom's impressions on the last show, between what you saw and what we got of Redfall, I don't think there was any saving that. And so they're like, we're done, let's go. And they're going to get what they get out of it, which is Game Pass content.
Colin, you was about to say something before.
Yeah, I just think an important component to the equation is that they probably didn't intend for any of this to become public, so that if they were going to release the game as it wasn't going to be in this thing of like, well, we're just kicking it out the door. And they probably, if that was going to be one of the options that were on the table, they probably have to rethink that now because it's going to have some sort of taint. But we have to remember too that Naughty Dog's kind of I don't want to say decline. That's really unfair. Last of Us Part 2 is one of the greatest games ever made. It's like not even close, in my opinion. Yeah. But they did release and put their name on a PC port, although Iron Galaxy probably did a lot of the work on it that they, for The Last of Us Part 1 on PC, that is not good. And totally, it almost sold 500,000 copies in that state, which is crazy when you think about it. But so I just think that there clearly is a review going on. It might just line up with the end of the fiscal year, which is possible, but it's clear that they're pulling plugs and moving things around now. And that could really speak to a level of mismanagement. And it's interesting that it's happening to their most prolific studio. I don't know that it could be argued now that maybe Insomniac is kind of the crown jewel, not because of the quality of games, which is high, but because they're releasing games.
Big Klaus smile. He been pumping this Insomniac stuff. Go ahead, Big Cloud. I just want to know do you agree with Colin on that, Big Cloud? Do you concur?
Insomniac is number one.
All right. Moving on. DaringOne, are you good? Because I want to get the rest of the pathway.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, no doubt. Lord Attic?
I was just going to say, like in terms of that little argument, I do want to. Insomniac is a very durable studio, but until they make something like on the caliber of The Last of Us, I can't give that to them. I feel like they're the most consistent company. That's for sure. But as far as like, you got to have that game that hits like Last of Us Part 2 or Last of Us did before I can really like just give you the best studio they have.
Slow-mo says someone must have been saying Insomniac has been their best for 3 years. Slow-mo's on the Insomniac chain.
So I think Insomniac's their most consistent company.
Spider-Man's the best-selling single PlayStation published game ever. So I think that's also an important component of why they
It is,
but instead of Insomniac, or is that the license?
And also, Spider-Man 2 is more like gonna break that record. More than likely from what we just saw.
I'm just saying, so if you make the most money, Addict, you don't get to be the best.
I feel that, and we've been saying that Phase 4 was a downgrade compared to the previous phases, and that still made a lot of money. $1 billion this movie, $1 billion that movie. Look, Marvel's hot.
No Ratchet and Clank love. What's up, bruh?
No, I beat Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. I liked Ratchet and Clank.
Okay, let me stop.
Seeing like the people in this chat that's roasted me.
I'm instigating. I just wanted to get angry Addict out, and you're not taking the debate. It is awesome. So salute to you for not taking it. But continue your thoughts, sir, on this whole thing. Well, that was it.
Yeah, that was pretty much it. Like, but I don't want to like downgrade the amount of. Insomniac is doing what Coalition did for Xbox One. Like put the PlayStation 5 on its back and said, "It's okay, buddy. Just sit back there. We got this." Like,
production quality, yeah, absolutely. There's no question. Lord Solve, your thoughts? Last of Us Factions is being delayed.
Oh,
and, your
I
thoughts
forgot to mention. I just let me say real quick.
Yes, please.
Factions is cool. I probably wouldn't go play it. I hope that like
you don't want
BG
that
and them.
smoke.
I wanted BG on this topic badly.
Yeah, I hope BG and them get the game that they want. I'm very curious on exactly what critiques Bungie had for them. Because I'm curious if it's like a Halo Infinite thing where it's like, look, you got solid foundation for a game. We're just worried about engaging
long term, right?
Into the
that
game.
live service, long term, continued engagement, right?
Yeah. So it's just, and that's one of those case scenarios where it's like, is it a good foundation for a game, or is the money that you can make not going to generate enough money that Bungie feels it's worth investing into?
Right. And did the scope get too big? Because I know, damn, I wish BG was here because he's such a multiplayer.
He had to go out of town.
I know he's out of town.
Tried.
Salute to you, BG. Salute to Weapon Will. I watched your videos. It was funny. One of his things, and I was curious at it because you close to BG. He was like, well, why can't you just give us what you gave us with one multiplayer, right? And just kind of reskin that, so to speak.
It's because that's not going to make them the money that Sony wants.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because
he loves that first one.
They
the
want
first
a
was really
game
good.
as a service. That's a multiplayer. Like that you can argue that type of style of a multiplayer is like an old Vanguard. Like it's like the old Call of Duties. Like sure they still put money in that Call of Duties, but don't get it twisted. The future of Call of Duty is Warzone.
No, fair enough. Lord Sav, you've been patient. What's your thoughts on the fractions and the factions?
I just want to thank you, Attic, for folding all of my points with your one more thing. I appreciate that.
Shout out to
Attic. But no, that's exactly what I was thinking. When I heard about this, the game being sort of scaled back and reassessed, I said yes. Because I like, I didn't play a whole lot of it, but that original factions for the first game feels like it was special, and it feels like within the scope of what Naughty Dog can do, considering their expertise. And I just think expounding upon that in the sequel, where you already take the new mechanics of A Last of Us Part 2 that makes it feel more like Splinter Cell than anything else, and then you add a level of verticality to that, new weapons, obviously new locales, and you have a multiplayer that I think is pretty damn engaging, and it still falls within the scope of what I think Naughty Dog is capable of managing. When you have a Naughty Dog come in, when first of all, when you decide to make it a larger scope project, this thing unto itself, I immediately thought about what happened with Halo Infinite and turning that game into a free-to-play game, a live service game, where the amount of dedication you have to have from that studio to keep that running and keep people engaged is far beyond the scope of what they were willing or knew that they had to invest in it. And so to now look at this, this Naughty Dog project and Bungie looking and saying, hey, it's not engaging enough. I worry that the way that Bungie sees the world
careful.
isn't necessarily what is right for a multiplayer game coming out of Naughty Dog. And what I mean by that, obviously quality gameplay, moment-to-moment gameplay, but this idea of long-term engagement, this live thing that needs to live for God knows how long, I don't necessarily see that as something that is imperative for that game to be successful. Not to say that I want them to drop a game that people are going to be done with in a month, right? But the idea, Bungie's way of thinking about live service and long term has a considerably longer tail than what you would expect from a multiplayer that is attached to a single player game, right? And maybe that level of multiplayer doesn't even exist anymore, right? Maybe that's just not a reality they want to invest in. But for me, a reality where Factions 2 is just more maps, more characters, more weapons, applying all of the different changes to gameplay that they apply to the base game to that multiplayer makes for a pretty exciting and engaging game, in my view, without having to have this broadened scope of we need the game to last 10 years. What is the roadmap for 10 years?
I see what you're doing. Let's
so
finish.
to me, again, that is great for a certain type of game, I don't feel that all multiplayer games have to be that, especially that one in particular. Because again, who does that fall to manage at that point? As good as Naughty Dog is, their expertise is in a certain lane. You're asking them now, if you do make that game and you release that game, and that game has the expectation of living for God knows how long, with all these updates and sort of engagement that you have to continue to create with your base, is Bungie fitted out to do that, right? And
that's
how
what they're paid to do. That's what they're brought in to do.
Right. Well, no, I'm sorry, not Bungie. Is Naughty Dog outfitted to do that? Sorry, not Bungie. Bungie is absolutely outfitted to do that. I was about
to say, oh man,
is Naughty Dog outfitted to do that? Right. Is Naughty Dog outfitted to do that? Because there's no, it doesn't say there's an expectation that Bungie is going to take the reins on making sure that this game continues to be supported and continues to be engaged.
It's just one of those things where it seems like they walk in, nah, that's good, that's not it, that's
good,
it.
Yeah. See y'all later.
Like almost like think about it like a consultant, right? Like you bring a consultant in and it has an expertise in a specific area,
exactly,
and they're going to go around and then making assessments. And to your point, on what Naughty Dog has presented.
Right.
Well, and that's a good point too, Saul, because if they came in and they said like this isn't going to work as games as a service, and they are assuming that's what they came in and said, and they were looking at releasing this as a $70 game, then like that was gonna flop. I mean, it just wasn't gonna happen. And conversely, if you make it free to play, then are you going to make your money on it? Whereas, and maybe kind of what Colin said for option 3 earlier, can you end up with tacking that on to Last of Us Part 3, and now you have a great single player game with a standard multiplayer game, to your point, where now you've got a combination of something that can work together.
Right.
That's what you want.
Yeah. So that's my take on it.
Okay.
And not everything has to be this humongous service.
this is Saul's sensibility. I know this is my brother fighting back his single player.
I'm mad, damn it.
I feel, bro, it was my thing is, bro, it was an add-on mode. You ain't got to play. It was an add-on mode for certain people. But I feel where you're going with it.
Yeah, it was more than that. Don't say that.
No, it was. I felt it was great. I'm with BG. I thought it was great, and I always put pushing Sony. As much as I give Xbox the smoke, #just1. I want the cinematic. I give PlayStation the same smoke. Where's just 2? Where's the multiplayer focus? Because I know you're capable at some point. Now, granted,
because I don't like when people say, "Oh, they tried." Now we ain't.
We're not doing
hearing that.
Yeah, we're not hearing that.
It's just like Xbox has dropped the ball a couple of times on trying to make that single player experience. That you get right back in that workshop and you keep trying.
I want
you
the
don't
attempt.
leave till it's done.
I'm not the guy that's freaking out over the live servants balance stuff. But I will say this. Again, I got to give my LSM brethren, you know what I'm saying, Long Island Viper here in the building, his flowers. He did predict the shift, right? And the fact that this is where it's going, guys. Like, this is where it's going. We could throw, rocks at the cloud all we want, but there's going to be a battle. Not saying that the single player #just1 cinematic experience is going away, but they're going to invest in it, because the thing is, if you land with just one of them, right? If you make 10, you hoping at least 2 to 3 going to hit. And if you got 2 to 3, it could generate a lot of revenue for them. And they're looking at this stuff. Now, granted, there's a lot of risk. So to me, when you bring in a Bungie, you are trying to mitigate that, and you're trying to pull someone who, I see a lot of little haters in the chat, but so for people who don't like Destiny, the numbers say otherwise. The numbers say 1.3 million active users as of right now on a down season, right? Then you're talking about and you're talking about the creator of Halo. What are we talking about? So again, it's one thing to not like Destiny, but let's not talk about
that money.
Let's get our biases out of the way as far as longevity and who does this live service thing. Few can match Bungie. So Sony, in my opinion, made the correct decision by saying, hey, you look at our portfolio, right? You see and assess what we have going on. They looked at that. Now, the thing that's surprising to me is this. I shouldn't say surprising, but because Naughty Dog's reputation to me is so immaculate, like Colin said, you can make the argument that they literally are the GOAT studio for PlayStation. Last of Us is arguably the greatest game of all time, right? You can make these arguments. It is interesting to hear this report that Bungie made the suggestion from a long-term stability, sustainability and engagement standpoint, they don't think that what they presented would have those legs.
I mean,
and
it's not hard to believe.
It's not that it's hard to believe, not that part, but the part that Sony agreed with the cosign and allowed Bungie to basically
that's part of why they brought him in, right?
True, but it's just
part of the
you're
acquisition.
absolutely right. It's just for me.
Same thing with Nixus.
Yeah, it's just for me. It is interesting to hear because if you compare, studio to studio, it's just an interesting thing to hear. That's all I was gonna say. But as far as this whole situation, look, I think it's big, that Sony has made a decision. I'm very curious on the future set of the factions portion. I do want it to exist. I do want them to have some take on it, even if it is somewhat scaled back. Or like Darren, you said a good point. Like, what if they say, okay, we hold this back for right now. Maybe we do represent this with 3 and then give 3 that whole package, right? Because that's how Last of Us 1 was kind of presented. You had the single player, and then you had this faction thing. So look, I think I want to give credit to Sony on this. I like when the pipeline is checked. I like when you people go in there and say, no, that's not it. You know what I'm saying?
They see the leaks and they're like, okay, let's fix that instead of waiting for it to explode.
I gotta be fair. Like I like that. I like that level of quality control and checking across the assembly line before you say finished and push something out that is not going to be received well, and it could sully your reputation. So
true, like a suicide squad.
That's where I'm at. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, I think it's very interesting to learn this kind of stuff. I'm very intrigued by this kind of stuff. I do realize Bungie's influence in the building and, and to see what's going on there. And I'm very curious. Hopefully this thing comes out, but I'll let anyone else any further thoughts before we move on. Anything else anybody got on this? Are we good?
Yeah, I was going to, if I might,
please.
Yeah, real quick. I was just going to say, I think there are certainly signs that we have to pay attention to that first, second, and third party relationships are in different kind of categories with PlayStation, but that first and second party is in a little bit of a weird place right now. There are like the whole monoculture gorilla that I was saying before. Like, I'm really concerned about that, and I'm really interested in what happens at Bend and how much power they kind of gave those guys to steer in their own direction and do all these other things. I do think Sony needs to claw at its only advantage, which is quality. Like when that's all it has going for it. So if they let that go, and especially from a studio like Naughty Dog, I think that's a bad sign for them. So I think that we have to ask ourselves as PlayStation fans, ideally we would want all of these games to come out. And most of the time you don't even hear anything about the games that are canceled. And sometimes Sony just lets games go and they come out anyway. Like Remember Me is a good example of that, right? That was supposed to be a second party PlayStation game. So sometimes they find their way out, but I think that games like Days Gone,
like Last Guardian too. That game was in development hell for a long time. They still let it come out.
Exactly, and it was it seemed like it was obvious that it was going to be canceled and all that, and they did let it come out. But I look at these different relationships, and I hope that Sony continues. My stance as a PlayStation gamer is I would want quality games. So if that means fewer games, and that's what's necessary, then I guess that's what we would get. Ideally, we would have both cannons firing at the same time, which would be pretty sweet. But I just don't think they can let the reputational damage to Naughty Dog happen to it. Because I think that's just too serious. I mean, I think they saw what happened to BioWare. They saw what happened to CD Projekt Red. They saw what happened to some of these other teams. You just don't want to mess around with that. And I really hope it underlines a new stance that they're going to take, hopefully, which is say, like, why don't you let your teams that make single player games continue to focus on those, and let your teams and bring in new teams as you've been doing. We've used the reference on Sacred Symbols that they used to really like getting into bed and like dating and like, release a game, release 2 games, and you can see the courtship going, and then sometimes they abort them with Quantic Dream, and sometimes it goes through with a lot of these other teams. And now we call them one night stands. Like they get with Haven, they're like, all right, yeah, everything's good, we're in alpha, whatever, pre-alpha, okay, yeah, fine, we'll get with you. Like they seem to be under the gun, and it's clear they're going to spin off part of the company, Sony's part of the company, to raise capital to buy more studios and to buy more things, and that sucks because I don't think that this necessarily portends of their ability. We often criticize Microsoft for their clear inability to manage their studios.
Yep.
Sony is already running into that problem, I think. Look at Media Molecule, man.
I mean,
I said
do
that.
you think it's like
they've never been in this realm before?
Hold on 1 second. I want to attack the chat. I want to be in my feelings and attack the chat. Slow-mo backslide. I got to come get you because I love you, brother, but your bias is ridiculous. Now, look, he says Riot Games better than Bungie. No one is denying the greatness of Riot Games. The issue, brother, is your hate for Destiny supersedes your intelligence on what is actual fact.
I don't think he hates the
on
game
console. So he's trolling me. He got me today. He got me. I'm out of pocket. You've been tweeting and digging at me, and I'm breaking protocol. Yes, you got me. You know in your heart, Bungie. So stop it. All right, I'm out of my feelings now. Continue. I'm sorry.
No, I'm saying like to Colin, I'm like they never really been in this position. If you really think about it, they've mostly just been known as that single player juggernaut. You know what I mean? And now that things change.
Do you guys think that? Because I think Microsoft has been expanding too rapidly too. Do you think that this might continue with both studios? Because to me, you can't. I think it's a little bit better on Microsoft because at least they're picking up whole arms that I've always worked together. But it's like even though you're picking up companies that manage themselves, they still have to be checked by the company that bought them. Like, so it's just like I feel like the consolidation is getting so rapid that they're like, we'll buy them first, and this is for Sony too, and then we'll find a system to monitor everyone afterwards. Like,
yeah, they're taking the risk up front. Sony is taking the risk up front now. They never, ever, 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 ever did that until this generation. The only studio that Sony ever bought that it didn't work with first was Psygnosis, and that was before PlayStation even existed. And so I've said that over and over and over again. Literally every studio they have bought released at least one and multiple, sometimes 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, and 15 with the in case of Insomniac games as a second party before they get. But I think Sony feels under the gun, and I actually think that comes from Microsoft. I don't think Sony wants to play this game at all. In fact,
I agree.
I don't think it's clear that Sony doesn't want to play this game. They do not want to get into this mergers and acquisitions.
Yeah,
lane.
They can't We've talked about it on the crossovers. It's two philosophies at odds, and Sony being, I feel, proactive to make sure that they don't lose any ground in that space that Microsoft is trying to go to. Kind of
their
thing.
mindset's like, if we don't spend this money and buy Insomniac, Microsoft might buy the next year. Like, it used to not be that thing where you just constantly work with these IPs and no one's untouching these studios. They're like, at any time, Tencent can pop in and buy something. Google can pop in and buy something. Netflix is getting in; they can buy some. Microsoft just buy a whole publisher. Like,
I get it.
Yeah, that's why I think it's. I mean, though I don't think I truly don't believe that there are very many obvious targets for Sony to acquire.
Yeah.
Whatever they acquire now is going to be weird in some sense. Bungie was weird. And I guess makes some sense. But when you see, I was saying before that I can imagine 2 of 4 major Japanese publishers being bought by Sony.
And
that would be
Capcom and a
Capcom,
Square.
Koei Tecmo, Square Enix, and Bandai Namco.
Yeah.
Why don't they just put the ring on Square already? Why don't they just put they don't like they clearly don't like it.
Square's kind of already like 1 foot in. You think about it. This is the way they've been partnered with PlayStation.
They haven't come to terms on foam stars yet.
Foam Stars and Final Fantasy 16 being at the showcase again, I think it's proof.
It'll be crazy. We're talking all this smack about Foam Stars. Watch that game be mad.
Watch that game be fire and like it take over Splatoon and Sony. Oh, they got one. That would be interesting.
All the folks out there that maybe don't have a Thinky Switch, like that's going to be their Splatoon. Like, I mean, but
look,
real
it is
quick,
what it is.
Like talking about my last thing on this is, when they acquired Bungie, it was a weird situation as it was. Like they bent over backward to make that acquisition. They're in their own kind of spot over here. And the rest of the studios are over here. And now you got the new acquisition kind of holding power over all the other studios that have been there for a minute. And I hope that doesn't start, because there were already kind of some eyebrows raised when they got, we're going to make our games and they're going to go everywhere. And it's going to be like we weren't even acquired. We just happen to have Sony on us now. Now they got what seems to be some power over the flagship studio. I hope that doesn't
create a
rock the
dynamic.
boat a little bit.
No, I hear what you're going. I think King has alluded.
good.
That's a good point. It's good. I agree, Carl, like, on some level, because I think that King has alluded to this in reference to almost like the new member of the family, right? And the new member of the family having this level of power. There's one side of me that I do see what you're saying. There's another part of me that says, well, it's power, but in this specific space, right? Of live service and multiplayer kind of thing. But it's a good point. Colin, you was going to say anything before we move on? It looked like you was going to jump in. You had something to say.
I was just saying, I thought that was a really great point. That that kind of stuff matters. I was, when I worked at IGN, we were in the same family as like a bunch of other sites. And I know that a lot of the other sites felt that way about IGN. You know, that like, why do these guys have control and power? Why do they get the money? Why do they get the budget? And all of those kinds of things. And it does seem unfair, and you've been there longer, and this and that and the other thing. And those dynamics do matter. You just hope that Sony understands that. And Sony's supposed to be a pretty good place to work. Microsoft's frankly supposed to be a pretty good place to work too. And so you hope that they're just keeping their people financially, tethered to the companies and able to do what they do. But hopefully they can start to differentiate between these two lanes and keep them apart. Yeah. But I think they would make the argument that they would be like, well, what about Sucker Punch? And it's like, well, what about them? And it's like, well, they made this awesome multiplayer mode. Don't you want more of that?
Very Destiny-esque, raid-like experience.
Colin, real quick, do you think that they should, maybe when a studio has a good idea or something like what is it called, Ray? What was that called? No, Legends.
Legends.
It was called Ghost of Tsushima Legends.
Very good.
When they have good concepts like that, like I do think Factions is still a good concept. Maybe Bungie don't like it, but I feel like there's something you could do to fix that, because a lot of people did like the other one. Where they have these concepts, maybe to have another studio and just like the main studio that makes a single player game, they just co-design it with them.
Yeah, that's kind of old school. I mean, that's the way it used to happen in the PS3 era, where like a lot of, you think about BioShock 2's multiplayer and these other things where they're spun off. I just think they need to have an older point of view about maybe folding some of these things into their $70 games the way it used to be. Like games aren't released like that anymore. And that maybe, dude, they know the telemetry. They're probably like, you guys have no idea what you're talking about. No one would buy that. No one would play that. And they're probably looking at their data too. It was just last quarter that more people were playing PS5 than PS4. So I think they look at it where they're like, we have a little bit of time to extract value out of this, but I think that they need to be deliberate in their approach, not only from a quality standpoint, like we were saying, but just from a time standpoint. They're competing with all these different games too. So you don't want to put something out there that gets 2 hours of someone's time, or 2 weeks or 2 days or whatever. I just think it makes sense to me, but we'll see what happens.
No doubt. Look, I want to be respectful of everybody's time, as we are going extremely long, and we do have one other topic. So, Colin, I just want to
already ate.
All right. Thank you for your stomach
you don't get to leave,
assessment, sir.
Sorry, I do have to go.
Yeah, I figured, Colin.
I have a rule call at 3 o'clock. It's over. I'm eating.
I appreciate that, Colin. Again, my LSM brother. Sacred Symbols, one of the best the best PlayStation podcast out
Let's be careful.
Let's be careful. We got to talk. We got to speak it into existence and talk the truth. You know what I mean? Look, you guys have been killing it for a long time. It's always a pleasure podcasting with you. Where can the fine people find you? What else you have going on, sir?
Yeah, thank you for your kind words. I'm pretty sure a lot of your audience hates me, but I like being here with you guys. Thank you for having me. It's much appreciated. We're at Last Stand Media on Patreon. It's the biggest fan-funded games media network in history, and we're really super happy about that. Cog is the co-host of our Xbox podcast, Defining Duke, so you can check that out every week. Sacred Symbols and Sacred Symbols Plus go up 3 times a week now. We're doing great, and we appreciate everyone's support. And come check us out if you'd like. We appreciate and thank you for inviting me. I do appreciate that as well.
Always got to give balanced perspective. Your opinion is always valued, and the ILP community does not hate you. We have a few people who are in their feelings because they wanted to throw tomatoes at a certain platform today.
I often get the vibe that I'm kind of like people get mad at me for things I didn't say or do. Right. So like, it's like, well, he said this, but what about this? I'm like, I didn't say that. So I think a lot of
who are you
it is
talking
like,
about?
That's me right there.
A lot of it is just like, it's like, You can throw your fruit at me if you like. It's fine.
I bet you Colin will be hearing rumors about himself. Like, dude, this dude sounds like an A. Oh, who you guys?
Nah, one thing we always promote here, and what I like is that we could all, me and you disagree on a ton of stuff. But the thing is, we have that respect to agree to disagree and hear each other out. And I love that platform on LSM and on ILP. And it's always a pleasure to have you, man. Enjoy your day. What's up?
It's like I said on Twitter. It's like, you can disagree with our guests, you can hate our guests, but we're still going to get perspectives and new perspectives, and we're not cool. Yeah. IOP was built around not being an echo chamber.
Facts.
And it's always going to be that way.
Talk that talk, addict.
Well, I appreciate it.
I'm going to break protocol real quick. Jaffe's in the chat being messy.
Wait, Jaffe's in here? Oh!
$2
Shout out
from Jaffe.
Get it off. Get it off.
Thanks for having him on.
Shout out to Jaffe, the legend. I love Greg Miller. Yo.
We'll talk soon. I just emailed you back, by the way, Jaffe, today, so check it out. But guys, I appreciate you guys. Thank you again. Have a great long weekend.
No
Shout out, by the way, to all the families out there who lost someone
Yes.
in engagements overseas. We
doubt.
appreciate you.
No doubt.
All right. Be well.
Colin, it was nice,
You good, brother?
Nice talking to you.
Nice to talk to you, too.
All right, brother. Have a good one. Chaffee, always good to see you, brother. No doubt. Good to see you up in there being messy. That was
funny. Because I always be like kind of gauging who I'm going to send the IOP community to after the podcast. Jaffe,
he's on.
We went. No, he did his whole show and ended it,
and we still.
it's like. Our show be so long. Sometimes I'll be like, "Look, man, I'm looking at the end. Like I ain't looking because I'm sitting. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna send them to Jaffe. Now he's in our chat, super chat. So clearly he's done.
Yeah, he's done. If he was, we would have sent him over. Sagbag. He said when Jaffe joined it, Jaffe can join it whenever you want. You just gotta hit me up in the DM. He got to follow me on Twitter, man. What's going on, Jaffe? No, it's all good. He's been on ILP before, though, no doubt.
Yeah, it was actually a really
good episode. Really engaging episode. All right, we do have to take care of business, right, son?
Yes, we do. So I'm gonna pay the bills actually before that, and then we'll do the super chat. So Dustin Goins is the last one that I got, just in case any other ones come in.
All right, cool.
Okay. Cool. Give me a moment. Okay, this is gonna be a fun one.
All right, mute your mics. Let the man get his balls off.
All right. Regardez là-haut ce qui monte au plafond. C'est une grosse bête qui roule la bicyclette. C'est un éléphant, et oui, évidemment, avec la queue derrière et une autre devant. Now, that little bit of poetry, which incidentally is about an elephant on a bicycle, like on a trapeze wire, is unfortunately the last remnant of 5+ years of extensive French language study, which was also very, very expensive. Now, for me, learning a new language, especially French, was a bit easier because as a Spanish speaker, the similarities in the Romance languages just make it easier, like Italian, French, and even a little Portuguese. But more than 30 years removed from those teachings, the only things I remember are, of course, the curse words and nursery rhymes that they usually teach 2-year-olds to. So, yeah, that is, I get it, how I'm probably like a fringe case when it comes to language learning, right? The truth is that for most of us, learning a second language in high school or college isn't exactly a high point in our academic careers. Now, thanks to Babbel, though, the language learning app that sold more than 10 million subscriptions, there's an addictively fun and easy way to learn a new language, whether you'll be traveling abroad, connecting in a deeper way with your family, or just have some free time. Babbel teaches bite-sized language lessons that you'll actually use in the real world. So I chose French, right, when I jumped back into Babbel, simply because I already had a history with it. And the fact of the matter is, and stop me if you've heard this before, I work a lot of damn hours, and I don't do that for no reason, right? So when I do have time to spend with my family and my friends, I want to be able to enjoy the fruits of that labor. And for me, one of those things that I'm definitely preparing to do is travel more with my wife. So I've been to France once in my life, and I would love nothing better than to go to France and, show off in front of my wife with my my French acumen, as I accidentally order wrong meals and things like that. So that's my reason for coming back to French in particular when it comes to Babbel. Now, Babbel's 15-minute lessons make it the perfect way to learn a new language on the go. Babbel's expertly crafted lessons are built around real life. You learn how to have practical conversations about travel, relationships, business, and more. Other language learning apps use AI for their lesson plans, but Babbel lessons were created by over 100 language experts. Their teaching methods have been scientifically proven to be effective. With Babbel, you can choose from 14 different languages, including Spanish, French, Italian, and German. Plus, Babbel's speech recognition technology helps you improve your pronunciation and accent, which is of utmost importance. You can be speaking another language, but if it doesn't sound like the way it's supposed to sound like it, trust me, it's not good, not a good thing. There are so many ways to learn with Babbel. In addition to lessons, you can access podcasts, games, videos, stories, and even live classes. Plus, it comes with a 20-day money-back guarantee. So start your new language learning journey today with Babbel. Right now, you can get up to 55% off your subscription when you go to babbel.com/ironlords. That's babbel.com/ironlords for up to 55% off your subscription. Babbel, language for life. Au revoir.
All right. I guess
So,
what the hell? What was we doing out here?
I'm gonna be real with you. Okay, you doing the classic. I'm gonna do this because I want to go. I want to learn different languages so I can just talk smack to people on Fortnite in different languages. I want to start in English and end in Spanish. I want to start in French and end in English. I want people to think I'm different people. I'm going so hard on these people.
Listen, we gotta get our Babbel up, man.
Yeah,
So I'm out here learning whole poems, and I'm like, damn.
Thank you, Lord Metro. $2. C'est magnifique, ça.
We got the French community. We agree. The French lords agree. Okay.
Yeah, man.
You call him peu de français?
Thank you.
Let me find out DaringOne too. Okay, that's what's up.
And keep in mind, like all the ads we read to you guys, you know, they're all in the description. You know,
Yes.
We use them.
If any of these interest you, definitely go down there, use our code. It definitely helps out the podcast.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
And we appreciate you know, all the support you guys do. We had over 1,000 people in here today.
Yeah,
Like
love,
that's just
love.
that is just
And to
crazy.
be honest, it's because of the support you guys that we are
And the host
able
just
to
gone
now.
king.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, remember, this is just the Jacksons. Michael is not here,
Michael
and we're
is
still able to
Jackson.
do this. So it's very important, you know, that you guys support, and because of your support, it's allowing us this, you know, these opportunities.
The read was a super chat.
Yo, that'd have been the illest super
the
chat.
longest-
Somebody
the
spent
longest
$1,000 in the super chat for them. Remember, it's per word for super chat money. That's hilarious.
As
Anyway.
you guys can see, we're growing. We had 3 sponsors this show.
Bro,
Three
and we
sponsors
put
this
it
show.
back into
To
the
the
show
show.
and this
Yeah,
product.
Me and Cog are going to LA next
Yeah.
month. You know, hopefully we'll get some content for you guys next.
Oh, for sure. We definitely gonna get that. Anyway, so let's get these super chats. Super chats was coming in.
Let's get
fast
these
and
super
furious.
chats. Okay, let me read the
Got a
last 2 that
bunch.
came in.
Mm-hmm.
We got Joe Repko, aka
Woo!
Flame, $2
Flamey
super
Flame.
chat. It was me, okay? I shut down factions. Sorry. y'all.
All right.
There we
It
got.
was probably for the best.
Mm-hmm.
Lord Metroid, I forgot. Yeah, with $2 super chat. Said magnifique song. Thank you.
Woo!
you.
Yeah, he killed
Appreciate
that. He killed that, bro.
Okay, now let me go backwards.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we got Dustin Goins, $5 super chat. Actually, I'll go all the way to the top now that I started again.
No
Robert Kellett, $2 super chat. Who's hyped for Porn Stars, the next square banger?
Whoa, sir.
Yeah, that's it's like Limelight the game. You remember when I talked about Limelight and
Yes.
the bubble parties?
Mm-hmm. I
This
remember
game will
them.
be lit. Listen, all you need to do is make this game a Limelight-esque party. And
We
you
gonna make it
all add the drugs
Oh,
and the fornication.
Studio
You have
54 the
Studio
game.
54 the game. You have me,
Cotton
King, and
Club.
Harold Goldberg
Oh,
as
man.
characters, and it'd be a banger. That's all you
New
need.
York nightlife was wild back in the day, y'all. Trust.
There we got Raiden Blade, member for 2 years, £5 super chat. So hey, media, where are your articles about SIE Showcase? Colin, your media, what are your thoughts about the lack of SIE first party games? Is it Jim's way or your way?
Okay.
Okay. I mean, Colin's not media anymore, so he kind of says whatever he wants to say.
Yeah, he ain't media, so I don't know
He's
that
not
problem.
media.
Colin's made it clear he ain't beholden to anybody.
Yeah, exactly. He speak his mind.
P1553D. Sorry if I read that wrong. Or just maybe it's just pissed. $2 super chat. IOP showcase thoughts. Here for them. Let's go. Yeah, you got those.
You got those.
Then we got TSWS Gaming member for 1 month. Hamster in the building. $2 super chat. What past PlayStation Showcase was worse than this one? Yeah, it's kind of hard. Like even Flute Man was like they were showing good stuff. Yeah. So yeah. And we got Raiden Blade again, member for 2 years, £5 super chat. Firewalk looks like they want to have the answer to Starfield. I mean, look at the color of the CGI shown, Concord, whatever. See it in 5 years. I mean,
what is Addict doing? What is going? This is what happens when we leave our youngin unattended for too long, and these type of things kind of happen. I don't know what's happening.
What mask is that?
I don't know.
What is going on?
What is
up
going
there?
on? Continue, sir. I can't with this man right now.
Yo, Addict is in blackface. I don't know what you do, Addict.
Hey, no, I don't appreciate that energy. You just
I'm disturbed.
Look, I can get canceled for that. Don't say that stuff.
Said blackfish. What is happening?
I'm done.
Like, what are you doing, AJ? All right, hold on a second. Then we got. Hold on a second. Then we have. So yeah, Firewalk. I don't know. I mean, it's if you're just going by the colors, I don't know about it trying to match Starfield.
Yeah.
So we got Gerald Mack, member for 2 years, $5 super chat. It's obvious the games as a service games transition is going to be rough for the Sony fan base, but business is business. All hail the IOP.
Salute. Thank you.
Then we have Hargeet Shani, $10 super chat. Yeah. Just pointing out games like Knack exist. PlayStation has had stinkers. It isn't the end of the world. Not sure why there's an assumption that PlayStation only puts out good games. They've had bad first and second party games.
Okay. All right.
Narrative.
Oh man, they doing.
Robert Kelly.
They got calling stuff everywhere on Twitter right now.
Oh really?
He said why we arguing about what's a multiplayer? Everything should be on everything with that conversation. Like, they go into town with that.
The nation is upset right now. We understand there's a lot of anger. The nation.
Stop it. The nation. The nation's obsession.
Nation domination. Remember that?
Oh God.
Continue.
Then we got Robert Kelly, $2 super chat. Link used the Ultra Hand to make that Q thing. Chill.
Wow.
Then we got JD Gamer, member for 2 years, $10 super chat. Colin, you're analytical and I think you know PlayStation well. So my question to you is, if you were Microsoft and wanted to beat PlayStation, what third-party games would you go for? What acquisitions? What marketing techniques? Sorry we weren't able to read all of this during the topics, but it would have been crazy.
Yeah, he did mention the acquisitions towards the end.
Yeah. Hargeet Chini once again, member for 1 year, $2 super chat. Logitech G Cloud is $350. Q not likely cheaper. The G Cloud is kind of an everything machine though, so. This is specifically for PlayStation. I do not think it's going to be $350. They're not. Three maybe.
Yeah.
I'm thinking 300 at least max.
It better not be more than 300.
I mean, think about it. You got a DualSense in there.
Yeah.
That's
70 off the rip.
Yeah. You got two.
So how good's that screen? Plus the networking.
Yeah. It's an 8-inch screen. It's a big screen too.
Yeah.
Plus, if you figure,
it's about to come out and be 300.
If you figure their Elite controllers, how much?
And it's gonna go nowhere.
Was it 270 or something like that?
No, the controller. It's 270
for the Elite controller, the PlayStation one.
Yeah, PlayStation one. The Edge. Yeah.
Let me see.
It's like 200.
I know it was like 200. Yeah.
Okay, so maybe a little more than that. Yeah.
PlayStation Edge.
Wolf of Darkness. $18 super chat. Greetings, Colin Moriarty. Your gaming expertise is admired. Thoughts and expectations for Xbox's upcoming showcase, Xbox's future in 2 years, Thank you.
Sorry, you couldn't get that one off, brother.
Sorry,
Apologies.
you couldn't get
WS Gaming. I don't know who's on that account, but he said Colin said exclusives don't matter. I was just spreading his message.
Ham
You
Solo,
guys know
behave
what you
yourself.
doing.
Behave yourself, sir. I know what you're doing.
Look, at least you didn't cut it up and make it sound like something he did say. So that's all I ask.
Yes,
like,
just to,
all context matters.
Yeah, exactly.
If
Please
you're gonna
leave
cut
things
the
in proper
podcast
context.
Give context,
Don't
sir.
cut out a part that makes the other part look crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Then we have PS Rewind, $5 super chat. PSN coming back up drinking episode of Beyond was hilarious.
That was legendary.
That is a
The
legendary
lady was like,
episode.
Oh, yeah.
Then we have Robert Kellett again, $5 super chat. PS Studios must feel away seeing Bungie order the star player around. What do you all make of Bungie throwing their master sword around?
People are asking what mask this is. I literally have no idea. It was just laying there and I grabbed it.
Why was it laying there?
I don't know. It was just on my like where I moved. Like some of
Are
my
you,
stuff
are you
still
implying
has
you
it.
have an alter ego?
Yeah, are you applying? Why do you have these masks in your
And look, one of
proximity?
the eye was out.
You're like a bank robber. When
What is going on? What you?
this
Yeah,
man
I'm worried
living out
about it
his
now.
pay-
Yeah, he living his payday life out.
Yeah, you got
Mask
Look,
on.
I
Get on the grill.
Are you secretly acting in the basket?
This guy right here.
Is that
man.
how we got the episode where we
he
have
said
Black Addict and
BDSM
White
mask
Cog?
in the
Yeah.
chat.
Yeah.
Yo, chill.
Black Attic and White Cog was wild funny. That was funny. I remember that
Now,
episode.
now you got to get now. Cog has to wear the Michael Myers mask.
Oh,
Out of pocket. Most she gonna get out of me is a Ghost of Tsushima.
BDSM mask. Come on.
Let's go. Let's
stop
go.
it.
Then we have JD Gamer member for 2 years, $10 super chat. How many black eyes can PlayStation take before it affects sales? We saw them take 2 this week with the showcase, then factions and / Bungie, and we know too many could cause a PS3 era problem. What leads us there? It goes back to narrative. I think it's all narrative that kind of dies down quick if the games are good. It's just it'll blow over and that's it.
Yo,
And that's
Red Black Door. He said Attic be having some wild parties this weekend. Drop your keys at the door. Yo,
keys and cell phones at the door.
Yo.
Ordered this.
Crazy. Continue.
Then we have Sour Blow, $20 super chat.
Wow. Continue.
I respect Colin, but how is the Sony showcase a B+ when Xbox showcase has been criticized for having little gameplay and lots of third-party games? We should keep the same energy. I love Sacred Symbols, by the way.
All right. Keeping that energy.
I didn't
Salute.
hear Colin say it was a B+, unless it was somewhere else.
He said it.
What's that?
He said it after Sacred when they again. I don't.
Yeah.
X Don the Otaku, $5 super chat. COVID finally caught up to Sony after they released all their safe sequels and remakes. Now all the new stuff is behind. Expect 2024 to be dry as well.
All right. We're going to see. Game development taking longer, though. I know that.
X Don the Otaku, again, $2 super chat. Can't wait for the conversations of mismanagement. You had those.
Y'all can't say I ain't challenging.
Oh, God.
Y'all can't say I ain't
Oh,
saying.
it's getting worse. It's
What's
getting
happening
worse.
now? What's
Now
going on?
look, apparently companies are starting to write saying that Colin Moriarty says he's heard that the second PlayStation Showcase is happening later this year.
Oh, they go. Yeah, y'all forgot about that. They gonna roll with that. You know they gonna roll with that.
my God.
Yeah, they gonna roll with that one.
Am I allowed to make a video on my own content?
Yes.
Let me see. Tai Casares, $3 super chat. This showcase had Xbox One energy. Great show, Lords. I think we specifically said that in our private chat right after the show. It was like, this has some real Xbox One energy.
They even threw in a little TV.
Yeah, exactly. Iron Mike, $2 super chat. Did Sony just do the Xbox next 12 months showcase?
I don't know.
There was stuff, a lot of 2024.
Shout out to Paris. He said PlayStation could take 43 more black eyes. Showcases don't matter. It's all about when games do release, they aren't scoring
Exactly.
58 on Metacritic. Facts. Yeah, you're right.
That's facts.
You're
That's
right.
facts.
You're right.
Narratives only go so far.
And gamers will get over stuff.
See,
When
the
the
thing is
games
though
drop-
too is even though that like Redfall like really under delivered to a lot of people, including myself, like you're only as good as your last game. You know?
Yeah, so what have you done for me?
Xbox can literally drop a 58 for 3 years in a row And then the moment they start dropping those good, the people are gonna forget all about that year. They're gonna call it the dark time. Remember that time?
Remember the dark time? Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, us gamers have short memories. Let's just recall
for sure.
Then we got Sour Blow 18.
That's
Once
my
again,
guy out there.
$2 super chat. Should we expect a small show from Xbox because of ABK?
I hope not.
Listen, COG won't survive it.
I want to be surprised and delighted.
Yes,
COG won't
please.
survive it. Attic
Surprise
will
and
melt on
delight
Twitter.
is the phrase. That's what I want.
Listen, just fire the guy that you hired to say exclusive. Just don't use him.
I like it. Come on,
There won't be a line to be held.
Just for this.
I ain't
just
trying to
for
lose
this
dude
one.
his bag. Give me the bag though.
Yeah,
That's
I
fine. Give me the
I
bag.
need world premiere.
I'll say world
I
exclusive.
need
I
that.
say it.
It's
I
gonna,
need
it's
that.
gonna go from hold the line to pull the plug.
Hey, you watch your mouth, buddy.
That's what I was
Watch
telling
your
King.
mouth, buddy.
That's what I was telling King last week. I was like, hold the line.
We gonna hold this
65
line.
Metacritic.
We gonna hold this line. We ain't gonna disrespect the king in here. We gonna hold this line. We made it this far.
I mean, I hope-
it's gonna pull the plug.
I hope for the sake of gamers that the Xbox
For real.
Yeah, for sure.
showcase
They
is
need
good
it.
because I mean, so if you take the normal like cadence of what used to be E3, you got your big three given their showcases, and if you got a flop, who wants another flop? I mean,
Nobody. Yeah, nobody. Let's get these super chats, bruh.
All right, let me see. Lydian Master, member for 6 months, Lord Silver. The bigger question is, can Colin cap for this?
Yeah, they was coming in with tomatoes. Some of them was on there. Yo, they was messy.
There you got Spartan Go 17, £2 super chat. Sony really finessed these dudes with factions.
Fractions.
They finished y'all.
for the people that were waiting on it, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Then we have Max Arthe, £2 super chat. Phantom Blade Zero equals Abandoned 2.0. Damn.
Oh, no, don't do that. Don't do
Dude, we
that.
didn't even see what Abandoned was.
That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying,
just say,
bro.
at least we've seen
Abandoned
this
was a
game.
PR scam.
Exactly. Oh, yeah. Don't do that to that Phantom. Come on now.
Then we have JD Gamer, member for 2 years, $10 super chat. The worst thing that PlayStation could do is release a bad Naughty Dog game. Reputation is priceless, and they'd ruin theirs. They can't fight a richer Microsoft and have a bad reputation at the same time. PlayStation needs its reputation.
Colin,
That is
allude to
true.
that.
X.
What's that? What?
Oh,
What?
finish the super chat.
There's a
Okay.
lot. There's
There's a lot.
More.
Yeah, just finish this.
All right, finish them.
Okay.
Go on. We gotta go quick.
JD Gamer, member for 2 years, $10 super chat. People ask, what's the Nintendo magic? How they can exist against two larger, richer rivals? It's their reputation of fun and quality.
Nostalgia.
Without them, they're nothing. PlayStation has a reputation for quality. To ruin it is dumb. Yes, it is dumb to ruin it over some multiplayer games, for sure. Then we have Hargeet Shani, member for 1 year, $5 super chat. Spider-Man 2 may sell a lot, but keep in mind this is next gen only and not coming to PC day and date.
Yeah.
It would take an incredible attach rate to beat SM1. What the heck is SM1? Spider-Man 1.
Spider-Man
Sorry.
1.
Spider-Man 1.
Spider-Man
Okay.
1. That is true. It's not
Interesting.
cross-gen.
Yeah, but we still got what 65% of a generation left yet. I mean,
Yeah.
it might not beat it now, but over time,
It will, right? And then, they're not talking about monetary sales; it's just number of sales. So,
Unless they pull a Houdini, like, oh, it's on PS4.
Oh, if they
Oh
do
my.
that, Attic
oh,
in trouble.
there's some knees on the line for that, isn't there?
Oh, if Attic in trouble if they do that.
What's funny about that? They already did that with Miles. Y'all remember? Miles was
Yeah.
advertised
Yeah.
PS5 only.
You know, I was actually talking to King about that. He said, I think the reason they didn't say it is because they're going to say it's out for the PlayStation.
oh,
And I was like,
hell.
King,
Oh.
that is the only one I will ever be okay. You realize how bad Twitter
Yeah.
gonna be
But
if they come out there and say Spider-Man 2's on PlayStation 4.
Yo,
I don't think it's happening. I think I have that guarantee. But
I
here's
think you
how
got that
see
one.
it. Here's how I see it. I
Unless
either
they
take
want them
King's
to add
knees
shows.
or I get like a week of free entertainment on Twitter.
yeah.
And then obviously I have to give my
You got your knees up
But-
at
But
that
actually,
point.
I don't really give up my knee. I just give him his back. So like,
Then we have, let me see. We have Raiden Blade, member for 2 years, £5 super chat. Insomniac is a good studio, but is supported by a massive IP that many love. Same game 3 times in 5 years. Easy to make and will sell, but what's the new IP?
Ooh, no Ratchet and Clank love. Okay, so, right, no Wolverine. All right.
Then we have Shelly with the £10 super chat. Naughty Dog devs have come out saying the game is fine, not canceled. It's likely monetization that's the problem. It made a multiplayer game, not a live service game. Delay hopes to correct that. Let me see. I say make it $70. We'll see.
All right.
And we have Jax82, $5 super chat. Bungie told Naughty Dog, listen, y'all saw what happened with the Halo Infinite. We're not going to let y'all go out like that. It's not ready. Give it more time.
That's how they said it too. That's how they said it.
Just like
y'all. Yo, we ain't gonna let y'all go out like that.
Man, listen, you gotta be careful what you wish for. Let me see. Masochista, $5 super chat. The longer a game as a service lasts, the more of a clown show it becomes. Our man Chris from Sacred Symbols said it best.
No live service, okay.
And we have Rezu, $5 super chat. Why don't they buy MiHoYo with the Bungie treatment? That is funny, because if you know Spanish, MiHoYo means something else completely. And leave PS Studio to do what they do. I'm not buying MiHoYo nothing. I am Mike, $5 super chat. You telling me the dev that invented sunsetting, paid DLC, entire planets, pinnacle weapons, and other content is what's keeping us from factions.
It's keeping your engagement a little less. That's
There we have Sobo Backslap, member for 2 years, $2 super chat. Oh, Riot Games is greater than Bungie. Yes, we already got that one.
We've talked.
We have Jamie Forte, $5 super chat. So proud of my homie and Destiny / Bungie stan Cognito. People just mad that the developer that makes the game they truly hate is calling the shots.
Enjoy it until Marathon drops. It's gone.
Nah, that's that. We could put your knees on that. We can do that.
It's gonna play well.
Good.
Jax82, $10 super chat. When I played Destiny for the first time, I said, "Oh, this is awesome," but I don't understand what the story is particularly. Particularly Destiny 1, and the repetitive doing the same mission over has potential.
Okay. And did you play Destiny 2? Different. Continue. Move on.
Back from the dead one, member for 3 months, Lord Bronze. Crucible in Destiny 2 rarely gets new maps. Matchmaking changes seasonally, and few new game modes get added. Is this really who you want for QA?
First, Back 4 Dead, you're biased. You know what I don't like about people like Back 4 Dead and Sarko? I love them, they're my brothers, but this is the most abusive thing. How you go or hating on something for months and years, and they're terrible. So what you doing today? Oh, I'm playing Destiny like every day. Every day. Like I don't respect that. That bashing something consistently, day after day, yet you go back to the vomit you bash every day. Wow. I cannot respect it. And to your point, hold on, let me get my finish. To his point, as far as the QA, the thing he's talking about, yes, he's right about the PvP portion of Destiny being neglected. It's clear all of them went to Marathon because Marathon's going to have dedicated servers, anti-cheat, all that other good stuff. So, yeah, that's what's happening. There's definitely a transition there. The key is going to be if they're going to backfill that with position. So I'll give him that. But, yeah, these dudes be killing me with this, man.
You know what's crazy, too? It's like, you know how many times have I come on this podcast and I've talked mad smack about a game? Anthem, The Division. Carl, have I really talked about these games besides the initial time when we talk about these games?
No.
I don't. Yeah, it's crazy. Slow-mo, how you gonna pay money to talk smack about a game you don't care about?
Well, his game, where's his active users? Where's his active users for Division? That's what the stuff that he don't put up the real numbers. So that's why I don't pay all this no mind. Look, Sony said we looked at the numbers and what's going on, and we want you. No, we got to get them. I've been holding this. I gotta hear these dudes in the I got bars for this.
Like slow-mo. You can argue slow-mo that this money you be throwing into everyone's super chats just to hate on this game.
Slow-mo is in the Destiny, the IOP Destiny can and plays every expansion.
Look, so hold on. Slow-mo.
I got the receipts.
No.
Gosh,
No,
call
slow
him
mo.
out.
If
Yo,
you would,
Cog just got better during the course of the show. He's like, I feel
if
great
you
now.
would, if you would take an ounce of that energy you hate on Destiny with and put that into playing the division, you'd have another division right
Exactly. You're probably you busy worrying about Destiny and not fixing your lopsided, terrible game that ain't got no player base. All right, Tom, we finished.
Oh, man. Stall him
And
out.
we have
Stall him
X
out.
Don the Otaku, $10 super chat. I'm late, but Addict is right. Insomniac is great, making solid 8 to 8.5 out of 10s in a small amount of time. They're not number one, and stop disrespecting Obsidian by comparing them.
No.
Obsidian doesn't only make 2 games. Wow.
Salute the back for that. He said, you right, Cog. I'm running strikes in Destiny right now. I love you, brother. You know I'm just coming. It's all jokes. It's all fun, but I had
He
to
said
get
I'm
y'all.
running strikes in Destiny right now.
Yeah, I know. But they complain every day. I was like, nah, we got to expose them. You, the Travises, the Sarkos, Slow-Mos, all y'all get. I'm not letting it slide no more. If I see y'all logging into this game, I'm posting y'all up on Twitter and exposing. That's the new thing. I'm putting receipts for y'all. Get out the game if y'all don't like it. Stop complaining.
We got Dustin Goins, $5 super chat. Is there any way to get into the Xbox show if FanFest is late? E3 got canceled, but I would still be in LA. This would have been my first E3. Oh man.
Oh
Man, I hate that for you. Like,
I'm sorry.
That's rough.
these things, I wish they'd be a little bit more open to how getting into these things, but it's not easy. Like, even for us, and we actually have connections to this, like, we have a hard time getting in these things.
Yeah, so yeah, sorry about that, man. That sucks. Yeah, that's why King and I will not be there.
Addict, holla at me and Addict. We're going to be pulling up with LA. Anybody in LA during that time?
Yeah, we'll be in LA.
Yeah, we're going to be there. Attending some events, you know.
We got one of the OGs, the original Lords of the Realm, Lord Zero ILP, $5 super chat. Capcom stay carrying everyone. That is kind of true right now.
Salute. Zero, man. Love you, brother.
Lords.
Oh, brother, the original Iron Lords. I was there from episode 1 to
Yes, sir.
15. Like, yeah, shout out to Zero. Shout out to my man, Lord SWAT, too, no doubt.
Let's put the crest in the chat for Lord Zero ILP. Welcome, Lord Bronze. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man.
No doubt.
Let me
I'm a
see.
time slow-mo
Then we
out.
got Splendiferous, member for 18 months, Lord Bronze. Well. I don't recognize this Colin. He's a bit strange today. Bad energy rubbing off on you, huh? You better stay away from them Xbox guys. Love Sony bros.
Oh, man.
Hold on. Then we have Hargeet Shani once again, $5 super chat. If PlayStation wants to go games as a service, they have to take shots. Some games won't be good. They won't have, and it won't be of good quality. A game will either hit or not, like that showcase. That is true.
No doubt. AKW in the chat. He's got a FanFest ticket in Poland. My Polish lords, hit him up. He's in the chat. He's for real.
Nice.
And then Bone Slag, yeah, Callie, we're gonna be in there. I'm gonna let you know. Just hit me in the DM. I'll give you the dates. We're gonna be there. It's not the full week, but almost half the week and the weekend.
Then we got, let me see. Then we got Raiden Blade, £2 super chat. Spider-Man 2 is on PS4. Watch it happen. Jim loves money.
Silence.
Ooh, that'll be interesting.
Silence.
That'll be interesting.
Silence.
That will be very, very interesting. Okay, let me roll back a little bit. We got Paris in the chat. What did Paris say in the chat? He said, the Spider-Man slander is wild. Who else besides Insomniac would you trust with such a major IP like Spidey or Wolverine? He's not feeling that, calling them second-class development.
But it's a good solid war between Naughty Dog fans and Insomniac fans.
Then we got Jax182, $2 super chat. Cog, I like Destiny and your passion on it. Respect.
Look, man, I fought to be a fanboy for that game. I didn't like the game at first myself either until I learned it. But nah, salute. It's all jokes. Slow-mo, he's been on fire poking the bear today, and he got me out of character. So salute to Slow-mo today. You have won the battle today, sir.
And then we have, as Paris said, I don't have an invite to FanFest either. So there you go. Yeah,
There you go.
Industry people not getting invites. Lord Zero ILP once again, $5 super chat. I want to come back on for the return of Cade, y'all. I gotta be there for my Vanguard.
Hunter, that's right. You a hunter, that's right. No doubt. Salute.
We
good?
are caught up, yes,
So
sir.
we go straight into the final one, man. It's you,
The
man.
final topic, we'll make this a quick one. I just thought it was interesting. Yeah. So we during the PlayStation Showcase, we saw more of Alan Wake 2. We saw some gameplay, which looked awesome.
Yep.
I'm very excited for Alan Wake 2. But a little bit later on, Remedy confirmed that the game would only be releasing on digital platforms, no physical whatsoever. And some people got into a little bit of a tizzy. Shout out to Mr. Matty Plays. Matty was not happy about it.
Matty was not happy. I was trying.
He wasn't feeling that.
The preservation lords were not happy about this. And the thing is that it's not out of the realm of it's not strange generally to see a game just come out digital only. It is kind of strange for a game that is this big, that is on multiple platforms to decide, hey, we're just going digital. And then, Sam Lake kind of addressed this. And one of the things he talked about was like, hey, it allows us to keep the price down, right? Because regardless of, however little it costs to manufacture and burn a disc, it's still money being spent. So he said it keeps the prices down. It's going to keep it to $59.99 on console and $49.99 for the PC Master Race. I'll be getting it there. $49.99. A lot of 1990
are you
energy.
Truly PC Master Race if you buy it on the Epic Game Store.
Hey, listen, I have no qualms. I'm not married to Steam.
Oh, you're a different kind of PC guy.
Gabe has not put a ring on this.
I mean, the PC Master Race guys I know only buy from Steam and Steam only.
Listen, man, I'll go through whatever launcher you get.
Whoa! Joystick's listening, man. You saying them stuff?
That's right. I'm for the digital ecosystem.
Talk about you can be going through anything and launching through anything. Careful. All right, child protection.
I'm for the streets there.
For the streets. Oh, salute to Rip. He just bought that sticker. Hold on.
Oh, nice.
Salute, no doubt. All right, I got you. Continue, off.
So yeah, what do you guys think of this? Because it's interesting that a game this big has decided to do that. Again, Sam Lake gave some reasons, but there are other reasons as well. You could talk about just the fact that, again, we're in a point in time where everybody's trying to cut corners someplace, right? And the fact that you don't have to worry about production, you don't have to worry about a box, you don't have to worry about any of that, could be substantial for a game that, and we know this game isn't, it's a AAA game kind of in status and what we sort of expect from Remedy, but this game is probably cost $50 million to make or something like that. I don't think it's even reaching $100 million. So, what do you guys think of this? And what does it kind of, does it stick one more nail into the coffin of physical games? Because I think we're getting closer and closer to a reality where in the console space, we're going to have an all digital ecosystem with everybody. And, for a lot of people, that's scary. So what do you guys think?
It's scary, and then there's also people who be super vocal, but yet when you check their library, they got a bunch of digital, you know what I'm saying? Like that's how it be. So it's definitely on its way out. I don't know how long we got for physical. You could say it could be gone by this generation or at the start of next, but Nintendo's all but embraced this. Like they don't even give you a physical game in these collector's editions. They just give you a code for the game. And I think Sony did that with one game as well, if I remember correctly. So I don't know. So it's a toss-up on whether or not they pulled the trigger or not. But one thing's for certain, though. I mean, even if you were someone who just believed all in digital, you can't even get your hands on a digital PS5. So I don't know. Like it's.
I have one of the few that are in the wild.
You got the digital.
I'm with you.
I've never
I'm
seen
with you.
one.
I got a digital too.
That's basically the unicorn of the
I've physically never seen one.
And I got it at launch.
Wow.
Lucky.
Wow. I'm not lucky at all. I don't want to tell you what
you want to talk about the depths that you took?
I was lucky. I literally got the notification from one of the Twitter guys that was saying, hey, there's going to be a drop. And I was coming home from jiu-jitsu class. I'm on the side of the highway because the time hit when that was going to happen. And I got my way into Best Buy and got my digital PS5.
Salute.
You know, it's crazy.
Wow.
He's like Saul got no chill with stuff.
He's a beast. He's a beast.
Like, I will never forget that Xbox Series X thing.
Oh yeah.
I was like, he was like, he's like, I'm not getting mine for a week. And I'm like, okay. He's like, can your brother go with you? Because I was doing like the little wait outside, and I was like, I was like, I don't know. He's like, I'll pay you. And then I obviously right there was enough for my brother. He's like, yeah, sure. And then goes in there and I get the console. And then I'm sitting there and I'm like, okay, like, they said it's going to be like $150 just to overnight that too. Don't care. Send it.
The Iron Bank, man. Listen, when the Iron Bank give us the go,
Listen, bro, I was not.
he's very hard with us, man. Let us rock.
Listen, I have very little time to play games. When I set aside time for something, it's
wanna
to do that thing.
Right. I feel that.
So, and I'm great again. Like I said, tell me if you've heard this before. I work a lot of damn hours.
Yeah, no, I respect it. I respect it. No
So
doubt.
that was. And then the PlayStation. Listen, man, PlayStation, bro. I could not get a pre-order for launch. I was not able to get to GameStop. I went right to eBay and looked for local sellers that have a history of positive sales, no shystiness, whatever. And I found a kid that had already sold out of his disc one, and all he had was a digital.
So you bought legit from a scalper.
The most legit scalper in the business.
The most legit scalper.
You know what's crazy? At that time, it was probably cheaper for you to pay Zachary, because what's crazy is you paid him in snacks too. That's the sad part. Zachary,
wait, what?
Zachary, I was like,
Zachary.
Yeah, because I was like, because I determined the price. I even asked him, like, just send him an extra 100. He literally went to Walmart next door and bought a bunch of snacks with.
Oh
it.
my lord, that's hilarious.
Wow.
Anyway,
Yeah.
continue.
So
Continue,
and that PlayStation cost me $1,000.
Woo.
Yeah, it was probably cheaper for you to do that with Zachary and to pay the 150 overnight. That would have been to buy that on eBay or anything like that.
Crazy.
Yeah.
So, but so that's where you at with it. You just feel like, I guess, for them. What about for them saying they bringing it down by doing the all digital? This avoids the dreaded $70 and then do you agree with that, or are you worried about this kind of sliding into dangerous territory with the physical game?
The whole $70 thing going down, I believe when I see it. I don't think that's going anywhere, even with digital at all at this point.
No.
It's been very a lot of we talked about this one time. There's been a lot of companies that have been notorious for giving you very little, but asking you for more.
Yep.
I don't see that mentality dying with just like physical by itself going away. No, that's still going to be apparent. You're going to have those shiesty, I call it shiesty, but you got those shiesty business modules where, they're just going to give you very little and expect you to pay the most, especially for these collector's edition. You want an example of this? Look at Gotham Knights. Gotham Knights is a prime example of this. The game had little content, right? You got some now, but had little content, no performance modes or whatnot, and it was just a broken mess at launch.
And they were selling a digital deluxe or whatever ultimate edition for God knows how much. Yeah, man. That's just the reality now. And the funny thing is, remember at the start of the Xbox One generation, we're like, digital games. Then we don't have to worry about paying for the box or anything like that. We're gonna get so many deals.
It's gonna be so much cheaper.
So much cheaper.
I will say that we don't.
Everybody say
Fix your hands, Darren. I saw that.
We don't see sales up front when it comes to like. If they might do like a pre-order, you get like an extra $5 off or something like that. But I will say, because digital got so dominant, we're seeing more like frequent like sales on games in general. Sure, they're not new, right. But I do think that because things are so much more accessible when it comes to internet,
I'll give you
that these developers and publishers, they're okay with putting their game with that deep discount like 2 months later.
No, I agree. Digital is probably quicker to get the sale first, more than thing. But I do remember, there was that talk about, and then we're gonna have a digital storefront. Remember, because people were so worried about used games. Remember that?
Yeah, they were like, now we're gonna have it so you could trade in your used game,
and you'll get credit.
Digital game.
Didn't they have like a survey asking that once?
Yeah. And like the value of what the game when you're done with it.
GameStop trying to find a way not to die.
It was Xbox. It was Xbox.
Yeah,
I don't know. Like, I definitely know it wasn't PlayStation. PlayStation still don't even have gifting. Like,
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
They
gifting
have
is
wish listing, but they don't have gifting.
Yeah, gifting
Make it
is
make sense.
lit. I'm with y'all. They need gifting. That is
Did you notice
lit.
that was in a lot of the videos on the showcase wish list now? That was in
notice
there a
some
lot.
Yeah, I
right,
did
though,
peep that.
Cog.
it's
But
like
they put gifting in the game, the console, Cog. That takes away from the sales.
nah, no. But
Wait,
that
who's saying
increases
that? There's
the
people-
sales.
yeah, wait,
it's
there's
gonna be
people saying that?
You know, there'll be weirdos say something stupid like
Oh,
that. Like, whoa,
man.
that. But
They
what about the
realize
person
that,
who bought
like,
it themselves? That takes
so
away.
they think that, like, if someone gifts me a game that they don't get those sales, like, so that
takes away from the dev.
Does that go to me? I haven't seen
That's
that
new.
money.
I ain't even. That's different. Like I never heard that. Wow.
Yeah.
Big Cloud, we gotta get you out the hood, man. I told you, gotta stop playing in the hood. Right, gotta get away from these people that you're talking to, man.
I'd be away. And
Oh, just what you heard.
They,
What-
still, they just break it and come back.
Listen, man. Can't be
It'd
back
be
with
weird.
this hood life, man. It's too much. These dudes
I
is
love-
gang
I
banging,
love-
hard body karate out
No,
here.
you know what's funny? Dudes act like they're about the whole life. They're not even about that.
No,
And
we
I
ain't-
mean,
we ain't
when-
about
can't
that. We
contest
gonna keep it positive. We gonna keep
when
it
it
positive.
comes to me, like with this like digital stuff, like I think limited runs is loving this, like because it's like I feel like you're gonna have these companies work more with the publishers and stuff because I do feel like you'll pay a little bit more, but I do think you can get that physical copy, and I think there's going to be more and more companies going forward that once they start dialing back the physical sales, they're going to pick up their business. You know, I don't think it's going to be every game, but I do think there's going to be like a lot of prominent like Xbox games, Nintendo Switch games, PlayStation games, you know, certain third party. I do think there will be companies you could reach out to and get that physical company, that physical copy, but you're going to have to pay more money.
I feel that.
So where does this leave GameStop in the future? Then is GameStop gonna like convert their whole
GameStop's
model
not
to
around in
selling
the
it?
future, unfortunately.
Are they gonna like
They already
have some
started.
additional like stuff?
Yep.
I don't know. What
They've been
gonna do?
transitioning to.
They're just trying to get Funko Pops in there and gaming memorabilia. I mean, that's like half
The problem
store.
is,
Yeah, at this rate, GameStop is turning into Hot Topic. I hate to say it, but it's like so much random stuff. It's in their store.
But they got-
it's like you have to look through the store to find the games now.
Well, you got they
Sure.
got to they got to reinvent themselves, and then
obviously.
the change I've seen is now like the pre-order. Remember before, like you go in there and there'd be copies of whatever, like a whole bunch of things.
Yep.
Now it's like if you didn't pre-order, like it
There's
ain't
no
got it.
guarantee
Yeah,
you
it's
got
no
it,
guarantee
yeah.
for you. That kind of energy. So I see the change. I want to get DaringOne on this. You know, what's your thoughts on the whole Alan Wake 2 digital only situation? Are you concerned, or you know, this is where it's going? What do you think?
So for me, unfortunately, and I respect the folks that do care, but I'm not one that's big on the gaming historian stuff.
Maddie ain't gonna like that.
I'm sorry, Maddie. I'm Mr. Lazy. I just want to go tap my thing. My game comes up, and I'm playing my game. I don't
No
have to worry
disc
about
switches,
no
sit in the
stupid
couch
disc that's
chilling.
up there, storing volumes of discs for wherever. So yeah, I mean the key and kind of the point. I think Big Club was the one that said this is they're still going to try and charge us $70 for this. You remember when Vita came out and the whole that whole thing with Vita where they're like, hey, if you buy it digitally, we're going to knock some off for that because we don't have the money and the production of the chip and the shipping of it and all that fun stuff. And then that died real quick. So yeah, I think Big Cloud's 100 on this. They're going to start charging, like we might get Alan Wake 2 for $60. But yeah, it's rapidly just going to be not $70 what you're paying because we're already paying.
Yep.
Because we're already paying $70 for digital games as it is. So why would they change?
No, good point.
And I think I forget the stat that I heard, but it might have been on Sacred Symbols, but like 70% of games sold now are digital already.
Yeah.
So
disparities.
we're already 70% the way there.
No, that's a good point. And,
So yeah, I
sorry.
don't have any sorry, I don't have any concerns about it myself. It's just where it's going to go. For the folks that are trying to preserve, it's going to be rough.
Yeah.
To the point about limited run games, I think they got their own problems already with what they already have. Because talking about Maddie, I know he waited a long time for one of his most recent games to get to him. So I think they while this bodes well for them, I think they already got more business than they can handle as it is. So
No, good point. And I'll jump in. I do think the fact that Epic is the publisher here is kind of, helping that part out as far as this particular one just not having to be $70. But yeah, I'm kind of with you, Darren. Like the tech in me, the laziness in me. You know what I mean? Like I as much as I love the nostalgia, only thing I will miss is like that collector's edition version of something I really love. I do like to support in that way. So in a sense, I'll buy 2 copies.
You'll still have those. I'm pretty
Right.
sure you'll have the steel book, but it just won't be nothing in it.
Yeah, we don't get.
There'll be a code, like you guys are already talking about.
Yeah, like as long as they keep that, preservation alive, I'm okay. But, look, that's where we are. That's where the generation's going. I'm a techie at my heart, at my core. When things transition into a different direction, I'm generally the person that's going to be most likely for it, unless it's some supreme drawback that I can't see. But I do want to defend my co-host Maddie on one thing. The only thing that concerns me when we shift to this era is the storefront owners, because the storefront owners, in any event or any reason, something can get pulled from a storefront is scary. For whatever reason.
And plus, people don't realize how much power they have too.
Yeah, and it's like if that happens, with a beloved game that and you're like, damn, it's on. Mostly like right now we've been seeing it happen with games we don't really care about. You know what I'm saying? Oh, Crossfire X is shut down. Yeah, get rid of it. You know what I'm saying? Like that kind of thing. But it's like, sometimes it's those classic joints, and you're like, man, I wish. I could go back to that, and there's no way to go back to it. Or if
like your Marvel game that you
you
love,
read my mind. I was just about to say it. If Kaibatsu was in the chat, what killed me is Marvel Heroes. Now, granted, it's special case because it was an online only game anyway, so those tend to not be preserved. But I just think of situations like that where some legal or something crazy happens, and the studio, the game shut down, or the license or whatever shut down. There's no way for you to play it. That part is a little scary, and that's the only thing about the future that I do want to be cognizant of and respectful of. But
I think eventually what's going to happen
is I'm with you on that.
Yeah,
I think the more and more that we are in a digital era, you're going to see like governments start to regulate the industry.
Yep, there'll be regulations.
Because
where it's like you can't just pull something just because you sold it digitally. Like,
it's going to.
Because what was the game recently where they did yank the whole thing?
They yanked the whole game.
It was the whole thing. It was a single player game. What was that?
Was it Cyberpunk? Talking about Cyberpunk?
No. It was like a discontinued. They pulled it.
Oh, I'm
the
sorry.
servers and the game off the storefront.
They pulled
they pulled Horizon games off the store because of licensing issues. Remember?
I remember they just pulled, even though it came back, Quantum Break was pulled off. Remember?
It was pulled off Game Pass
stuff.
Yeah, kind of thing. And now they explained it was.
But you could still get to that, like if you had previously downloaded that, like and owned
yes,
it.
True. You're right. No, you're right. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. That is.
There was something. I wish I could remember what it was, but there was a game here recently where they shut down the servers, and not only were they shut down
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Lucius Augustus. I think he's right. I think it was like the Steam version. I think Maddie was talking about it too.
And the Surge was pulled as well from people's Steam libraries.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, that's the scary part.
That's not it.
Yeah, you got this big library. You woke up and you're like, "Yo, I can't play this anymore."
I don't socialize with the PC fellas.
So you have no sympathy.
I don't know what happens over there in PC land.
Oh my
you know what's
I'm
funny?
a very big advocate on not giving the PC terrorists their ways. So yeah.
The funny thing is that
Sam. To your point about the special, good.
No, I was gonna say Sam Lake took flack. No, you go.
Go, Darren.
I was just say, Cog, to your point about the special editions, I bought one special edition in my life. But speaking about Sonic earlier, if they come,
they come with that Wolverine. They come with that. They come with that.
They got something with Wolverine.
Yeah, you in.
Then I'm gonna be in on it.
I feel that.
Most of the time, when we review games and stuff. Solve just sends me that digital. When that Fable one, I might need the collectors.
Collectors, come on. When it's something I love.
Watch it be a black and white PS5. Just watch.
They do that with Ghost of Tsushima and some cherry blossoms. It's over.
Time.
It's time. Yes, I know that. I'm there.
Real quick, like for Sam Lake caught some flack because he said something like, "Oh yeah, we also don't want." I don't know if it was Sam Lake particularly, or just the spokesperson for Remedy was like, Yeah, we also don't want, we think, having to get a disc-based game and then have to download something is not something that people want to do. It's like, well, but you're telling us to just download the whole game then. Like, so the download's still happening, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think even people, they're having problems, like even coming up with arguments like that are going to appease the people that really want the physical stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think it's definitely in the death throes now, for sure. We start seeing bigger games that are on multiple platforms, not just on Steam or whatever the case. Like, yeah, it's kind of a wrap.
I think much like everything, Nintendo will be the last to fall on that.
Probably.
Yeah,
100%.
Nintendo will probably survive it. That's the sad part.
Yeah, they're the
And that's the
stewards.
thing. And my dumb ass went full digital with Switch, and I'm
Yeah, that
I'm
was the
gonna
dumbest
regret
decision
it.
I've ever made. I shouldn't have went
I'm
on
hurting
digital.
on that
then.
right now.
Yeah, I shouldn't have went digital.
So I
then.
was.
I did with a couple
but
games,
my
but not
SD
everything.
card.
What happened? Crapped out?
My SD card reader bit the dust on me on my Switch, so I had to buy Tears of the Kingdom physical because I didn't have any choice. And I sure as heck wasn't buying another Switch, knowing that it's 6 years old and there's about to be another one released any minute.
No, I feel that. So look, like times are changing. That's what we got.
Yeah, let's get these super
We
chats
gonna
and
get
head up out of here.
Yeah. Yes, Addict is ready. Addict is ready.
Okay,
so I'm going to
hold
super
on
chat.
a
You want me to do the
second.
poll and then I'll do it.
Yeah.
All right,
go
so I'll
ahead.
do the
I
poll.
actually-
Oh, you
yeah,
got
go
it.
do the poll.
All right. With the recent PlayStation Showcase not receiving overwhelming positive reviews, which aspect has you the most concerned? Choices are A, lack of first-party presence, B, high live service game focus, C, CGI trailers and minimal release dates, or D, I don't care. Xbox Showcase better not step on a rig. Shout out to the
First party.
lack of first party was combined in the first one, in choice A. So those are the voices gonna go up on Twitter. Soft, get these super chats. Then we do our outros.
Let's see. We got okay, Lord Metroid, member for 1 year, $2 super chat. Alan Wake 2, $60 on console digital. What a deal! Yes, all that extra money's going into their pocket, not yours.
Mm-hmm.
Robert Kellett, $2 super chat. Can't wait for it to be delisted in 3 years.
Wow. Wow.
X Don the Otaku, $5 super chat. Paris. Oh, he's talking to, I guess, Paris.
talking
In the
to
chat.
Paris?
Paris,
Uh-oh.
Naughty Dog, or even Sucker Punch could make Spider-Man, but Insomniac couldn't make The Last of Us Part 2. Stand down.
Damn, we going hard for them.
Ooh,
Okay,
my
wow.
God.
I will say this though, I seen other people's Spider-Man. What's that one big cloud where they had the Zumba hips and the bass?
Oh,
Remember
no,
when-
that was Marvel's
when they
Avengers
was doing?
Spider-Man.
Remember they was doing this, and then
That was Electric Company Spider-Man.
with the electric company Spider-Man. I don't know if you want somebody else other than Insomniac doing that, y'all.
That Spider-Man
Stop.
had the shingles. The way that man was. That
Then we have Free R. Kelly.
Woo.
that man was pop locking.
You-
Oh, that was horrible.
That's
Oh.
fine. That has some childbearing hips. I know that.
You know, it was wild. There was an outburst over that before we got the reveal because they was like,
Yes.
dude, how does
Yeah,
play
we're
this
not
against
getting it.
Spider-Man?
Yeah,
And
yeah,
then,
you
yeah,
have to
like,
have
you know
that.
what?
Like,
He
keep
for
that.
the streets. Yeah, like, he for the streets. You get that. Hell yeah. You don't want that.
Addict's ready. We gotta be good.
Free R. Kelly, $2 super chat. Will you guys be playing Diablo 4? Why, yes. It's funny. We
Yes.
just talked about
I'm in.
paying for digital deluxe versions that give you extra things.
Mhm.
I just bought the digital deluxe version that allows me early access. So
Oh,
I'll be
you
playing
part of
Friday.
the the elite. Oh, how privileged of you.
I kind of like how you're supposed to play Zelda. Time.
Exactly. I'll be trying to play on Friday. That's it. We're caught
Oh,
up.
we caught. All right, cool. No
Did
doubt.
you guys hold the line?
Yes,
Did
we
you
held-
guys hold the line? We did.
We held the line as best we can. Again, salute everybody that pulled up. Again, first start with our very special Patreon guest, Lord DaringOne. Amazing gaming history, gamer through and through, Lord of IT in the building, and of course, great takes today. Where can people find you? What you got going on, sir?
If you want to hear more of my nonsense, you can find me at DaringOne on Twitter. If you're interested in EVs, electric cars, and Tesla and that type of stuff, ran a Tesla podcast for about 5.5 years at TeslaTidbits.com or at Tesla Tidbits on Twitter. Talking about Maddie's been talking about your guys' ratings on Duke. I had at one point had that in the top 5 of automotive podcasts on iTunes. So
Nice.
pretty proud of that. But life got in the way, so no more podcasting for me.
Oh, good, brother.
But I still do have plenty of takes on EVs and such on that account on Twitter.
No doubt. Appreciate you in the realm, man. Probably one of my better Patreon guests. Like you killed it, brother. You did your thing. Super comfortable. Hung out, had fun. Really enjoyed it. And very inspiring and humbling, the things that you said, in reference to ILP. So super love to you too, brother.
My honor to be on the show with you guys. It's been great listening to you guys, and even better hanging with you.
No doubt. You even got an extra special. Yes.
Love the King.
Yes.
Love the King since he couldn't be here.
And King definitely said his apologies because he said, brother, I've never missed a Patreon guest.
Condolences to King.
He would have been here, especially this week. He wanted to be. Everybody was ready.
Geez.
People was ready to do the coronation for King. That's how
this
bad.
was already a 5-hour show. I think.
Imagine if
two more.
Oh God, it would have been.
Kings
Yeah, we'd have broke records. We'd have broke records, no doubt. Salute, and of course, my brethren, LOGNET's own and RGT podcast, and host and creator of the Big Cloud Gaming YouTube channel and everything, man. So salute to you, brother. Always hard work and always intelligent content. Where can the people find you? What you got going on?
Yeah, man, thanks for having me. It's always fun hanging out with everybody. It's good to see Sav, Addict, you, of course.
No doubt.
Too bad King couldn't be here. You know he's going to bend the knee today. Nah, but shout out to King. Nice to meet you, Darren. It was cool talking, obviously Bad Bit, Colin. That was awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Shout out to you for that, Colin. That was awesome. You guys find me Big Cloud Gaming everywhere, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter. You guys want to see RGT? We had Hip Hop Gamer on. We had a fun breakdown of that showcase, and then me and Red Hood 420. That's from other co-hosts. We literally just we dismantled that show to its foundation.
I bet you I did.
Plus the rant I did on it as well. So yeah, I dropped a lot last week, but yeah, man, a lot of stuff planned. You guys should find me also at LOGNET. I've wrote I wrote one review so far. Loved it. Everybody got a lot of good feedback from it. So a lot of those in store. Got a lot of other things we're gonna set up for. And yeah, man, I appreciate everybody. Real talk, shout to you, Cog, man. You always been a real one. I appreciate you, what you do for the community. You always show love to everybody. And we had over you had over 1,000 people here.
Wow.
Nonstop. And it goes back to what I told you before. When you put good into the world, good come back. Good
come back.
So,
DaringOne made me, sometimes I forget, and DaringOne said some words that really touched me, and I was just like, wow, you know what I'm saying? Like, it means a lot. It means a lot. You know what I'm saying? Again, I don't knock anybody for doing their hustle how they want to do it, but how we do it and to see the love come back, that's what validates it. You know what I'm saying? That's what makes us go harder. And I appreciate what you said is too, brother. You're a tremendous talent. I get the opportunity to work with you now, Lord's Gaming, you know what I'm saying? And your journey and what you've been doing with PlayStation content and PlayStation interviews is unparalleled. Keep up the good work. Keep your head up. And yeah, man, we got more fun stuff cooking. You know what I'm saying? It don't stop. No doubt.
Yes, sir.
I want to salute again the legends that pulled up. My man, Mr. Bad Bit from the trophy room. Salute, brother. Always fun to have you. And of course, the legend himself, Long Island Vipers' own Colin Moriarty pulled up. Thanks for being mostly respectful.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
I think
I think it was a vocal minority. Yeah, they were very good.
Pretty good.
I think there's people that clearly have their own opinion. And what I noticed that really big ones was J-Dub. Like, we had J-Dub on the reaction.
I got calls. I remember
I saw a lot of people at the end that was like, okay, maybe I was wrong about J-Dub. Maybe I should actually unblock him.
Listen, again, we all gonna have our opinions. We all not gonna agree. Just be respectful.
J-Dub just trolls. Like, that's not J-Dub.
That's not J-Dub, yeah. I know J-Dub for a long time. J-Dub's
J-Dub, me and him had to talk. I was just like, bro, I don't rock with the dude that's on Twitter, but you in real life, I'm about you in real life. I told you, J-Dub told me he laughed.
It's like people say they don't like Kid Smooth. They like Jerry. They don't like Kid Smooth.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. So that's
this
what
is internet personality.
This personality is what he's doing. Yeah. You already know. Lord Solve, my brethren, doing all type of stuff today. different languages and Spanish trouser snakes and
they want you to whisper the
they want you to whisper
reason.
ads for some reason. Where's the whisper ad?
I find that very uncomfortable. That
no
someone
one do the ASMR with it.
So some of these people got headsets that you want another man to whisper in your ear.
Some people really love some.
When the first honey read that I did, when I tried to do the honey thing, it was like too low. So it didn't, you couldn't hear it. So I'm not gonna. I'd rather.
Yeah, when I was in the car, I couldn't hear that at all.
Right. So now I was like, no, I'm not gonna do that anymore. So no, my apologies. So maybe we'll set up a Patreon tier for that.
ASMR Psalm. Y'all heard it first. Let's get it popping.
But yeah,
out of business.
Thanks to all you guys for coming through. The Daring One, Bad Bit Cloud, Colin. It was a fun episode, man.
You could thank me.
But you're always here. You're always here.
You're always here, like you don't care.
I got abandoned everything. No respect.
I appreciate the other members of the Jacksons that are here with me.
Yes, I got out of bed and everything. You're obligated. That's your job.
Good.
Get out of bed.
Yeah, it was a fun show. I'm excited for this coming week. I don't know how much I'll get to play, but we got Street Fighter 6 coming out. And we got Diablo 4 coming out.
Diablo 4 coming out.
So I don't know about that Street Fighter thing. I played it. It's good, but I'm all about the Tekken 8. Tekken 8.
That Tekken looked crazy. They dropped,
that new Brian
Fury.
Oh, she killed it.
New challenger.
Let's go.
I know we weren't supposed to see it yet, but Brian looking.
The cyborg eye that is going in.
I'm gonna be honest though. I think I'm gonna rock with him, of course. But I'm gonna try to go back to maining King, man. That's
what I want to see. I'm mad at you. Because I felt like Brian was the sexy new thing on the block, and everybody wanted. Yeah. But it's like your sensibility. And King is super top tier.
And this is the thing, though. I haven't really. Sure. Yeah, I haven't mained King. I haven't really mained King since Tekken 3.
Yes.
Because that was where he got. He was able to get more offense, right? Apart from just grabs. But yeah, now he's a beast now in every aspect. I'm gonna go back to King.
Then you got the kick reversal. Okay, sorry.
We need more of that.
Yeah, you're right. Add it right.
We need an ILP dojo.
We need an ILP dojo FGC. You know what I'm saying? Maybe call up K Bag in them. Anyway,
it's a Patreon tier. OnlyFans for that, not here.
You try to Tom gate us. They exposed you today. The likes. The King was on time release. They called us the Battle Pass podcast. Anyway, all right, he going to sleep. Wow. Anyway, so look, everybody, thank y'all for coming through. This was a fun show. Obviously, shout out to everybody that pulled up. The chat, y'all was phenomenal. We got probably like 1 or 2 more shows. We
got the Xbox show next week.
Yeah, Xbox shows next week's another big one. And then after
better hit.
Yeah.
Radic's gonna fill my rap.
Oh yeah. No rakes, y'all. No rakes.
Better hit.
No rake energy, please, because we don't need that. But appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all for stepping through the reads and all that and having fun with us on that. Attic, you got something to say?
And how the show's gonna go when me and Cog are gone is Kid Smooth's actually gonna show up and he's going to host the reaction. So you guys will still get the reaction. It's just me and Cog are gonna try to jump in. It's just depending on what's going on at the event. We don't know currently if we'll be able to just like leave and do something like that, but we'll try.
So yeah, again, just for clarity, we're gonna have a bunch. It's still gonna be 2 Lords here on the day of the showcase, not next week.
I'll be coming in hot though.
Oh, so I was coming in. So King and Tom potentially, will still there. You'll get King, so y'all should be happy. You know what I'm saying?
Next week, but the week after.
You know what I'm saying? Y'all get King, whatever.
Next week we'll do the prediction show, and the week after.
And then the week after the prediction show, again, me and Attic will be out there in LA for the showcases and stuff like that. We're gonna try to give some extra perspective, give y'all some extra content and stuff like that. My man MJ and everything else like that. So salute everybody. Enjoy your Sunday. Appreciate y'all rocking with us. Anything else before we out?
Yeah, I'm sending you guys over to the Jamaican gamer, man. He's a streamer, really trying. He's actually really good at Call of Duty. I wish he would carry me through some of that stuff. I don't play it too much. Go over there and tell him ILP sent you guys. Iron Lords podcast sent you guys, and hit that like button for you exit the stream. But I appreciate you guys for coming through.
No doubt.
Hold on, we got another super chat.
Okay.
Hold on a second. I didn't. Yeah, okay. There was one more super chat.
Oh, what?
We have King's joystick is missing. £5 super chat. Big boy would have burst this evening.
Oh.
Miss my chocolate tip banana.
Whoa, sir. Sir. Time on you, sir. Keep it together. Anyway, he said we can show Shady. We got a bunch of King mains in here.
Let's go before they keep
Miss
super
my
chat.
Let's go. Everybody drink your Sunday. We out.
Peace.